Jack Brooks's last wicket heroics rescue Somerset on day one at Taunton. You have to go all the way back to 1992 to find a year where Somerset began a county season without Marcus Trescothick in their squad. So it was down to Edward Byram and Tom Lammonby to set the tone for the hosts as they began their season at home to Glamorgan. The openers made a steady start, watchful early on, but punishing the bad balls when they came. The pair had put on 36 before Wagg breached Byram's defence, bowling the opener for 22. That brought skipper Tom Abel to crease, but he fell in similar fashion, bowled by De Lange to leave the hosts 41 for 2 in the 17th over. Tom Hildreth was next to join Lammonby at the crease, and the pair pushed Somerset past 50. Hildreth looked well set when he cracked Douthwaite through mid-wicket for 4, but the bowler struck back, Hildreth playing the same shot, but this time picking out the fielder to leave Somerset 75 for 3 approaching lunch. Lammonby and newman Bartlett were both watchful to ensure Somerset avoided further loss, the hosts reaching 92 for 3 at the break. Glamorgan struck almost immediately after the break, Hogan bowling around the wicket and trapping Lammonby in front with a ball that swung into his pads. Steve Davies took on the task of rebuilding the innings with Bartlett, the pair adding 44 before Bartlett was caught chasing a wide one from Smith. That wicket brought about a middle order collapse for Somerset. With the ball beginning to swing, Douthwaite trapped Craig Overton plumb in front for 2. Van der Merwe followed, this time Smith, before the paceman then had Jamie Overton caught in the slips for 3 as Somerset lost 4 wickets for 10 runs, the hosts limping to tea on 164 for 8. Glamorgan would have had hopes of mopping up the innings quickly, but it wasn't to be. Josh Davey did a job of blunting the Glamorgan attack, sticking around with Steve Davies for 51 deliveries before falling to De Lange for 20, with Somerset creeping towards 200. Jack Brooks was last man in, and he showed his intent early on, hitting Douthwaite first for 4 and then back over his head for 6 as Somerset passed 200. Steve Davies, who had done a good job of shepherding the tail, reached his 50 off 76 balls, but it was at the other end where the fireworks were going off as Brooks bludgeoned his way to 50 off just 38 deliveries. The wheels were threatening to come off for Glamorgan as another boundary brought up the 100 partnership, but Graham Wagg ended an exhilarating hour of play as Brooks chipped the ball in the air for Wagg to take the simplest of catches. Somerset finally bowled out 296, the innings held together by Steve Davies' unbeaten 81. There were starts for Lammonby, Byram and Bartlett, without any of them being able to push on. But the star of the innings, undoubtedly Brooks, with his 72 coming from just 58 balls with 9 fours and 2 sixes to boot. With a tricky 7-over spell to survive until close, Glamorgan opted to send in Nick Selman to open alongside Charlie Hemfrey. The pair saw the visitors safely through to the close on 8 without loss.
Good morning and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton, where the sun is shining. There's some heavy dark clouds to the north of the ground, but I think they're going to pass us by. There's just the possibility of a shower this morning, but hopefully we'll get an uninterrupted day's play. I'm Anthony Gibson from BBC Radio Somerset. With me is Nick Webb from BBC Wales. The match situation: Somerset in their first innings made 296, and in the 7 overs that were possible yesterday evening, Glamorgan reached 8 without loss. 4 of those to Salmon, and the other 4 were byes. The 2 umpires have emerged from the Andy Caddick Pavilion away to our right. The Somerset players are coming onto the field from the Colin Atkinson Pavilion on the far side of the ground, and it's a very good morning to Nick Webb.
Very good morning to you. It's great to be here once more for this second day of the first class season, and a day of 2 halves on day 1. First half undoubtedly to Glamorgan as Somerset slumped to 149 for 8. The second half undoubtedly to Somerset as they nearly doubled that score for the loss of the last 2 wickets, thanks largely to Steve Davis, 81 not out, Jack Brooks with a brutal 72, and then Glamorgan rather nervously surviving the last 7 overs last night.
Interesting, the contrasting perspectives on the pitch, with Glamorgan saying what a good pitch it was, and there's 2 Somerset partnership sharers both saying that there's a little bit in it for the seamers.
Yes.
Who's the closer to being accurate, do you think?
Well, I suppose it is a reasonable pitch, and there's a little bit in it. It is a good sporting contest. Surprised there was quite so much early turn for Kieran Bull, though he didn't take a wicket. He did get a bit of spin as umpire Blackwell signals to the scorers to make sure that all is ready. Give someone a nudge, he signals.
Right, shall we change ends? Shall I do the Somerset Pavilion end?
Yeah, I'll be updating BBC Radio Wales listeners in about 3 or 4 minutes, so you'll probably end up doing the first 2 overs, whatever.
Okay. Well, it's
as you wish, sir. You're the host.
Well, we will. We'll change ends. Josh Davies going to bowl the first over. He bowled 3 overs last night for just 3 runs, and he's going to be bowling to Hemphrey, who's just playing that into the offside, Charlie Hemphrey, and it's well fielded in the gully by Tom Lamonby, I think that is. We've got James Hildreth at first slip, then the Overton twins, Jamie at second and Craig at third slip. I think that's Lamonby in the gully. Tom Avell just clapping his hands there, the Somerset captain. He's at mid-off, which is where he habitually fields as Davies in and bowls, and that's turned away nicely through the onside over pitch. That'll go for 4 runs. That's Charlie Hemphrey off the mark, and emphatically off the mark as well. Leg stump half volley, handsomely dealt with. 4 runs to him, 12 without loss, Glamorgan.
Yes, he'll feel better for that after a rather fiddly start last night, when of course he only faced Josh Davey. The batsman hadn't actually swapped ends as yet.
Nick's going off to do his Radio Wales thing. So we've got the 3 slips and a gully. Ian Blackwell just signalling something to someone in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. Not sure what that's about. The big dark clouds are getting a bit nearer. It's certainly raining over the Quantocks as Davey is in and bowls to Hemphrey, who's just pushing that into the offside, actually he timed that really rather well. Davey is that's not Davey in pursuit, that's Lamonby in pursuit, and sends in the return. They come back for 3 runs. So Riches indeed, 7 runs so far this morning, only 8 runs in 7 overs last night, and 4 of them were byes, courtesy of a Craig Overton bouncer that cleared everyone. So it means that the batsmen have changed ends for the first time in the Glamorgan innings. Charlie Hemphrey's taken every delivery up to this one. from the Somerset Pavilion end, and Nick Selman from the other end. Here's Davey into Selman. He's there, he bowls, and Selman is half forward, pushing it into the offside. Tom Abel comes charging in from mid-off to do the fielding. It's George Bartlett out at cover point.
Off you now,
As Davey turns at the end of his run. Is in and bowls to Selman outside the off stump. Kicking up his heels is Josh Davey, wearing very smart cricket boots with bright red soles to them. Ben Green is on as substitute. Not sure who he's subbing for. We'll work it out in a moment. But here's Davey into Selman. Is there, he bowls, and Selman slightly crooked bat shot up to Ben Green at mid-on, but all along the ground, no harm done. End of the over, and it is 15 Glamorgan now without loss after the first over of the morning's play.
And I'm back. And I can take up commentary for the first time in the match. From the river ends, running away from the Syrian Botham, stroke Lord Botham stand. It's empty, no matter what he's called.
Have you got any lords in the Glamorgan cricket? Tony Lewis must have been close to becoming. He was a very lordly figure.
Absolutely. In comes Craig Overton, bowls to Selman. Big booming bounce on that one, but thankfully for Hemphrey, it was way outside off stump.
And of course, Wilf Wooler certainly behaved as if he was a lord.
He ran the place. He probably thought he ought to run all of Wales as well. Captain, secretary, head of everything, dictator. In comes Overton again and bowls to Hemphrey, who drives and is caught at slip. Just the second ball that Hemphrey had faced from Craig Overton, lent into that one, didn't quite get to the pitch of it, and he's gone for the addition of just those 7 runs this morning, and Somerset have the breakthrough, and Glamorgan are 15 for 1.
Yeah, good sharp catch by Lammonby in the gully, going to his left. That went quickly to him, and he made it look a lot easier than in fact it was, with Hemphrey going hard at the ball. And something you can't afford to do. Actually, that was very much how Lammonby himself got out yesterday, when he'd been playing with soft hands, and as he neared his 50, I think you could almost feel the tension, and he went after one rather too hard and gave a catch into the slips. But just what Somerset would have hoped for. Early wicket, just to give them that boost at the start of the day's play.
Absolutely. While we await the new batsman, just a chance to mention a scheme that several Glamorgan players are involved in with the Lord's Taverners this season. The Lord's Taverners obviously short of fundraising opportunities for their work to promote cricket among disadvantaged and disabled young people. It's a scheme called Runs and Wickets for Change. As in comes Overton and bowls to Kieran Carlson, new batsman, and he leaves it go through outside off stump. So Carlson is one of the players involved in this, whom you are invited to sponsor, along with David Lloyd. Well, that might be rather cheap because he's broken his foot sadly, and yes, it'd be a bit of a skinflint if you only sponsor David Lloyd. And Michael Hogan for his wickets rather than his runs, despite his Twitter tagline of probably scored more runs at number 11 than you have. Overton in, bowls to Carlson, who pushes into the offside, and he scampers through for a single to get off the mark. 16 for 1. So if you go to the Lord's, if you put a find on Lord's Taverners on your search engine, and you'll find out about runs and wickets for change, and those 3 Glamorgan players, Kieran Carlson, Michael Hogan, and hopefully David Lloyd at some point in the next 2 months. Please sponsor them for the runs and wickets they get. 16 for 1. Overton into Selman, pushes into the leg side, no single on offer there. And that, of course, because Lord's Taverners, presumably like most other charities, have found fundraising opportunities rather difficult to go by. So runs and wickets for change, go to the Lord's Taverners website for details. Kieran Carlson has 1 run so far. Probably earned the charity about 50 pence. 16 for 1. It is Selman on strike, and Overton to bowl outside off stump. Good leave by Selman to end the successful over from Craig Overton, now wearing number 7 rather than number 12, which I think this has been his number for several years, hasn't it?
It's been his number since the start of his Somerset career.
So he's taken it over from Pete Trago.
Yep. Pete Trago, I think he made it 1 yesterday, something like that. It wasn't a particularly spectacular debut for his Nottinghamshire first appearance for Nottinghamshire. Right, we've got Josh Davey to bowl the 3rd over of the morning. He's going to be bowling to Kieran Carlson. He's in now and bowls. Carlson's on the back foot, just running that down into the gully where Tom Lammonby makes a good sharp stop. We've got Lammonby at gully, the 2 Overtons at 2nd and 3rd slip.
There's quite a height difference between Overton and Carlson. 9 inches officially between them, I think.
Yes, Carlson, one of the shorter players on the first-class cricket circuit. He waits now as Davies in and bowls, and loud exclamations from the slips. They're a noisy lot, this Somerset side, aren't they? Much noisier than Glamorgan were yesterday morning.
Yes, I think Glamorgan's throats were a bit rusty when they came out. Kieran Carlson has got a minor mullet going on. It's not as bad as I was led to believe, but there is definitely growth at the back.
Here's Davey. Nice rhythmic run up. He's there now and bowls. And that's turned into the onside down to long leg, where Jack Brooks is in the game for the first time this morning, wearing his sun hat down there in front of the scoreboard just to the right of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion as we look out from the Somerset Pavilion, the other side of the ground.
Billy Root, we're admiring his luxuriant barnet in the warm-ups, aren't we? It's all a bit shaggy. More shaggy than the Scooby-Doo.
It didn't look as if he'd shaved very recently either. It's Davey in and bowls, and that's turned again into the onside. No. 17 for 1, Glamorgan. The 1 being Charlie Hemphrey, who was caught in the gully by Tom Lammonby off the bowling of Craig Overton in the 2nd over.
Nothing as spectacular as the 16-year-old wicketkeeper Alex Horton, who's gone for a Guinness look, blonde on top, completely unnatural.
There's Davey in bowls to Selman, who has a stifled appeal. Didn't sound very stifled, it was still pretty loud, but there was a whacking great big inside edge there onto his pad.
Yeah, I think Davey just sort of continued the appeal in the vague hope that it might have hit pad first.
Yes, well, it's quite a fashionable method of dismissal, that pad first.
Well, you're not going to get many umpires giving it at county level, you would assume, without replays.
benefit of the doubt to the batsman. Quite right too. Here's Davey in and bowls to Selman, who pushes that into the offside. Tom Lammonby picks up from Gully, comes jogging across the square to take up his position at Gully at the other end. That's the end of the third over of the morning. Glamorgan starting 8 without loss, so now 17 for 1. I wonder when we're going to get the first bowling change. I think Jack Brooks, I quite fancy Jack Brooks on this pitch, especially after his heroics with the bat yesterday. He said he was looking forward to bowling on this pitch.
It was an unusual experience, that post-match media conference.
Yeah, not entirely satisfactory, I think.
As in comes Overton, and Carlson is not ready at the last minute. Now, whether there was...
I think it was the...
a little bit of chat somewhere?
I don't know.
Someone
Well, it
moving?
might have been the Somerset 12th man emerging from the Colin Atkinson pavilion in his bright yellow tabard.
Yes.
May just have caught his eye. That's the direction that Carlson is looking at the moment.
I'm surprised that that's in the eye line, because it is at a wide long off position. Anyway, Carlson wasn't happy, withdrew at the last moment. Craig Overton will not be happy with that, as he and now he's pulled out of his run. Said, right, if you're going to give me a false start, I'm going to give you one as well. Pulled out after about a third of his run up.
A little bit of gamesmanship going on out there, I think.
Yes, 3 slips in the gully as Craig Overton bounds towards us and bowls to Carlson outside off stump.
Yeah, good movement there. Good seam movement. Quick delivery, just a little bit too wide, 6 inches too far outside the off stump.
Yes, had it been closer, it would have been the sort of delivery that Humphrey got out to, pushing rather too hard at one and slicing it to gully. With a bit more grey cloud arriving overhead, might just be a little bit more helpful to the bowlers. As Overton is in, bowls, and Carlson plays it through mid-wicket, doesn't particularly time it, it'll be just the single, and it's fielded by
Ben Green.
Ben Green, the 12th there.
Yeah. I think it's George Bartlett who's off the field, took that blow on the helmet yesterday afternoon.
Yes, it was quite a severe blow from Marchant de Langen. I was slightly surprised that he didn't retire to assess his options and get rid of those little bells circulating above his head. Overton is in to bowl to Selman. Ooh, again a good leave from Selman. Not sure whether that was left on length or width, but it did go slightly high and wide of off stump.
There is quite a bit of bounce and carry in this pitch, and it's always the umpires will be thinking hard when it comes to LBW appeals about the possibility of it going over the top.
Russell Warren is presiding at the far end. Craig Overton in, bowls, and Selman plays a very odd shot. Looked as though he was trying to flat bat it through mid-wicket, and it came off the toe of the bat, but luckily for him it was fairly gently back down the wicket to the bowler.
Strange shot, wasn't it?
Not sure whether he pulled out at the last minute and deliberately dead batted it.
Could have been. It's almost like he was going for a front foot pull.
Dark cloud overhead here in the southwest, as that is another bouncy delivery from Overton, getting a lot of bounce on it, but mostly after it had passed the bat, and Selman again not tempted to play a shot. So it's an attack that Glamorgan would have only been used to in small doses from one-day cup and T20 games over recent years. They haven't met in this format since 07, as Overton bowls and Selman gets everything behind it and defends it up to mid-on, and there is no run. 18 for 1, Selman 4, Carlson 3, the man out this morning. Humphrey caught Lammonby, bowled Craig Overton for 7.
And this is the first pitch that Somerset's new groundsman Scott Hawkins has prepared for a 4-day cricket match. and it's a pretty good one, I think. Simon Lee, the previous groundsman, award-winning groundsman, who'd been here for a good many years, he's gone off to the Aegeus Bowl. And Scott Hawkins has taken over his Davy in and bowls to Carlson, who just pushes it into the offside. And Eddie Byram comes sprinting in to do the fielding. Scott Hawkins, who was groundsman at La Manga in the sporting complex out in Spain, and he's reputed to be, Nick, a great Glamorgan supporter.
Well, Glamorgan, I was going to say, do use La Manga for their pre-season fairly often, and Matthew Maynard stages some of his Tom Maynard Trust events out there as well, I think.
That's right. Here's Davy into Carlson. Gets the ball on middle of the leg, which he plays up to mid-on. Ben Green doing the fielding there.
Glamorgan were about to leave for La Manga when various events happened in March. We were left wondering whether we'd get any cricket at all. The bags are probably packed, and there's suntan oil as well. Maybe even a golf club or two.
Well, Somerset were all set to go to Abu Dhabi. And that obviously was off as well. Here's Davy to Carlson. Outside the off stump, and a typically athletic piece of fielding by Tom Abel, who flung himself to his left, got two hands to the ball, beat it down.
That's a good captain's piece of fielding, isn't it? This is how to do it, boys.
He does lead by example in the field, Tom Abel. He's one of the best fieldsmen in the country. He's Somerset's equal best fieldsman with Max Waller. And they're a fine sight when they're fielding together in white ball cricket. There's Davy into Carlson, and again Tom Abel must have come in 20 yards in order to do the fielding for that. He doesn't just walk in, he almost sprints in.
Glamorgan will be very grateful that Max Waller isn't involved in red ball stuff, as they seem to often struggle against his spin.
Yes, he was Somerset's best bowler in their T20 campaign last season. There's Davy. Nice smooth approach. He's in now, bowls to Carlson. That was left. Didn't miss the off stump by very much. 3 or 4 inches, I should think.
Yes, that might have taken a coat of varnish off on the way through.
Carlson goes down and gives the pitch a prod. Kieran Carlson's great claim to fame is that he is the youngest cricketer ever to have scored a century and taken 5 wickets in a first-class game of cricket at 18 years and 119 days. There's Davy into Bolton now. Oh, and that was a really good one. That's the best ball that Josh Davy has produced all morning. That was just angled in towards off stump, and it broke away sharply off the pitch. Too good for Kieran Carlson. Didn't get anything on it. End of a maiden over. And were you there? Did you see Kieran Carlson's century and 5 wickets?
The 5 wickets was on debut at Northampton, and the youngest century maker was at Essex, I believe. Yes, I saw both of those. Here comes Craig Overton running towards us once more with the ball to Selman, who leaves a delivery just back of a length outside off stump. It was an extraordinary match at Northampton, which Carlson, who'd been only summoned from a second 11 fixture to make his debut because someone had gone crook at the last minute, and Northampton was like I don't know, Mumbai in late season. It was spinning like a top, and Carlson took 5 wickets and has not really done anything with the ball since, as this next delivery is pushed forward out into the offside by Salmon. Yeah, in fact, Carlson has only got 6 first-class wickets. The 6th might have been in the second innings, I can't quite remember, but Glamorgan were spun to pieces by Northants. I think Graham Wagg was bowling left-arm spin in that match as well. Extraordinary. 18 for 1. Glamorgan in reply to Somerset's 296 as Salmon gets one off a thickish edge, reasonably along the ground. He'll take 2 runs, and that's all as its throw comes in from the backward point boundary. You may notice that Carlson might be the driver in terms of running between the wickets. He's very nippy. Salmon slightly more laconic. 20 for 1. Salmon onto 6. 3 slips gully. Backward point cover. The field's on the offside, but it's through the leg side that Salmon sends this one between square leg and wide mid on. This one might just go. No, it'll be hauled up just inside the boundary by Brooks. Throw comes in from his colleague, and they've gone through for 3 runs. And Glamorgan move on to 23 for 1, and Salmon onto 9. So the scoring rate has been reasonable this morning, unlike last night's 8 runs in 7 overs, but Somerset have got the early wicket they want when Charlie Humphrey drove Craig Overton to gully. Here is Craig Overton. Bowls a short ball that Carlson gets out the way of. Through it goes to Stephen Davis. So the darkest bit of overhead cloud is, I think, passing. Bit of sunshine. Not too many on the flats this morning. They were certainly enjoyed Somerset's fight back. Craig Overton in, bowls. Carlson plays to mid wicket. There is no run. As I said in my report on the BBC website, it was not completely silent yesterday when Somerset was staging that late fight back in their innings, because a couple of dozen people probably on the balconies were applauding the efforts of Stephen Davis and Jack Brooks in particular.
And they were making quite a lot of noise, weren't they?
Yeah, good for them.
Yeah.
Hope it's the same at Bristol as well. Actually, we don't go to Bristol in the Championship, do you?
We will do now,
Yes.
because we would have done under any circumstances,
Yes.
because Gloucester have been promoted.
But have you got a game at Bristol as opposed to a home game against
no,
them?
it's you're quite right. We're playing them here in a fortnight's time. Oh, there's an appeal for LBW and gone. No shot played, and that is the second wicket of the morning to go down. That was the one that Josh Davey brought back in to Selman from outside the off stump. He thought it was going away, and it looked pretty plumb, it has to be said. If a batsman shoulders arms and is hit adjacent to the line of the stumps, then it's an open invitation for the umpire to raise his finger, and on the basis of previous experience, then Ian Blackwell needs is perfectly happy to do that. 23 for 2. It's the end of Salmon for 9. LBW to Josh Davey. We're in the 14th over, and good start this then for Somerset on the second morning.
Yes, especially as Glamorgan are possibly a batsman light in this lineup, playing more all-rounders than usual, with Douthwaite, Wagg and Rory Smith, who is suffering from a hamstring injury and may not bowl in the Somerset second innings.
Who have we got coming out now?
Now, is that Cook or Root? The scorecard is of no help since it went in alphabetical orders. It's Chris Cook.
Chris Cook, the Glamorgan captain.
So he's promoted himself from 6 in the order where he habitually batted last season when he wasn't crocked. Missed about half the championship season with severe injury.
Played 7 games.
Yeah.
Decent average, averaged 46. Here comes Davey then to bowl to Cook. He's there in bowls. And forward defensive shot out into the offside. And the Somerset slip cordon turns up the volume. after that wicket for Josh Davey.
It was a bit of an own goal, wasn't it? A bit of a brain freeze by Salman.
Yes, he has been leaving. I thought he left the ball well against Craig Overton last evening, when Overton was trying to tempt him to go after them outside the off stump. Ball after ball after ball, he was letting them go through. Davey in a bowls to Cook outside the off stump, a long way outside the off stump, and Davey jumps to his left. I think he just turned his ankle slightly, and he's just digging away at the crease at the moment. Ian Blackwell comes to sweep away some of the soil with his cricket shoes, or his umpire's shoes. Very smart, black trousers and white coat, white sun hat. Davey in bowls. That's another good delivery, which is well played by Cook, getting right into line. 23 for 2, Glamorgan. Men out Selman earlier in this over, LBW to Davey for 9, and Charlie Hemfrey caught in the gully by Tom Lammonby off Craig Overton for 7 in the second over of the morning. Davey, 3 slips go down. He's there now, bowls. Oh, and that's a good one. Oh, goodness me, that's a good one. Pitched off some. Cook had to play at it, especially after what happened to Selman earlier in the over, and just did enough to beat the outside edge.
Yeah, you mentioned the GS Bowl with Somerset's former groundsman going off there. Certainly a few pyrotechnics from Johnny Bairstow there against Ireland last night, with England winning by 4 wickets.
Here's Davey in and bowls outside the off stump, and Chris Cook shoulders on. Yeah, I mean, I was talking about talking to some cricketing friends the other day about Johnny Bairstow. Do you know, I mean, he's not really talked of in the context of the England Test side anymore, and yet, you know, he's got to be one of the best middle order batsmen in the country, isn't he?
Yes, it was strange, his disillusionment, it's reported, from losing the gloves. Wanted to be the keeper batsman, but being in the England side is prestigious enough, whatever you're doing, I guess. Craig Overton is in to bowl to Carlson, who gets something on it. The ball's running down towards fine leg. It will be intercepted by Josh Davey. They're back for 2 runs, which it transpires are leg byes. So Carlson getting no bat on it. So Bairstow making 82 off 41 balls. Strike rate of exactly 2 runs per ball, or 200. But England needing Billings and Willie to put together a stand to see them home, as that's again flicked by Carlson down the leg side. This time it'll run away for 4. Again, it's leg byes. I thought he might just have got a glove on that one or something, but it went in the same direction, just a little bit finer, and Davey had absolutely no chance of cutting it off. Indeed, he didn't even bother to pursue it.
Yeah, disappointing from a Somerset perspective that Tom Banton didn't get a score yesterday.
15 off as many balls. Falling LBW to Curtis Campher, the Irish all-rounder who top scored with 68. It's interesting that England just don't seem to moderate their batting approach, no matter how much time in hand they've got.
Yeah,
it is all guns blazing, and they won eventually with 17 overs in hand.
Well, that's how they play the game, and it's, you can't argue with the results.
No, absolutely. As started the book by Steve James and Nick Holt on England's World Cup triumph out a few weeks ago. There's Craig Overton bowls, and Carlson slightly squared up, manages to get bat on it and play it defensively out on the offside into the covers. It was A lot of it is based on that premise that is the way they play. They go hard at it with the bat, and if they lose one or two along the way, then so
There
be
are
it.
plenty more to come.
Well,
there
they
are
do.
plenty. I mean, they
They
do.
bat deep, don't they?
They do.
As in comes Craig Overton and bowls, and Carlson allows that one to go through to the keeper, Stephen Davis. Of course, that was the formula that won England the 2019 World Cup, and it was the formula that was their undoing rather in the 2017 Champions Trophy in Cardiff, where they completely failed to read the pitch against Pakistan and seemed rather affronted that they had a slightly awkward pitch to deal with, but didn't deal with it very well, frankly. Craig Overton is in and bowls, and Carlson plays it hard out to point. No run.
And do the Welsh cricketing public enthusiastically support England, or are they a bit like the Scots?
There's a bit of a split. There's a bit of a split.
I guess it depends whether there's a Welshman playing for England, probably.
Which sadly there hasn't been for a while.
No, no.
Rather hoping that Phil Salt will break that particular trot. As in comes Overton, bowls, and Carlson gets a huge looping edge that just flies over Abel at point and runs down towards the backward point boundary. They've taken 2 runs, but Carlson was not in control of that at all and was lucky to get away with it. And Glamorgan surviving further damage rather precariously in that case. 31 for 2. Carlson has 5. Cook yet to get off the mark.
Would have been a spectacular catch that if he'd got it. He was flying through the air, Tom Abel, away to his left. He doesn't normally field at backward point. He's usually at mid off, but he's put Eddie Byram at mid off. But just couldn't quite get to it. Sun's coming out here at Taunton. Pleasant day now. Davey is in and bowls outside the off stump, and Cook shoulders arms.
Yes, I think Welsh support is split between those who support England to a varying degree of enthusiasm depending on how well they're doing and those who discover sudden affinities for Australia, West Indies, Pakistan and whoever happens to be in town.
Absolutely, yeah. Anyone but England. Is Davey into Cook, who plays it out into the offside. I don't know quite what justified the roar from the slips on that occasion. It was perfectly respectable delivery and perfectly competently played off the middle of the bat out into the offside.
But Matthew Maynard, of course, is a former assistant coach of England under Duncan Fletcher. Hugh Morris, Glamorgan chief executive, former cricket manager at the ECB, or the EWCB as it ought to be called.
There's Josh Davey in and bowls, and nearly a leading edge and then nearly a caught and bowled. I think he just got a hand to that, did Josh Davey, diving across to his right to try and take the catch. It was a very, very difficult chance. Just off his fingertips.
Would have been a worldie, as they say.
It would.
Had he clung on.
Well, that's 2 near things for each of these batsmen. Carlson almost getting caught by Abel in the previous over. And Cook escaping in this one, as this is played defensively into the onside. Eddie Byram does the fielding at mid-wicket. Just the odd ball is doing something, is moving off the seam or a little bit of extra bounce. It's a good, as I was saying yesterday, a good sporting pitch, this sort of pitch that's sort of guaranteed almost to produce a good game of cricket. Something in it for the bowlers and for the batsmen as well, with the ball coming nicely onto the bat. Here's Davey to Cook, who's got a very open stance and just lifts his bat out of the way of that as it goes through to Steve Davis.
A few more comments on Twitter. Rick Walton, Cricket Man Wales, bit gutted Glamorgan let it slip yesterday. Think they will be too. CCFC, Chris. Enjoyed the commentary while walking around Swansea. Thumbs up, thank you. Dave Battersby planning to catch some more today, either side of a family picnic.
Is Davey to Cook in a bowls. Cook rather, I think he's looking to play it late, Chris Cook, but it does look as if he's slightly rushing his defensive shot. But he got plenty of bat on that, just played it back up the pitch. End of that over, and the runs have slightly dried up. 31 for 2 Glamorgan. Chris Cook, their captain, yes, yet to score. Kieran Carlson has 5. And we've had 8 overs this morning, in which Glamorgan have added, no, we've had 9 overs this morning, in which Glamorgan have added 23.
Craig Overton bowls. Carlson plays it nicely through mid-wicket and will pick up a couple of runs as Ben Green goes back to field, halfway to the boundary. They must have taken the sanitizer break while the when the wicket fell, I imagine, because I haven't noticed any perceptible pause for fielders to go and sanitise their hands. Matthew Cleave, thank you for your kind words. Thoroughly enjoyed yesterday's commentary. First experience, will definitely tune in again. Nice to be able to gain more knowledge about domestic cricket. That's what we're here for. Carlson edges. Has that carried to slip?
Yep.
Yes, it has. It is
Van der Merwe.
Thrown up in the air triumphantly by Van der Merwe, who took a good low catch, and Carlson is the 3rd Glamorgan batsman of the morning to depart. Somerset all over the visitors. It is 33 for 3.
Yes, it's a good ball from Craig Overton, and again Carlson going quite hard at it, and he really can't afford to do that on this pitch. And a good low catch by Rolf van der Merwe, who doesn't miss very much. He's as good in the slips as he is in the outfield, and he's one of the best fielders in this side, and absolutely delighted with that. Hurled it skywards, having taken the catch, and that's another important breakthrough for Somerset, who have had a good morning so far.
Absolutely. I'm not sure whether the chucking up in the air triumphantly was just to signify to the umpires that he had claimed it properly, or in celebration, or a bit of both. And anyway, deserved to celebrate because it was an excellent catch.
Yeah, I think it was. I never had any doubt about it, nor did I have any doubt about the one that Charlie Hemphrey took low down and at second slip yesterday. It's third slip catch, that one from no, wouldn't it? Yes, third slip it would have been, because Jamie Overton was at second slip.
Had we had TV cameras around the ground, they'd probably find an angle at which it appears that anything bounces. It's very odd, isn't it?
It is very strange. It's almost an optical illusion, and it really doesn't help. I think you can tell almost by instinct. I think that the umpires should have the last word on those. And of course, you do get the occasional honest cricketer who will say, "Well, no, I took it on the half volley."
Well, sometimes you just generally don't know.
I'm not sure.
No,
don't know.
33 for 3. Glamorgan in the mire. Billy Root is the new batsman, left-hander, facing up and getting off the mark with a scrambled single first ball out into the covers. Well, Cook is a willing runner, and Root was clearly desperate to get up and going first ball there. 34 for 3.
It's not a good plan, taking a quick single to Tom Abel. On that occasion he was quick to the ball, but and he had best part of 3 stumps to aim at. I think had he hit, it would have been a very close run thing.
34 for 3. Chris Cook yet to get off the mark, already dropped off a difficult caught and bowled chance, and leaving that one outside off stump. Davis takes. So conditions overhead as they were really for much of yesterday. Mostly cloud cover, but a few patches of blue sky here and there. Occasional bright spells. No sunlight directly on us because We're in the hospitality suites on the first floor of the Somerset Pavilion, watching Overton steaming towards us. Ball's edged, caught, Cook goes 34 for 4. Glamorgan in tatters.
That's family affair. Caught Jamie, bowled Craig. Good low catch as well. They are so good in the slips, those twins, and he took that with no bother at all. Jamie Overton just stooped and took it a couple of inches off the turf, I suppose. So a terrific over for Craig Overton. His bowling figures now are 9 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 16. Potent stuff.
Glamorgan will be relieved as the scorecards arrive. Thank you. The follow-on is 200 runs rather than 150 this season. Mind you, they got to 90. They've got to get to 97 to avoid being asked to follow on.
What have we got to look forward to in terms of Glamorgan batting?
Well, all-rounders, as I think it looks like Dan Dowthwaite likes his build. The all-rounders, Dan Dowthwaite, Graham Wagg and Rory Smith. Marchant de Lange, who can hit a long ball on occasion, but is a bit hit and miss. Kieran Bull, who tends to bat for a long time, doesn't necessarily have a huge scoring rate, and Michael Hogan, who's like de Lange, something of a swing the bat merchant. So 34 for 4, and the over continues from Overton. It is the final delivery to be bowled to Dan Dowthwaite, and it has been a pretty poor first morning's batting from the Glamorgan point of view, although
Bowling's been pretty good.
The bowling
and the pitch is doing a bit.
Largely a question of good bowling rather than poor batting. As Craig Overton is in to bowl to Dowthwaite and greets him with a bounce that Dowthwaite ducks underneath. I think the possibly exception to that was Nick Selman, who didn't play a shot and was asking for it against Davey.
Yeah, but Davey had been bowling really well, and he'd been getting the ball to leave Selman outside the off stump. He got one to duck back in, and poor old Selman was thinking it was going the other way. So there was a certain amount of credit to the bowler there as well.
Yeah.
But they have bowled well, these two, Davey and Overton, and I think Tom Abel will keep them going in harness for some time yet. I think if he's going to make a change, it'll be at this Somerset Pavilion end, bringing either Jamie Overton into the attack or Jack Brooks. Of course, Tom Abel himself is a more than capable swing bowler. It's Billy Root though waiting, left-hander, as Davey is in and bowls outside the off stump through to Stephen Davis. So Somerset got plenty of seam options out there, and I'd be surprised if we see much of Roloff van der Merwe's left arm spin in the course of this innings. I think Somerset will be banking on their seamers to do the business, and they've certainly done it so far this morning, picking up 4 wickets. Hemphrey for 7, Selman for 9, Carlson for 7, and Chris Cook without scoring. There's Davey in and bowls to Root, who edges that and is caught by Jamie Overton. A second slip, and that was a good catch. That was going quite sharply to Overton's right, and he got across nicely to it. And that is the end of Billy Root for 1, and that's the 5th Glamorgan wicket to go down this morning. 34 for 5.
Yeah, they've now lost 2 wickets for 3 runs in the 3 wickets for 2 runs in the space of probably 7 balls or so. So it has been a disastrous few minutes for Glamorgan.
That wasn't a very good shot, was it? It was a sort of almost a jab at a ball outside the off stump. Bat wasn't very straight, and it flew to Jamie Overton's right. He took a good catch.
Yep, 3 wickets for 2 runs in 7 balls. Ouch. And Glamorgan's specialist batsmen are all back in the pavilion.
And the follow-on is now definitely coming into the equation, isn't it? 34 for 5.
Yep. For the 63 runs needed to preclude that possibility, and I think if I were Tom Abe, I'd say, right, get back in there, Glamorgan.
It's not the modern way, though, is it? But I
if they
agree
are
with you.
dismissed for
If I was,
under 100, the bowlers haven't
still
exactly.
Exactly, yeah. They've only used 2 bowlers, Somerset.
Yep. And it's been enough. There's Graham Wagg arrives to join Dan Dowthwaite. Graham Wagg would not expected to have been batting in the first hour of the day. Hope not been batting before lunch.
We were saying it in press conference last night, what a good pitch this was.
Let's hope he's not changing his mind.
He's got the chance now to show how right he was. Here's Davey then to Wagg. He's in and bowls, and that's played up to Ben Green. There's a misunderstanding. No, it's they thought there was a single there. A good piece of fielding by Green away to his right. Dowthwaite was backing up.
Yeah, I thought it was Dowthwaite who might have been in trouble there, but Green chucked it to the keeper's end, where I don't think Wagg had gone very far. And
no, I don't think Graham Wagg. Graham Wagg was. I think the call would have been weight.
Yes.
Because it almost evaded Ben Green, but he made a good stop. And as you say, if he'd thrown at the stumps at the bowler's end, Dowthwaite might have been struggling, but I think he probably would just about have got back. So excitement as Davey is in to Wagg. He's there and bowls, and good straight delivery on the line of middle and off, and a calm defensive shot from Graham Wagg, who's nothing if not a fighter on a cricket pitch.
Averaged 32 with the bat last season.
Well, that's a better average than any of the Somerset batsmen. None of them managed 32 last season. I knew they played on some pretty dodgy pitches around, not so much here as around the country, although one or two of them here were quite lively. Here's Davey again, into bowl to Wagg, outside the off stump, shoulders, arms. Josh Davey is in his 9th over. He has 2 for 8, with 6 maidens up to date. So he's been both economical and penetrative, picking up those 2 wickets of Selman LBW and Billy Root earlier in this over, caught in the slips by Jamie Overton. Here comes Davey, up past umpire Blackwell, bowls. Oh, and goodness me, that is nearly through. Came off an inside edge. There's sharp movement back into the right-handed Graham Wagg, who did pretty well there to get a bat on that, and it squirted away out into the onside. It means that he's off the mark, and Glamorgan move on to 35 for 5. They are, and it means that Josh Davey now has figures of 2 for 9 in his 9 overs.
3 of which were delivered last night. So that's why these 2 are able to deliver what would appear on paper to be long spells. Overton delivered 4 overs last night, but it's this morning where he and Davey have caused the wreckage of this Glamorgan innings. Wagg, a lot of movement around the crease, always going for a little prod and a fiddle with something. As the first ball of his over is played down by Wagg. No bats, says umpire Russell Warren. and they've gone through for a leg bye.
Yeah, it was going down then. I must say, I thought, judging by the sound, it made contact with the bat. But Russell Warren's a much better position to make that call than I am.
Indeed, 36 for 5. Glamorgan won't care if they all come in extras. As Overton steams in bowls to Douthwaite, who's forward. A bit of movement across the crease as well.
I was going to say, coming right across in front of his stumps.
He's not going to get bowled.
No.
As he's quite a well-built young man down Douthwaite. Round about my dap, 6'2". Broad of shoulder. Good fast bowler's build. But it's with the bat that he's being called up on to perform, as Overton is in to bowl. No shot played through to Steve Davis.
And good carry through to Steve Davis, who took that shoulder high.
Yes, he's taking a lot up around the chest, isn't he, from Craig Overton, whose new number obviously suits him. Number 7.
I was watching him warm up this morning, and he was looking distinctly dischuffed, was Craig Overton. But once he was out there in the middle for real, he's bowled really well this morning.
36 for 5, Glamorgan, in reply to 296. Overton in, bowls to Douthwaite, who gets that one down to fine leg. A few more oohs and ahs, but they've gone through for a single. Slightly inside edge-ish from Douthwaite, but reasonably safe. 37 for 5. Douthwaite is off the mark. Glamorgan have lost. Hemphrey for 7. Selman for 9. Carlson for 7. Cook without scoring, and Root for 1. 4 out of the 5 wickets falling to catches at slip or gully. Overton bowls, and Wag is tempted into playing forward.
Not sure.
Did he get his bat out the way?
I think he got his bat out the way. Yeah, I think he just held it. He was going to push out at the ball, and then just held the pose.
Giving the batsman the benefit of the doubt there.
Yeah, I think so. Gives the pitcher a prod where that one landed.
A further 60 runs needed to avoid the possibility of following on. Overton bowls to Wag, outside off stump. Wag definitely holds the pose that time, the pose being with bat raised high above his head, as Wag goes down the pitch for a very suspicious and exaggerated prod.
Yeah.
The spot just back of the length, 37 for 5.
Well, perhaps something has happened to the pitch overnight to have changed its nature, but it's certainly been doing plenty for the seamers this morning, who I have to say have both bowled really well. And we're going to have a bowling change from the Somerset Pavilion. The headband warrior himself, Jack Brooks, is going to come into the attack. I fancy last season he bowled more overs from the river end than from this end, but he's going to have a very similar field. 3 slips and a gully. James Hildreth at first slip, Jamie Overton second, Craig Overton at third. That's Tom Lammonby in the gully. Jack Brooks just doing a few stretches. Here he comes. Not a long approach. He's there and bowls, and it's played out into the offside by Dan Douthwaite.
Mark Harry on Twitter. Same old, all that anticipation for a new season. Fantastic start wasted yesterday. Welcome back to being a Glammy fan, sigh.
It sounds like a Somerset supporter. There's Brooks in and bowls to Douthwaite, and gets that one to go away outside the off stump, but just a little bit too wide of the off stump, and Douthwaite can afford to let it go through to wicketkeeper Steve Davis.
At least Somerset fans have nearly had something to shout about for the last few years.
I know, but
in championship terms.
The they lost those 8 wickets yesterday for 149. A lot of Somerset people. Here's Brooks in and bowls to Douthwaite, who defends into the offside and won't get around. A lot of Somerset people say, "Oh, same old Somerset. Can't bat to save their lives."
Yes. Kev McGrath on Twitter says, without Marnus, batting always looked a big concern for the season. We're simply outclassed here. Roll on next season in Division 2 opposition. I think it's a little early on the second day to be saying roll on next season.
There's Brooks in and bowls to Douthwaite, who plays a strange sort of defensive shot, using his bat in a circular motion.
Whatever happens here, we do have 4 more 4-day games and 10 T20 games to look forward to.
Jack Brooks wasting no time, turning quickly. In now bowls to Douthwaite, full length delivery, which is played up to Josh Davey at mid-on. He had a troubled season with injury last year, did Jack Brooks. Took 25 wickets, only played 8 out of the 14 games. Bowled, his best performance was at Guildford. He took 5 for 33 in the second innings against Surrey. This is on leg stump, and there's a misfield at mid-wicket. That's most unusual for Somerset. Misfield. Ben Green, the substitute fielder, the guilty party. It means that the batsman can pick up a single, takes the score on to 38 for 5 at the end of that Jack Brooks over, which didn't occupy very long. Didn't perhaps look quite as threatening as Josh Davey had done.
How long before Overton C is replaced by Overton J?
Be something to look forward to. He's been bowling at the speed of light, Jamie Overton, apparently.
Great. 38 for 5. Glamorgan as Craig Overton bowls and beats Douthwaite, who pushes forward, doesn't quite get to the line. Excellent delivery. Really having Douthwaite in 2 minds as he pushed forward. Maybe needed to stay away from that delivery.
Yeah, this is a pitch that could be tailor-made for Craig Overton, with this little bit of bounce that there is. A tall bowler who hits the pitch hard.
The 11 over spell, 4 of them last night though, as Douthwaite pushes that one out onto the offside, and there is no run. Morgan needs some calmness from somewhere after losing 3 wickets for 2 runs in the space of 7 balls. Pretty disastrous spell, and that was on the top of dismissal of both openers in the first 7 overs of play today. A little bit of sunshine. Can Glamorgan find some sunshine on the scoreboard from somewhere? Douthwaite edges and is caught at slip. 38 for 6. Craig Overton has his 4th.
That was Roelof van der Merwe again, and a pretty straightforward catch on that occasion. It went quickly but straight to him at waist height, really, or maybe just a little bit thigh height, I suppose, and he took it with the greatest degree of comfort and ease. Good fielder that he is. And that's the 6th Glamorgan wicket to go down this morning. 38 for 6. And I'm not sure who the new Glamorgan batsman is going to be. Who's that coming out, Nick? Don't think it's Rory Smith. Kieran Bull, is it? The scorers haven't, because we've got 2 Somerset scorers, so which means that they're not accustomed to identifying the. It is Bull, Kieran Bull, the off spinner. Just having a chat in mid-pitch with Graham Wagg. 38 for 6. Glamorgan need to get to 97 to avoid the possibility of being asked to follow on. I must say, I wouldn't fancy facing Craig Overton the way he's been bowling this morning. Absolutely outstanding burst of quick bowling. He's in his 11th over, 3 maidens, 4 for 17. He's in now, bowls to Bull outside the off stump, who lifts his bat out of the way. He's bowled an immaculate line. Craig Overton, he's can hardly recall a single delivery going down the leg side. He's been either on off stump or just outside off stump, getting the ball to move away. It's the outswinger that's been his stock delivery this morning. Sun comes out, Overton's in, bowls. That's a good delivery for again. And Bull rather lifts his bat out of the way of another immaculate delivery from Craig Overton. He's been bowling quickly, he's been bowling accurately, he's been getting movement off the seam, and he's been superbly supported by his slip cordon. He's in now to Bull and bowls. Appeal for LBW. That didn't look very convincing to me. Craig Overton was, well, giving the appearance of a sound of confidence, but I think there was maybe a little bit of bat involved, and I also think it was probably a little bit too high and maybe a little bit leg side. But another successful over for Craig Overton and Somerset, and at the end of it, Glamorgan really struggling, 38 for 6.
Yes, well, we've been repeating Glamorgan as struggling in various ways for about the last 40 minutes, haven't we? Glamorgan losing their first wicket in the 9th over their second and the 14th, and it's got worse ever since.
Here's Josh Davey. In and bowls to Wagg, who slaps that away through the offside. That was short and wide. Not Josh Davey, it's Jack Brooks, and it wasn't a very good delivery. And got the treatment, and Graham Wagg will feel better after that. That's only the second boundary in the Glamorgan innings. Charlie Hemphrey got a 4 through mid-wicket, straight mid-wicket, early on this morning. But it's been a situation with the bowlers completely on top for most of the morning. Here's Brooks again to Wagg. He's there and bowls a fuller length delivery, which is played back on the bounce to the bowler. You want to get amongst the wickets, will Jack Brooks. He's not as young as he was. He's 30, 36 now.
36, yeah. But not that many miles on the clock since he came late to the first class game.
He's in now, bowls to Wagg, and Wagg drives at that, misses, and it goes through to Stephen Davis. Graham Wagg's decided he might as well gather his rosebuds while he can and go after the bowling a bit.
I think Wagg will always go after the bad ball, but he is
Well, there wasn't much wrong with that one.
No, that's a fair point. But he is a batsman with a decent technique when he puts his mind to it.
Here's Brooks in and bowls to Wagg. Oh, and that was a good delivery. He didn't go after that, Graham Wagg. Just rather hung his bat outside the off stump. Fortunately for him, it didn't take the edge, but it's very difficult out there for the batsman against some absolutely top-class seam bowling on a pitch that's just doing enough to encourage them. Here's Brooks in and bowls to Wagg down the leg side, and very good tumbling stop by Stephen Davis. Haven't seen much down the leg side from any of the Somerset seamers so far.
I think a point to make to dispirited Glamorgan listeners is that Somerset should be at least on paper, the most difficult opposition that they will face this season.
Is Brooks into Wag, and that's played out into the gully where Tom Lammonby dives to his right, doesn't stuff it cleanly, but with there's no possibility of a run. End of that over. It is 42 for 6 now. Glamorgan.
If you look at Glamorgan's other opposition, well, Worcestershire beat them last season, but Glamorgan won a couple of times at New Road in the last few years, and Worcestershire finished below them in the table. And although Gloucestershire and Northants were both promoted in Division 2, or from Division 2, then Glamorgan did win both matches, or beat both sides, during the course of last season's campaign. Craig Overton bowls and beats Bull. Just a little bit too good for him on that occasion, as the ball passes the bat of one number 11 and goes through to the other man wearing number 11, Stephen Davis, behind the stumps. 42 for 6. So Glamorgan not competitive in this match so far, after the first half of yesterday's play. So Rory Smith will be coming in somewhere lower than his usual 8. Kieran Bull plays no shot at the next ball. Man replacing him. Bull played only one first-class game, I think it was last season, against Northants at Newport, but certainly the season before he did hang around quite a long time in the lower order and enabled some of the strikers of the ball to get on with it at the other end. 42 for 6, needs to do more today if he can. Oh, he gets an inside edge, trying to leave, I think, but it's shot past the stumps somehow and down to the boundary to get him off the mark with a 4. 46 for 6. He didn't know an awful lot about that.
That's just exactly what I was going to say. I think he was trying to get his bat out of the way and made a rather belated decision so to do, and can't miss the leg stumper very much there.
A fortuitous 4. 46 for 6. Bull 4, Wag 5. No one has got into double figures. Selman's 9 is the top score so far. Ouch. Craig Overton bowls to Bull, plays a nice solid defensive shot out on the offside. In the 23rd over of the innings.
You've been impressed with the way that Craig Overton's bowled this morning?
You can't fail to be impressed by this Somerset attack. They have been demanding. He's found a good line and length as Craig Overton, and he's pretty much stuck to it. As Bull plays out, leaves outside off stump through to Davis. That one which went away a little bit, but so many of Overton's deliveries have drawn the batsman into injudicious shots and produced the catches for his brother Van der Merwe and for Lammonby in the gully in the first instance when Humphrey was dismissed. Next one is down leg side. Bull tries to get something on it, cannot do so. 46 for 6. We're through 23 overs of the Glamorgan innings, and Craig Overton has 4 for 21 off his 12 overs, 4 of which have been maidens. And that is, what, 8 overs today from Craig Overton, which is quite a long spell for a quickie, particularly in the first match of the season. Get him off, well, for heaven's sake.
I suspect that Craig would like to carry on. There's Jack Brooks going to bowl another. I'm just watching Jack Brooks walking up to put down his marker. That's just a suggestion of a bit of a limp. Here he comes though. And bowls to Wag, who drives that nicely straight back down the ground. The shot of the morning, the shot of the Glamorgan innings, overpitched from Brooks, and very nice orthodox straight drive from Graham Wag. Didn't miss the stumps at the bowler's end by very much. And good defiant blow. And it means that Glamorgan 50 is on the board. They reached 50 for 6.
Hallelujah.
Craig Overton just taking up his position in the slips. Brooks again. He's in now, bowls. And Wag plays it back to him. Wastes no time, does Jack Brooks. He walks briskly back to his mark. Not a long run up. At 15 yards, something like that. He wouldn't have had any problem in the old Sunday League, Jack Brooks, with the restriction on bowlers' run-ups. Here he comes again, in and bowls. Oh my goodness me, that couldn't have missed the off stump by very much. It was the one that he brought back into Graham Wag, and Wag just lifted his bat out of the way, and the ball almost followed him, but he knew where his off stump was.
Thankfully still on the ground from the Welsh point of view.
50 for 6, Glamorgan. Brooks is in and bowls to Wag, who's up on his toes, playing that to Tom Abel at mid-off. Makes a tumbling stop, hit that quite hard. He's looked the least effective of the three, or the least threatening of the three Somerset seamers we've seen so far. Jack Brooks. He's there now and bowls to Wag. And Wag pulls that away through the onside for 4 runs. That was a good shot. It was short and rather sat up and asked to be hit, and Graham Wag needed no second invitation. Pulled it away in front of square for 4 handsome runs. 54 for 6, Glamorgan.
Taking him into double figures. The first Glamorgan batsman to achieve that.
Brooks again. And there's a single here as Josh Davey comes sprinting in. Graham Wag obviously wants to keep the strike. Not a very good over that from Jack Brooks. Went for 9. He's been much the most expensive of the 3 Somerset seamers that we have seen. He's gone for 14 runs in his 3 overs. Yet to open his account in the wickets column. It's 55 for 6.
So a mid-wicket chat between Bull and Wag. Bull with just the one scoring shot off the inside edge, an inadvertent one so far. But Graham Wag will know it's his responsibility to be the try to be the dominant scoring partner if they're to put together a partnership that is to salvage anything for Glamorgan. We're already deep in trouble. Overton over to Overton. Craig gives way to Jamie in the bowling attack at the river end, running away from that vast white sheet at the Ian Botham stand, and Jamie Overton bowls, and Wag is almost tempted into following that one. Just about played inside the ball, short pitch ball outside off stump. Went down for even more gardening. Are there any worms near the surface? They'll have had concussion by now off Graham Wag. 55 for 6. Wag 14 not out. Jamie Overton runs towards us again, and Wag pushes, thinks about the single, but it would have been a suicide job, as in came Byram at cover and did the fielding. Somerset with 3 slips and a gully, as they've done for virtually all the morning. A point Byram is at a cover stroke wide mid off. Just the 3 on the leg side, wide mid on. And just forward of the umpire, and a fine leg. Fairly conventional attacking field. 55 for 6, Jamie Overton to Wag, who leaves outside off stump. Oohs and ahs, not entirely justified, but Somerset's Fielders are up, their dander is up, and they want to keep it.
Well, they've been pretty noisy throughout. Slip cordon. Craig Overton's gone off for some running repairs, and we've got another sub-fielder on.
There was a long spell of 8 overs this morning to add to the 4 last night, so on paper, or indeed on the tablet, it's a 12 over spell. Jamie Overton bowls, Graham Wagg drives, Overton flicks the ball back towards him in case Wagg had overcommitted forward, but I don't think he had, and the ball missed the stumps by some way anyway, but it was good athletic fielding by a man of the Overton stature. 6 foot, 6'5" or thereabouts?
Yeah, 6'5" there.
55 for 6. Glamorgan in reply to Somerset's 296 with Anthony Gibson and myself, Nick Webb, on BBC Sport Online and on the Somerset County website. Jamie Overton bowls, Wagg drives, Overton gets a hand to it, deflects it to mid-on. No possibility of a run as mid-on tidies up.
Good piece of fielding off his own bowling, wasn't it?
It was.
It was firmly struck by...
May have hit the stumps, I think. It was very... had Overton not got a hand to it, I think the stumps might have saved him anyway from conceding runs. It was that straight. Jamie Overton waving to a fine leg. Brooks wanders in a few metres off the rope. Overton bowls. Wagg plays into the gap on the leg side and will amble through for a single. 56 for 6. Jack Brooks, we referred to him as the headband warrior earlier on. And of course, I think he's been wearing a headband for a number of years, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. I think
it's not a lockdown affair.
No, going right the way back to his days at Northants.
So,
do you think he's walking with a slight limp?
Yeah, marginally.
He had all sorts of problems with his heel. He had a heel injury last season, which hampered him. And we'll see how he goes in this over. His last over wasn't particularly impressive. He's going to be bowling to Graham Wagg, who's rather been farming the strike. Wagg waits. Brooks bowls. Played into the offside. Just for... won't be a single. Fielder comes sprinting in from backward point. The clouds have come over here. Taunton at the moment. It's a pleasant day for watching cricket. Quite a fresh day. Forecast is pretty good for this afternoon. More sunshine than we've had this morning as Brooks is in and bowls to Wagg, who plays an orthodox forward defensive shot. Tom Abel comes charging in from mid-off to do the fielding. Craig Overton still off the field of play, probably getting a rub down or something in the Somerset dressing room, which is what used to be, it's in what used to be the home dressing room in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion, on the left as we look across the ground. This is played up the onside of the pitch. Better over this so far from Jack Brooks. Bowling wicket to wicket, making the batsman play. But it's the a committee dining room, I think, is what they've commandeered for the home team dressing room. Brooks is in and bowls, and again Wagg defends into the offside. A bit like the old amateur and professional days, where the amateurs and professionals had different changing facilities. These days the two teams have different changing facilities, and going off. It must be raining. It is raining. There.
It is a sudden shower, in fact quite a heavy shower.
It is.
It's just
ground staff pushing the covers out there as fast as they can. I shouldn't go, no need to go too fast, chaps, just Nice little bit of rain might freshen things up a little bit. But 4 covers, 4 ground staff.
They're very muscular ground staff, or they're fairly light covers.
Yeah. Well, they haven't wasted any time at all there.
Only one staff member per cover.
I don't think that they're going to be off for very long. It's a short, sharp shower. This one, just looking away to our left.
Absolutely chucking it down.
Yeah. Just go outside and see if we can see what's coming.
It
doesn't look too bad.
Somewhere in the distance.
Doesn't look too bad. Anyway, the story of the morning's play, Nick Webb.
We have to. It's been absolutely dominated by Somerset from the moment that Charlie Humphrey slashed Craig Overton to gully in the 9th over of the innings, which was the 2nd of the day. Humphrey had had a couple of scoring shots. He'd got to 7 before becoming the first of Craig Overton's 4 victims. Nick Selman then leg before to Josh Davey for 9, not playing a shot, expecting that one that went away, as most of Davies' deliveries had done. It came back into him and he was trapped in front. He went for 9. Then we had an even greater clatter of 3 wickets in 7 balls for the addition of 2 runs. Kieran Carlson edged Craig Overton to Roloff van der Merwe at 3rd slip for 7. Chris Cook was dropped a very difficult caught and bowled chance by Josh Davey before he'd scored, but still didn't get off the mark before he fell to an Overton double. Caught Jamie bowled Craig. Then Billy Root edged Davey to Jamie Overton again for 1. And finally, in the list of wickets so far, Dan Douthwaite edging Craig Overton to Van der Merwe again at slip for 2. That was 38 for 6 in the 21st over. It's now 56 for 6 with Kieran Bull with a rather lucky 4 runs off the inside edge. And Graham Wagg looking to try and lead some sort of mini fight back on 15 not out. 41 runs are still needed to avoid the possibility of following on. And the bad news for Somerset supporters is that the sheeting is now being applied to the run-ups, although the rain, which was incredibly heavy for a couple of minutes, is slightly lessening, but still raining fairly persistently at the moment.
Well, it'll take them a bit of time to get these tarpaulins that they're now hauling on to the ground to get them off, so I think we might as well close the microphones down for a few minutes. I should think, I'm guessing now, but I wouldn't expect us to be off for more than about 20 minutes. I suppose it's possible they might take an early lunch, but
yes.
I don't know.
Depends how good the lunch is and whether it's ready or not.
Yeah, absolutely.
There was an occasion in Cardiff where it rained at about this time of day, and there was an announcement that lunch would be taken at 12:30, and a couple of minutes later there was an announcement made that lunch would be taken at 12:40. The lunch wasn't ready.
Well, it's very good of them to admit, isn't it?
Well, they didn't officially. The umpires had a sudden rethink on discovering that their sausages were not yet fully done or whatever.
Well, I think the rain has almost stopped, but as I say, we've got the pitch covering covers out there, and we've got 3 big tarpaulins as well, so it's going to take the ground staff, I don't know, 5 or 10 minutes to get all of that off, and they're just laying out the hose pipes now, even as we speak. So we'll close the microphones down for the time being, and as soon as there's any sign of activity, the umpires appear from underneath the Andrew Caddick Pavilion, we will be back with you. But for the moment, with Glamorgan on 56 for 6 in reply to Somerset's 296. That's it for the county ground for, well, just a few minutes we hope, but we'll be back with you just as soon as there's any play. So, good news from the county ground at Taunton. The covers are being wheeled away by the ground staff. The Somerset fielders are emerging from the Colin Atkinson Pavilion at the far end of the ground, and the two umpires are coming out from the Andrew Caddick Pavilion. So we're going to get underway for a final 20 minutes or so before lunch. We will have lost 20 minutes or so, but I think, Nick, where they can make that up, can't they? If it's, they can make up to half an hour.
Yep.
At the end of the day, so we won't actually have lost any overs. We will still get our ration of 90 overs in the day. 96 it is normally county championship cricket, but of course this isn't county championship cricket. This is Bob Willis Trophy cricket, and they've tweaked the playing conditions to reflect all sorts of different things, not all of which we entirely understand, but one of the changes is reducing the number of overs from 96 to 90, and I think that's so as not to overstrain bowlers who haven't obviously been doing any bowling for the last 4 months.
No, but on the other hand, they usually have to play a series of championship matches in April.
Well, quite. When it can be quite
when
cold.
They haven't done much bowling for the last 4. I mean, I know that obviously during lockdown people, I'm sure they tried hard, but they didn't quite stay in peak physical condition. But in terms of actual bowling, a month, well, I suppose, did they bowl for a month? Probably not. Probably only 2 or 3 weeks.
It's Jack Brooks is going to resume his over, just doing a few leg stretches, get himself loose. Match situation: Somerset bowled out yesterday for 296, and Glamorgan lost a clatter of wickets this morning, 56 for 6. But Graham Wagg has been batting well, leading the fight back. He's got 15 with 3 boundaries, and he's walking out from the Andrew Caddick Pavilion now with his batting partner, who's Kieran Bull.
Point from Steve Moore on Twitter: anyone who says that second division runs mean less need to look at this game. It's an absolute chasm. We may be the first Division 2 side to be embarrassed by Division 1 attacking the Bob Willis Trophy. We won't be the last. So yes.
Well, yes, we will see.
Runs sometimes mean a bit less.
Not entirely convinced about that, but this is a very potent Somerset seam attack, even without Lewis Gregory.
Yes, this is. If you look at last season's Somerset bowling averages, they're remarkable.
So it's Brooks to Wagg outside the off stump, and long way outside the off stump. And Wagg has nothing whatever to do with it. The meteorological situation is that the shower has gone through. There's still quite a lot of clouds around, but they don't look in any way threatening. And hopefully that will be it for interruptions for the rest of the day. That's Brooks rushing in and bowls, and that's nicely played by Wagg, and he will pick up probably 2 runs here as Tom Abel slides across this quite lush outfield, and it'll be just a little bit slippery after the rain that we've had. The ground staff were taking the rope around the outfield to brush away the surface moisture. 2 runs were taken. End of that over, 58 for 6 at the end of it. Jack Brooks bowled 4 overs for 16 runs, and has looked the least threatening of the 4 Somerset seam bowlers that we've seen so far this morning.
Yeah, just looking at the BBC forecast for Taunton for the next few days, sort of 10 to 12% chance of a shower at any given time today, but nothing much to worry about. Probably less during the course of tomorrow, not ruling it out entirely, but tomorrow is officially described by the BBC as sunny, so it must be so. 58 for 6 Glamorgan. In reply to Somerset's 296, 97 is the follow-on figure. Kieran Bull is on strike. Played just 1 first-class match last season because of injury. In comes the first delivery to him from Jamie Overton, which is a wide one outside off stump, and he quite rightly has nothing to do with it.
Brother Craig back on the field at second slip. He just went off at the when he finished his. He bowled 8 overs this morning. Yes, it was an 8 over spell, wasn't it? 8 overs, picking up 4 wickets in the course of those 8 overs. 4 for 21. His figures bowled really well.
Jamie Overton in towards us and beats Bull with a delivery just back of a length that he didn't really manage to deal with very well. Fenced at it.
It's the bounce, isn't it, that's making life so difficult.
It is a formidable bounce from the 6'5" Jamie Overton. Enjoy him while you may, Somerset fans.
It's a shame. It's a shame. We will miss him.
Surrey bound.
Yeah, he's going to be one of the posh boys.
58 for 6, Glamorgan. Overton steams in balls, and Bull manages, I think, to get his bat out of harm's way on that occasion.
I don't think Jamie Overton thought that.
He was a little bit squared up, but I think he just got it bat inside the line on purpose. He's kicking away at the crease now. Yes, the posh boys have said they do produce a reasonable amount of their own stock, to be fair to them.
Oh, they do, yeah.
As well as having the cash to flash.
No, I think Surrey are unfairly maligned.
They are a side that people love to hate.
They are, but I think under the Stewarts, Mickey and Alec, they've gone back to their roots, if you like, and they have brought on. I mean, Ollie Pope, for example, best young batsman in England, is homegrown, home developed by Surrey, and most of their young players. Amar Virdi, the off spinner, again, another local lad who's very, very promising.
And Sibley came through the Surrey ranks before
indeed.
not quite getting the chances that he wanted.
And it's
heading off to Warwickshire.
Under Alex Stewart, they're more like the Surrey of old, if you see what I mean. The Surrey of the Bedsers, and of course that great side of the 1950s under Stuart Surridge when they won the championships 7 years out of 12, I think.
58 for 6 as Jamie Overton bowls to Bull, who leaves outside off stump. The slight delay there was because sawdust was being brought on by a couple of members of the ground staff, not applied immediately to the creases, but just left in a heap at either end for the bowlers to use as they want. In fact, there is a bit that has been applied by Jamie Overton, and it is available for Jack Brooks should he so wish at this end. 58 for 6. Running towards us is Jamie Overton to Kieran Bull on 4 not out, and he's beaten by one that he's had to play out really. Just outside off stump, lovely line, good length.
Has he actually laid bat on ball in this over?
He's been in the vicinity.
He's bowling pretty quickly, is Jamie Overton. He looks, both the twins look really fit. I mean, they've had their injury problems over the years, but both looking in peak condition.
Jamie Overton to Kieran Bull, promoted in the batting order because of a hamstring injury to Rory Smith, and Bull does get bat on ball and just eludes Gully, and they'll take just the single as Abel mops up as Lammonby was unable quite to get a full hand on it. Single taken, which unfortunately for Kieran Bull means that he has nicked the strike. He's on 5, Glamorgan 59 for 6, but when you're scrambling towards a follow-on target of 97, then you can't really afford to turn down runs, I guess.
Jack Brooks just having a chat with his captain. Tom saying, "You okay?" Jack says, "Yeah, I'm fine." But hasn't been quite himself so far this morning, Jack Brooks. He's bowling well within himself. Relies a lot on shoulder action. He's there now, bowls, and that's outside the off stump. Nearly picks up his first wicket as Kieran Bull rather gropes for that without moving his feet. 59 for 6 is the score. 97 Glamorgan's first target to save the follow-on. Brooks is in and bowls to Bull, who this time plays an orthodox defensive shot out into the offside, where Tom Lammonby does the fielding. Lammonby at backward point when one of the Overtons isn't bowling, so that they're both in the slips. James Hildreth at first slip, Jamie at second, Craig at third, Van der Merwe in the gully. And this is edged and just short of Craig Overton at third slip.
Replaying that one, just hold it on the slip, I'll come to you in just a second.
Rain doesn't seem to have made any material difference to the pitch, might just have freshened it up a little bit, but good cricket pitch, this one. Here's Brooks. Muscular approach. He's there now, bowls on leg stump, turned away into the onside. They think about a single, they go for a single. There's a shy at the stumps from Eddie Byram, who misses. And a bit of a mix-up, nearly an overthrow. If the batsman had been a little bit more alert, there would have been an overthrow, as it was a loose return from Tom Lammonby, who backed up the shy at the stumps and then chucked the ball rather aimlessly in the general direction of Steve Davis. But no harm done, just the single.
Steve Moore wants to know what time is lunch. I suspect it's the usual time.
Yeah, I think
we haven't been told otherwise.
1 o'clock. Outside the off stump, driven by Graham Wagg. Just a little bit of outswing there from Jack Brooks, inviting half volley outside the off stump, which Wagg went after and didn't quite time. And good stop by Rolf van der Merwe, who's moved out of the gully and is now at mid-off. As Brooks is in and bowls on leg stump, turned away into the onside, and Josh Davey will do the fielding. It's another single. 61 for 6, and Graham Wagg moves on to 18.
If you want to tweet us at AntGib or at NickWebb2017 2017 on Twitter, and you will have us and only us for the whole match, because with health precautions as they are, we are not allowed to share commentary with other people, and it is only allowed to be 2 BBC commentators. Certainly in the these boxes and those in Cardiff, which are reasonably big, but keeping people apart. Wagg faces up and gets a bouncer from Jamie Overton that passes over his back fairly harmlessly. Wagg had to duck very quickly to get out of the way, but did so efficiently. So you'll get the main voices from BBC Cricket Circuit, the county commentators, and sadly won't be able to offer you much in the way of guests as things stand at the moment, because of social distancing and not sharing headphones and microphones and so on. Jamie Overton bowls, and Wagg ducks. Well, he's
No
gone
ball.
for 4 on height, I believe, or was it on overstepping? I think
Height,
that
I
might
think.
have been on height.
Yeah, he's got his Russell Warren's just tapping his left shoulder.
Overton is working away at the crease at the bowling end, the far end, suggesting that he might have slipped. I lost the trajectory of that ball, I must admit.
Well,
It went soaring over Steve Davis.
it did. It was even further over Steve Davis's head than the one from the other Overton yesterday evening.
So at least
It pitched well in Jamie Overton's half of the pitch.
At least from Steve Davis's point of view, it counts as no balls rather than byes.
Quite right too.
Absolutely. 67 for 6, Glamorgan. Wag 18, Bull 6. Jamie Overton in. Balls, and Wag dabs it down towards Lammonby at Gully.
Good stop.
Fields smartly. No run. 30 further runs needed to avoid the possibility of being asked to follow on.
He's still having trouble with the footholds, Jamie Overton. He's got quite a lot of sawdust in the footholds at the far end. But, earlier in their careers, both of the twins had a habit of falling over in their delivery stride and ending up flat on their backs in mid-pitch. It's always looked rather alarming. They always got up and none the worse for it.
Jamie Overton to Wag, who's beaten by that one, turned inside out, drawn forward. Probably knew halfway through the shot that he shouldn't be playing it, but thankfully for him, did not take the edge.
It was quick as well, wasn't it?
Working up ahead of steam.
There aren't many quicker bowlers in the country than Jamie Overton. Jofra Archer possibly, Mark Wood.
Following up a 4-wicket blast from his brother this morning. Craig's claimed 4 for 21. Josh Davey weighing in with 2 as well. Jamie Overton bowls to Wag, who fences at that one. Didn't really need to, and is beaten.
I think he's just discombobulated by the pace. This is what extreme pace can do to batsmen. It just he doesn't know whether he's coming or going at the moment. He's just wandered down to have a poke at the pitch, but they're just drawn into playing shots that they know they ought to be doing it, but just can't help themselves.
30 runs still needed by Glamorgan to avoid complete embarrassment. As Jamie Overton bowls to Wag, who defends that one back down the pitch. Bowler Fields in his follow through. Sunshine now, and a fair degree of blue sky after the sharp downpour that we had around about 20 past 12 that took the players off for 20 minutes. It did chuck it down fairly heavily for about 5 minutes, but it was very much a passing shower. Blew through, and we may not get any more today. Jamie Overton in to Wag, who defends to cover. There's no run. It is the end of the Overton over.
Terrific over from Jamie Overton, bowling at full pace and a really good line as well.
I'm just trying to work out how his bowling figures are 3 overs, 0 for 4 though. So I thought that was 6 no balls that he delivered in that over. Anyway, it's 67 for 6, the headline total.
It should be, shouldn't it? 2 for the no ball, plus 4 for the boundary.
Yes.
Anyway, here's Jack Brooks in and bowls to Ball and beats him outside the off stump. Good delivery, orthodox forward defensive shot, no contact with the ball. Sun's out. I guess this will be the last over before lunch. We had 7 overs overnight.
Very much looked as though no ball had been called, but I can't see it on the registering on the score sheet.
Here's Brooks in again, and that's played defensively into the offside. Yes, we're in the 30th over, so we will have had 23 overs this morning. So we've lost effectively 7 overs from the ration in this competition of 30 per session. Here's Brooks into Bull, there bowls, and Bull calmly forward. In defence, Tom Abel comes charging in to do the fielding. Definitely been Somerset's morning, without question. But Graham Wag putting up some defiant resistance out there at the moment. Brooks is in to bowl, shoulders, arms, just gets his bat out of the way of that ball as it lifted and left him outside the off stump. Plenty of gulls around the county ground. Not so many people out on their balconies in the retirement apartments as there were yesterday afternoon. That very entertaining record last wicket partnership of 107 between Stephen Davis and Jack Brooks, who's bowling there to Kieran Bull, who again plays a defensive shot into the offside. We have one delivery of the morning session to be bowled, if I'm any judge, so presumably going by the clock on top of the Colin Atkinson pavilion, which says almost exactly 1 o'clock. Just a field change.
Still on you.
Mid-wicket just being brought in to a shortish mid-wicket. So maybe a shorter ball. Here's Brooks then, in and bowls to Bull, and that's gone away down to the boundary for 4 byes. And wasn't a very good delivery from Jack Brooks to finish the morning session. And Glamorgan finish it on 71 for 6, so another 26 they need to save the possibility of being asked to follow on, to avoid the possibility of being asked to follow on. Graham Wagg has 18, Kieran Bull has 6, and these two have added 33 for the 7th wicket, and are doing an important job for Glamorgan, who have suffered a pretty dismal morning up until the moment really when Graham Wagg came in. The wickets to fall this morning: Charlie Hemphrey well caught in the gully by Tom Lammonby off Craig Overton for 7. Then Selman shouldering arms to Josh Davey and being given out LBW for 9. Kieran Carlson was caught at third slip by Rolf van der Merwe off Craig Overton for 7. Billy Root caught by Jamie Overton off Josh Davey. That's the second catch that he took at second slip. Chris Cook being the other man who was caught by Jamie Overton off Craig Overton without scoring, and then Dan Douthwaite was the sixth man to go, caught at third slip by Rolf van der Merwe off Craig Overton for 2. And at that stage Glamorgan were really in trouble. That was 38 for 6. Since then Graham Wagg with 18 and Kieran Bull with 6 have added 33 for the 7th wicket. The Somerset bowling figures: Craig Overton, absolutely top class spell this morning, 12 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 21. Josh Davey not far behind, 9 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 9. Jack Brooks not quite at his best, 6 overs for 18, and Jamie Overton 3 overs of extreme pace, very unlucky not to pick up at least 1 wicket. No wickets so far for 4 runs. So 71 for 6 at lunchtime. Glamorgan still 220 behind, 225 behind Somerset's first innings. Join us in around about 40 minutes for the afternoon session. And welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground at Taunton, where the players are just coming out for the afternoon session on day 2 of this Bob Willis Trophy 4-day game between Somerset and Glamorgan. The match situation: Somerset made 296 in their first innings, and in reply, Glamorgan have struggled to 71 for 6. But Graham Wagg and Kieran Bull have been mounting a bit of a fight back in the 20 minutes or so before lunch, after play was interrupted for 15 or 20 minutes by a short, sharp shower. They have so far added 33 for the 7th wicket, which is by some margin the biggest partnership of this Glamorgan innings to date. I'm Anthony Gibson from BBC Radio Somerset, and with me is Nick Webb from BBC Wales. Did you have a good lunch, Nick, first of all?
I had a sandwich lovingly prepared for me by someone who supplied it to the garage down the road.
Well, I had a very nice beef roll that was made for me by my wife.
Oh, there we are.
Yeah.
Such delights. Well, have to be restricted to home matches, and indeed the first day of matches, the batsmen are a bit late getting out there. The bowlers want the fielders want to get on with it. Chris Drew on Twitter says, very much enjoying the commentary, if not the scorecard. Just shows how much the signing of Marnus Labuschagne papered over the batting issues of 2018. Interesting point. I think the presence of an international player such as Labuschagne, who scored 1,100 runs in 10 matches, it just drags everyone else up as well, doesn't it? Gives the others someone to play around.
Didn't do Marnus himself any harm either, did it? I mean, he was twice the batsman that we were expecting when he turned out for the Australians.
Yes, he did. Thank Matt Maynard for his contribution. 71 for 6 as Jamie Overton bowls to Wagg, who slashes that one aerially down to third man for 4, lashing into it and really throwing the kitchen sink at it. 75 for 6.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to be feeling in the slips if you see Graham Wagg sort of winding up to slash at a Jamie Overton wide half volley. If the ball's going to come at you, it's going to be coming very, very quickly.
Overton in again, bowls outside off stump, no shot played by Wagg this time. Neil on Twitter, you won't need Monday night's Airbnb. Well, to be honest, I haven't fancied 3 successive nights in a hotel, since a hotel experience is not as luxurious as it usually is this year, though no fault of the hoteliers, so I'd only booked 2 nights anyway, but it's only an hour and a half.
That's a bit pessimistic. Or were you counting on Glamorgan knocking over Somerset in
I was
3
quite
days?
happy to come back for a 4th day, but still am. Overton is in to bowl to Wagg outside off stump, bit of pace, bounce and carry through to Davis, but you know, an hour and a half is borderline doable, so I would have I'd pop home for the 3rd night even if there'd been 4 days cricket. Rick Walton comes up with an idea of, in view of the limitations imposed on additional voices, how about doing regional dialects from across the county championship? 75 for 6 here as Jamie Overton bowls to Wagg and beats him with an absolute perler that goes just outside and over the top of off stump, but Wagg was lured forward on that occasion. Yes, it's an interesting thought, Rick, but I'm not quite sure that I could put up with people from around the country trying Welsh accents, because a lot of English people's Welsh accent sounds more South Asian than genuinely Welsh.
Despite the fact that I'm 50% Welsh, I'm not going to attempt it.
As Wagg drives through mid-off, and we'll get more runs here. Hasn't quite timed it, but it'll be good enough to pick up at least 2, and knowing Wagg, he'll want 3, and yes, here he comes, and there's a throw at the non-striker, at the striker's end. And Bull is home, but Wagg, a dynamic runner, was always going to push for 3 there, and in the end it was Bull who had to hurry, coming to the striker's end for the 3rd.
Good running though. Wagg had made up his mind straight away that there was 3 in that.
Well, it's a long chase for Byram up to the long off boundary, the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. Jamie Overton charging towards us, bowls and Bull shoulders arms to the last ball of the first over of the afternoon session. 78 for 6. I'm not sure I could bear some of our English colleagues saying, "Look you boyo in the valleys."
Cwmni Ambith.
Indeed, to which I have to point out that Cardiff is not in the valleys. Neither is Newport, where I was born. In fact, there are an awful lot of places in Wales that are not in valleys. And no, we don't all love sheep.
Well, all my mother's family come from North Wales.
All right, you're a gog
Bethesda.
then. You're a gog then.
Yes, indeed.
Slate Quarry territory.
Yeah, Bethesda. And Anglesey as well. Hughes is from Anglesey.
All right. Gog, for those of you that don't know, is South Wales slang for North Wales. And they call South Walians Huntus.
Do they? I didn't know that. The Silures, as they were in Roman times, South Walians. Here is Jamie Overton. It must have been Craig who's bowled the first.
I do apologise.
I thought it was Jamie as well. I have to say that.
I presumed it was his spell continuing from before lunch, but erroneously. Jamie Overton has swapped ends and Craig Overton has returned to the fray.
Strange. Jamie Overton can't be bowling 2 consecutive overs. It is definitely Jamie from this Somerset Pavilion end, number 8 on his back. This familiar accelerating approach up to the crease now and bowls to Wag, who drives on the bounce. Good piece of fielding off his own bowling from Jamie Overton, very athletic, both of the Overton twins.
I mean, obviously from this distance they are pretty similar. Can you tell them apart close up if they were wearing the same clothes? Could you?
Craig is a bit craggier than Jamie in looks, but they are they're exactly the same height, and they walk in the same way as well. It's quite difficult to tell them apart out in the field. Here's Jamie Overton in a bowls a full toss, which takes Graham Wagg a little bit by surprise, and all he does is just push it rather tamely out into the offside. Weather report: it's cloudy here at the county ground. Sort of grey-white clouds just drifting over the ground. There isn't any rain forecast for this afternoon, other than the outside possibility of a shower, as we had this morning. Quite a sharp shower, but hopefully we'll get uninterrupted play for the remainder of the day as Jamie Overton's in and bowls, and Graham Wagg gets across his stumps and again plays a defensive shot, comes down and gives the pitch a prod. Wagg, who's made 25, has been in for 49 deliveries, giving a good account of himself, not giving his wicket away, determined to fight it out there for Glamorgan. Jamie Overton short steps, lengthens his stride up to the wicket, bowls, and puts a little bit extra into that one, which is taken by Steve Davies over his head. A very quick delivery from Jamie Overton. I'd love to see the speed gun on him. But I think, 1 or 2 he'd be definitely getting up around 90 miles an hour. And it's a good pitch, this. I was talking to Geoffrey Dean of the Times in the press box, who wasn't here yesterday but has been here today, saying what a good wicket it is for 4-day cricket. Something in it for everyone. Hopefully the shape of things to come here at Taunton. Don't think we'll be seeing very many hyper-friendly spinning pitches here, with the 12-point penalty hanging over us for next season. As this is played down into the gully by Wagg. Can't get it through though, so that's maiden over from Jamie Overton. And at the end of it, Glamorgan 78 for 6, 25 to Graham Wagg and 6 to Kieran Bull.
Yes, it's understandable, I suppose, that the penalty wasn't applied this season, given that it's a mini campaign, and 12 points in a 5-game campaign would be too significant a loss, I suppose, but have to grit your teeth and take it for next season.
Yeah, just had a message from Mark Overton saying it's Craig, and it was. Thanks, Mark.
Mea culpa. Craig Overton to bowl from the river end, with that vast sheeting behind him on the Syrian Botham stand. Bowls to Wag, who drives edgily but safely down through backward point, and that's run away for 4 runs. He didn't quite get a full bat on it, but it was along the ground off a thickish edge, and they all count. And Bull is on to 20. Bull is on to 10. He's into double figures, the second Glamorgan batsman to do so. After the first 6 were dismissed in single figures by Craig Overton and Josh Davey. Bull on to 10. Faces up to Overton again and flirts with disaster there. And that excellent line that Craig Overton has bowled, drawing the batsmen forward, forcing them to play just outside off stump. There's a cricket documentary on BBC 2 tonight, by the way, called The Edge. Rise of the England side. As that is wide outside off stump from Craig Overton going away. No shot required by Bull.
Does that focus on the World Cup campaign?
I think it's earlier than that, actually. It's a look at the Test side from a few years back, a couple of years back, the mid-teens, as it were, rather than the white ball stuff. As Bull plays that one on the leg side, and there is no run. And for Welsh listeners who are rugby lovers, if I can recommend to you the latest in club rugby, following the series of Super Rugby Aotearoa New Zealand competition, which is excellent stuff. Competition where I've been working on the commentaries for most of the last 6 or 7 weeks, which I've really enjoyed. As Bull defends that one solidly out on the off start side, and there is no run. So that's on S4C at 9 o'clock. And that programme, The Edge, following the rise of the England Test side. It's number 1 in the rankings at one point. That's on BBC 2, 9 o'clock. 82 for 6 here. Plenty of cricket to be played on day 2 at Taunton. Full 65 overs remaining, the board reminds us. As Bull drives, has he got an edge on that one? No. There were shouts from behind the wicket, but nothing from Craig Overton. And that's the end of the over, 82 for 6.
Strange little shot. He's been batting really quite sensibly as Kieran Bull, leaving as much as he can and playing defensively. Anything wide of off stump he's gone after, but that certainly wasn't very wide of off stump. Fortunately for him, didn't get a nick on it. So we're going to have we're just going to pause at the moment. I think Jamie Overton's just having some, he's got 1 or 2 boot problems. He's got the Somerset 12th man, who I assume is Casey Aldridge, young fast bowler, who was at school at Millfield. Yeah, it looks like him. Anyway, Jamie Overton, whatever the problem was, has now been solved. He's coming back to bowl what will be his 5th over. 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 4. He hasn't had much luck. He's passed the outside edge on half a dozen occasions. He's going to be bowling to Graham Wagg. 82 for 6, so only 15 short now of saving the follow-on. As Overton is in and bowls, and that's played into the offside, and Tom Abel is after it. They've gone for a quick single. He shies at the stumps, and Wagg is home safely enough. Tom Abel missing on on that occasion, but only had stump and a half really to aim at. Moved quickly to his left, but he's a right-handed thrower.
Bull's first class batting average is only 10.85 with a highest score of 31. But he does bat a long time. His strike rate is 20. So
Well,
that shows he hangs around.
Yeah, he's giving a good account of himself at the moment. Waits now as Jamie Overton's in and bowls, and I think he took his bat away from that. It lifted and left him outside the off stump. Jamie Overton following through almost to the popping crease at the far end of the pitch as the sun tries to break through. Lots of grey clouds floating over the top of the Quantocks away to the north of us. But it's a nice day for watching cricket. Just a shame there isn't anyone here to watch it other than those of us who are in the media and a few staff, as that's short ball from Jamie Overton. Wag just ducks underneath it, lets it go through to Stephen Davis.
Just looking back to Kieran Bull's batting record, a game a couple of years ago against Gloucestershire in Cardiff, where he contributed a very valuable 30, which may not sound significant, but he batted for nearly 3 hours and held things together while the other tail-enders laid around them.
Well, he's giving a good account of himself here this afternoon as Overton is in and bowls to him and lifts his bat out of the way, lets it go through to Stephen Davis. Jamie Overton just has a word. He's almost down at the batsman's end of the pitch by the time he's finished his follow through. Big red stain on the front of his cricket shirt. And he's been vigorously polishing the ball. He turns and he's got another red streak on his right thigh as he's in and bowls. And this is played nicely away down to deep backward square leg for 4 runs. There's nothing Jack Brooks can do about that. He's sprawled away to his left. That was a loose delivery from Jamie Overton, nicely timed by Kieran Bull. Wins in 487 for 6.
Yes, it's a little bit of a help yourself delivery from Jamie Overton, who's been pretty accurate up until now, but that was on leg stump and going further down, and that's almost a free hit on the leg side.
3 slips in a gully, same field as Tom Abel has been employing for most of the morning session, as Overton is in and bowls, and it's a straight delivery which is met with a solid defensive bat by Kieran Bull. Jamie Overton has another friendly word with the batsman. End of that over, and at the end of it, it was the 34th of the innings, 87 for 6, and these two just a run short of 50 partnership for the 7th wicket, which represents a very significant improvement on the position that Glamorgan were in when these two came together.
Yeah, 38 for 6 was one heck of a mess. And these two doing their best to improve things slightly from the Welsh point of view. Craig Overton from the River End into bowl to Wag, who mistimes a straight drive and sends it all along the ground to mid-wicket, no run. So further 10 runs needed to avoid the possibility of following on. Excuse me, a crumb left over from luncheon, temporarily lodged, now dislodged. 87 for 6. Craig Overton bowls, Graham Wag shoulders arms once more. Has been excellent line pursued by Craig Overton, and the bounce that he gets from on a length or fractionally short of a length has had all the Glamorgan top order in some trouble.
Yes, it was relentless from Craig Overton, wasn't it? And he was bowling at good pace with plenty of bounce and a relentless off-stump line.
Next delivery sees Wag dab it down beyond the reach of Lammonby in the gully, and will pick up a couple of runs, 89 for 6. So Glamorgan edging closer to avoiding the possibility of a follow-on, which Somerset might well have enforced. I shall have to update BBC Radio Wales listeners.
Okay, Nick, thank you. It's 89 for 6. Glamorgan. I'll just bring you up to date with some scores from the elsewhere in the country in just a moment, after this delivery from Craig Overton in and bowls, and that's driven by Wag, well fielded by Eddie Byram at extra cover in the, I think we call this the central group. Anyway, Gloucester made 267 against Worcester, who are going well in reply, 73 without loss. Warwickshire bowled Northants out for 142, and they're 214 for 5, so pretty strong position there as Craig Overton is in and bowls, and that's driven nicely but well cut off by Jack Brooks at mid-on. And elsewhere in the rest of the country, Derbyshire 120 for 5, replying to Notts' 324 all out. Yorkshire 170 for 9, so they've got a lead so far of 67 over Durham, who are bowled out for 103. As Craig Overton is in and bowls to Wag, who's beaten outside the off stump as he goes for a drive. You've heard the exclamations from the slips. No wicket for Somerset since lunch. Lancashire 322 all out. Leicestershire 31 without loss. Essex 40 for 1, replying to Kent's 387. Surrey 16 for 1, replying to Middlesex's 347 for 6 declared. And in the final game, Sussex made 176 in their first innings, and Hampshire in reply 153 for 9, so nothing in it in that game at Arundel between Sussex and Hampshire. Here we've got Glamorgan on 89 for 6, and Jamie Overton bowling to Kieran Bull, who just drops that into the offside. And Anthony Gibson and Nick Webb rejoins us.
I do indeed, having not actually moved from my seat. That's the trouble with these days, isn't it? You look at your phone at the end of the day and you've done 39 steps all day.
No, it's terrible, isn't it? This is a very unhealthy occupation, being a cricket commentator. There's Jamie Overton in and bowls, and that's well played by Kieran Bull, right up on his toes to a ball that angled in at him and bounced. He did well to get on top of it, keep it down into the offside. He's batted with considerable bravery and common sense as Kieran Bull so far, giving good support to Graham Wag.
Yes, just listening to the news, I mean, Australia's meant to be hosting the T20 World Cup, and the city of Melbourne's in a terrible state at the moment.
Craig Overton, accelerating approach. He's in now, bowls to Bull, who angles that away between backward point and gully, and will pick up a couple of runs. It was played with an open face. It wasn't a thick edge. It was nicely judged. Just using the pace on the ball, and there's plenty of pace on the ball when Jamie Overton is operating. The wind is such as there isn't much in the way of breeze. It's going over the ground from west to east, so it will be helping Jamie Overton's in-swinger to a right-handed batsman. Here he comes now and in and bowls to Bull, who just makes room for himself to play that defensive shot, and Jamie Overton has a rather longer word with not sure what all that is about.
Is he fond of a conversation with the batsman?
Yeah, both of them. They like to sort of G themselves up. I think that's that's the idea of it.
By informing the batsman they're a Jemmy Dodger still to be out there.
And I think they're looking for the reaction. It's the reaction then that would get them going. But the best policy is what Kieran Bull is employing, which is to have nothing to do with it. Here comes Jamie Overton. Past umpire Blackwell is there and bowls and beats. That's a superb delivery. Unplayable. pitched off stump, had to be played at, and just veered away at high pace from the outside edge through to Stephen Davis. It's almost too good a delivery, in fact.
Yeah, Kieran Bull looks so far fairly unflappable in the face of this onslaught, though, doesn't he?
He does. Yeah, he's taking it all in his stride. 3 slips go down, hands on knees. Jamie Overton's in and bowls. And this is on middle and leg. Turned into the onside. End of that over. 93 for 6. Glamorgan with 18 to Kieran Bull and 28 to Graham Wagg.
Playing and missing is not in the scorebook, is it? It's just a dot ball. 91 for 6 then. 6 runs needed to avoid the possibility of the follow-on. Somerset already have 2 bowling points to add to their 2 batting points. And will no doubt add a 3rd bowling point. As Craig Overton bowls to Graham Wagg, who pushes forward cautiously, not entirely convincingly. Ball inside edge to short mid-wicket, no run. Wagg continues to garden as if he's in for the Alan Titchmarsh Trophy.
I think if I was Tom Abel, I might be thinking of giving Josh Davey another go. He bowled very well this morning. 9 overs, 2 for 9. Accurate and probing.
Craig Overton to Wagg, who edges and is caught at slip. 91 for 7, and Graham Wagg's counter attack ends with his score on 28. And Craig Overton has a 5 for.
Yeah, well deserved 5 for. He's bowled beautifully. And a nice comfortable catch for James Hildreth at first slip. Took it two-handed above his head. It rather looped towards him off the shoulder of the bat. Didn't go too quickly, and James Hildreth makes very few mistakes at first slip. I think it's probably the first time he's touched the ball during the course of actual play, James Hildreth. But he was ready for it when it came.
Stand of 53 runs for the 7th wicket between Wagg and Bull. The assistance a few extras. Wagg gone for 28, Bull on 16.
And that was the wicket that Somerset wanted as well. Not that Kieran Bull isn't playing very well, because he is, but Graham Wagg, very experienced and a feisty character. And if anyone was going to marshal the tail, you'd have thought it would be Graham Wagg.
So they lasted for 16 overs together, those two, either side of lunch and a rain break. So just over an hour's cricket. It is Marchant de Lange who comes in at 9, so still no Rory Smith, so his hamstring strain must be hampering him considerably, one guesses.
Presumably he will bat.
I would, well, yes.
You'd have thought so, wouldn't you?
Circumstances.
Unless it's a really bad. This is a tear.
In comes Craig Overton with 5 for 34 to his credit, to bowl to Marchant de Lange, who scoops it up and just over mid-off, and that one might run away for 4 runs. Byram is pursuing it but doesn't get there, and Marchant de Lange didn't get to the pitch of that, just scooped it up. Had there been a straight mid-off, might have been in business, but Byram is trying to cover and mid-off. So a straight of him might have cleared him anyway. 95 for 7, 2 to avoid the follow-on.
I think the next one might be a short one.
Do you think so?
I don't think Craig will have appreciated that very much.
Craig Overton is in to bowl to de Lange, who has the sense to not play at a decent ball just outside off stump. So 2 deliveries to come in this over. Glamorgan without the experience of Wag to guide them onwards now. Out for 28. Ball will try and hang around and just deflect away the odd bad ball. DeLange will eventually withdraw his bat from a speedy delivery from Craig Overton outside off stump.
Well, I suppose Marchant DeLange can take his cue from Jack Brooks yesterday.
Yes.
And take the attack to the bowlers.
Well, he does have a top score of 90, achieved by doing just that at Leicester a couple of years ago. As Craig Overton is into DeLange, tries to sneak one underneath his defences, and DeLange up on his toes plays a solid defensive shot, end the over 95 for 7. Glamorgan needing 2 runs to make Somerset bat again. That was a spectacular from DeLange at Grace Road, where Glamorgan, to all intents and purposes, had lost the game in the 4th innings, and he got within one blow of winning it for them. He was caught in the deep to lose by about 3 runs or something like that. But yeah, more brute strength than technique.
Didn't he get a few runs in that Royal London One Day Cup that Glamorgan nearly won at Sapphire Gardens last season? This is up in the air and dropped short of Gully. That one bounced sharply on Kieran Ball.
DeLange's high score in One Day cricket, 58 not out against Surrey last year.
Glamorgan, they needed something like 250 and they lost their 9th wicket at 190, 200, something like that, and got within 1 run of winning the match. Azhar Ali took a catch in the end at I'm not sure whether it was DeLange. Here's Jamie Overton, and don't know what Ball was trying to do then. I think he was taking his bat out of the way. It's run away down to long leg off the bottom edge.
That's the same shot that he got off the mark with,
Yes.
if you remember, wasn't it? The inadvertent inside edge. Perhaps he's been practicing at the spinner from Pembrokeshire.
So what's that? 96.
96, 1 needed.
200 is the difference. Just need the 1 run.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Very small mercies that we're hoping for from the Welsh point of view.
Here comes Jamie Overton then. He's up to the wicket now and bowls, and DeLange forced back on his stumps, but plays it well. Quick delivery from Jamie Overton. Hasn't been quite as swift after lunch as he was from the River End before lunch. I think the quicker bowlers prefer operating from the River End.
The other matches in the central group: Gloucestershire against Worcestershire. Gloucestershire 267 all out, Worcestershire 89 for naught, half century for Daryl Mitchell already.
There's Jamie Overton to Marchant DeLange down the leg side, and well taken by Stephen Davis.
And at Edgbaston, Northants, you may remember, were bundled out for 142 with 4 wickets for Ollie Stone. In reply, Warwickshire have already got a decent first innings lead. They're 219 for 5, but a rather unbalanced scorecard because there were 4 of their first 5 fell for single figure scores. Rob Yates is 88 not out.
Very good player. Here's Jamie Overton in a bowls to DeLange, who just backs away a little bit towards the square leg umpire, but actually played it pretty well. Just let it go through at chest height through to Stephen Davis.
Don't think I've seen Rob Yates play, a 20-year-old batsman.
He got runs against us last season.
And Tim Bresnan is 50 not out.
Sounds like a vintage aeroplane going overhead. Can't actually see it at the moment, making a lot of noise. Jamie Overton then to Marchant DeLange. there and bowls, and that's too far outside the off stump. And De Lange has nothing whatever to do with it. So 96 for 7 at the end of the over. Still 1 run Glamorgan need to avoid the possibility of being asked to follow on.
Yes, that aeroplane sounds how I feel in September of a normal season. Chugging along but slightly knackered. 96 for 7. Glamorgan 200 runs in arrears. Kieran Bull on 17 not out faces up to Craig Overton, who's done most of the damage with a 5-fat, and Bull drives on the offside but straight to Byram, and there is no run.
Yeah, a tweet from Stephen Berkhamsted from the scoreboard. May I conclude that the danger drops as the ball ages? Yes, I can't remember who it was, but was it Graham Wagg who said that the ball went really quite soft, and that was a contributory factor to that last wicket partnership.
Next delivery finds Bull fencing at that one. No run. Through to the keeper, no contact thankfully for Bull. Otherwise Craig Overton would have had a 6th wicket. 96 for 7, Glamorgan. Just a question of limiting the damage now, as far as Glamorgan are concerned. Rory Smith yet to appear with a hamstring injury. Craig Overton bowls, and Bull manages to play that one down into the ground with soft hands to Van der Merwe at 3rd slip, who makes a good stop. And Jamie Overton reaching out to congratulating, and Roelof van der Merwe visibly withdrew, saying, "No, you're not allowed to do that these days, Jamie." Oh, it's that effect. 96 for 7. 5 to Craig Overton. 17 hostile overs. Bowls to Bull. He angles that one down to slip. It's not fielded cleanly by Van der Merwe, but he recovers quickly and prevents any chance of a single as he grabs the ball that should have fallen just behind him.
Yeah, Steve Moore has just sent me the, thank you Steve for this, the card of that Royal London One Day Cup. Glamorgan were 21 for 5, needing 262. 144-7, and Marchant de Lange's got 23.
Yeah, I think Van der Hoogten needed to hit the last ball for 6 and got a 4. Bull defends that one back down the wicket.
No, he was.
Or was that he's caught?
He was caught. It was Carey. It was Lucas Carey.
Oh, right.
Who was Tom Abel rather bravely brought Van der Merwe back into the attack, and he picked up that wicket. Azhar Ali was fielding it mid-off or mid-on and fumbled it.
Oh yes, that one. Yes,
managed to cling on at the second attempt.
Returns the memory now. Craig Overton bowls. Bull deflects it down into the gully this time, where Lammonby stops. 96 for 7. A relatively uneventful over on this eventful day here at the county ground Taunton, where Glamorgan still need 1 to avoid the possibility of following on.
Look, Glamorgan's main man on that day was our man Graham Wagg and David Lloyd. David Lloyd made 84, Graham Wagg 62, and very nearly pulled the game out of the fire for.
Yeah, best wishes to David Lloyd for a rapid recovery, if he's listening and or watching.
Well, it's still 96, so they still need the 1 run. 96 for 7, Glamorgan. As Jamie Overton comes smoothly in to bowl to Marchant de Lange, bowls a short ball which didn't actually get up as much as some, but de Lange got right down low. Jamie Overton reckons he nearly got his man there, judging by the way he's putting his 2 hands together in front of his chest.
Yes, he might care to remember that Marchant de Lange might have another opportunity to bowl at him. So the fast bowlers.
I don't think Jamie Overton would be too bothered about it. he can look after himself with a bat. Mind you, so can Marchant de Lange. flexes his knees and lifts his bat as Overton is in and bowls a Yorker, attempted Yorker, which is driven into the offside, well fielded by the Somerset skipper.
That's decent cricket all round there, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Decent ball, well played and well fielded.
Just a few desultory hand claps around the ground. A few people out on the balconies of the retirement apartments away to our left, a few up in the communal area, one or two. There's a Somerset flag 2/3 or 3/4 of the way along. Somerset dragon, red dragon on a yellow background. As Overton is into DeLanger, still this 1 run needed, and that's the 1 run. In fact, it'll be more than 1 run, it'll be 4 runs, and that brings up the Glamorgan 100. 100 for 7. They are over pitch from Jamie Overton. It was a leg stump half volley, well dealt with by Marchant DeLanger. So there'll be no follow on. Tom Abel won't have that decision to make. And Glamorgan making a fight of this at the moment. Jamie Overton, possibly the last over of this spell. We'll see. If it was me, I think I'd be thinking of bringing Josh Davey back for another go. Jamie Overton then to DeLanger. Oh, and he took his eye off that completely, ducked away from it. Fortunately, it didn't follow him. It went the other way, away towards the slips. But it's a dangerous way of playing the short ball. End up being clocked on the helmet. But no harm done, and he rehearses a rather different sway and duck. He looks as if he means business, Marchant DeLanger. As Overton is in and bowls to him. And he takes his hand off the bat and is going to be caught. And he is caught by Josh Davey at mid-on. Good catch, well judged. He went for the attacking shot. Rather too close to him. He got tucked up and couldn't get enough leverage on the shot, and it looped high to Josh Davies' left at mid-on, and he made good ground to his left, judged it nicely, took a two-handed catch. It's the 8th Glamorgan wicket to go down. It's Marchant DeLanger who is caught Davey, bowled Jamie Overton. A wicket for Jamie Overton, which he has certainly deserved, and DeLanger made 8, and it's 100 now for 8 Glamorgan.
Strange, wasn't it, that the way that he ended up playing the shot one-handed, which obviously wasn't the intention. Was he trying to hit straight over the top? Thought for a moment that he might have got just about enough on it to survive, but he didn't, and Davey, moving to his left, managed to take the catch fairly comfortably in the end. So Somerset look as though they should wrap up this Glamorgan innings.
No sign of a Glamorgan. Oh, here we come. Here is a Glamorgan batsman, and I think he's got a runner, hasn't he? So this is presumably
this is Rory Smith.
Yeah. I bet you it's Kieran Carlson who's going to run for him.
I think it is.
Yeah.
Rory Smith. Well, I've seen players in worse state walking to the wicket.
Yeah, he's striding out.
Don't expect him to be able to bowl, maybe, but certainly is walking reasonably well. If he is unable to play at Worcester next week, you've got the likes of Lucas Carey and Roman Walker who are likely to come into it. Tim van der Hoogten maybe the following week for the first home game against Gloucestershire. 100 for 8 then Glamorgan, still 196 runs in arrears. Rory Smith facing up.
It's Jamie Overton to bowl him. He's there and bowls, and Smith walks across his stumps and takes that on the thigh. Strange way of playing it, but no danger of being LBW. He played that on length. It was short of a length and would have cleared the stumps by some margin. Good over from Jamie Overton, who's deserved that wicket. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 16, his figures. His brother Craig, 17 overs, 5 maidens, 5 for 38. Josh Davey, just 9 overs, 2 for 9. Jack Brooks, who hasn't looked to me to be fully fit, I have to say. 6 overs, no wicket for 18.
So after having to wait for a while, Somerset claiming 2 wickets in relatively close succession again, with Wag going for 28 and DeLange for 8.
Bowling change. We've got Josh Davey coming into the attack, but in place of Craig rather than Jamie.
So Craig Overton, 17 overs, 5 maidens, 5 for 38. Kieran Bull faces up and almost edges that one to Davies, beaten outside off stump. Kieran Bull now has faced some 52 deliveries for his 17. Rory Smith batting 2 further down the order than he would normally because of his injury, which means that he is batting with a runner who is now at square leg. Davey bowls. That's nicely played by Bull through mid-wicket. He'll get a couple of runs here as Ben Green, the replacement fielder, does the fielding, retreating halfway towards the boundary, towards the flats away to our left. 102 for 8. Bull to 19 not out. 3 slips and a sort of gully come 5th slip. Davies in to bowl to Bull, who defends to mid-on, and there is no run. Sun-hatted Brooks does the fielding.
It was a good first delivery from Josh Davey, wasn't it? Considering he hasn't bowled since 12 o'clock this morning. Right on the money from the off.
2 for 9 he had in his first 9 overs, now 2 for 11 as Davey bowls, and that's clipped by Bull down to fine leg. You just get a single for that one. 103 for 8, leaving Smith with 2 deliveries to face in this over. Carlson therefore is at deep square leg. I wouldn't like to be an umpire trying to make a run-out decision against a runner when he's that wide.
He's a long way away, isn't he?
It's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 strips away from the main one. Davey bowls, Smith defends, back down the wicket, and there is no run. Be interesting to see whether Smith just tries to grit it out and play normally, or whether he will swing the bat in the same manner as DeLange and maybe Hogan is want to do.
His mobility is bound to be a bit restricted, isn't it? I mean, he's not going to be stretching a long way forward.
No, you would assume not. Josh Davey pulls out of his run.
Yeah, he just lost his run.
So there are fully 6 strips between the wicket that they're playing on and the wicket on which Kieran Carlson is preparing to run if necessary. There's Davey into bowl to Smith, who thinks about it, half plays at it and then pulls away. Through to Steve Davis, end the over. 103 for 8. Kieran Bull 20 not out. Rory Smith not out here on BBC Sport Online and also via the Somerset County Cricket Club website. Glamorgan 103 for 8, still trailing Somerset by a massive margin of 193 runs here on what is now again a cloudy afternoon in the West Country.
Tweet from Greg Hill down there in Honiton. Says it's really raining here in Honiton, but hopefully it'll miss Taunton. Well, it has done so far this afternoon. We did just have that one interruption this morning. And I had a tweet earlier on from Greg's friend Mark Tyler, who normally does the public address here at Taunton, but isn't here for this game because of the restriction on the number of personnel allowed in the ground. We haven't had much in the way of public address announcements. But, scoreboards are working properly, which is the main thing.
Absolutely. Martin Clark, yes, the follow-on is 200 margin rather than 150 as normal.
Yeah, Chris Wyborn says, looks like it got easier as the ball got softer yesterday. Yeah, hope we wrap this up quick, obviously, as Somerset supporter. I think that's right. Here comes Jamie Overton doing his best to do precisely that. He's in a bowls, and the obdurate Kieran Bull defends, as he's been doing pretty effectively. He's had a couple of slices of luck where he was trying to take his bat out of the way and it took the bottom edge and could easily have gone down onto the stumps, but didn't. But he's been gritting it out. 20 he's made from 56 deliveries. 3 boundaries. 2 of them those involuntary ones off the bottom of his bat. Jamie Overton looking for his second wicket. 8 overs, 1 for 16. He comes smoothly in now, bowls on off stump, and Bull just makes a little bit of room for the defensive shot. Gets back into line, plays it down into the offside. When Lewis Gregory gets back from England duty, he's a reserve in the one-day series against Ireland. This will be a pretty potent seam attack, will it not, Nick Webb?
Well, it's potent enough as it is. Somerset opponents will be hoping that he can't fight his way out of a biosecure bubble somewhere, Mr. Gregory.
It's Overton J. In bowls on leg stump and turned into the onside. And well stopped there. I presume under the lid it's Ben Green. I think it is. Yeah, it is indeed Ben Green. And that one just caught him above the shin pads that he's wearing, between his shin pad and his knee. That prevented any runs. He's at forward short leg. We got 3 slips and a gully. Backward point, mid off, mid on. Overton bowls. Oh, goodness me! Bull ends up flat on his back in the crease as it took evasive action. Quick short ball from Jamie Overton. Actually did pretty well.
Would you expect that Lewis Gregory would also be involved for the 2020 series against Pakistan at the end of the month?
He might be a reserve. He's sort of on the fringes of the England setup at the moment. Jamie Overton in and bowls, and a waft at that from Kieran Bull, who just lost concentration, I think, for a moment there. He's been defending so stoutly, and I think he just saw that a little bit outside off stump and thought, I can have a hit at this. Unfortunately for him, he made no contact.
Yes, England in action against Ireland on Tuesday in the final one-day international, and then against Pakistan in the first test on Wednesday.
Yeah, there's Overton in a bowls full length, leaving ball off the pitch. End of that over. It is 103 for 8. Glamorgan, with Rory Smith yet to score and Kieran Bull on 20. Yeah, a few years ago, Lewis Gregory was called up for he was picked for an England one-day side against Ireland, and he missed quite a big game here for Somerset and went over to Ireland, and not a ball was bowled forward with rain. So he hasn't had much luck in his England career. Very capable all-round cricketer.
Davey runs towards us, bowls to Smith, leaves outside off stump. I think maybe of The likes of James Harris, the former Glamorgan, now Middlesex all-rounder, who's been on the fringes there and thereabouts, been in an England senior squad, been in the Lions dozens of times, and hasn't quite made a senior England appearance somehow. Davy bowls and Smith defends. Back down the wicket.
He's one of those who hasn't really got better over the years, has he? I mean, he came into the game with a real bang as a young fast bowler, and everyone was predicting great things for him.
Well, he's been a very decent county player over the years.
Yeah. But you would have, when he was 17 or 18, one would have expected him to be playing Test cricket by the time he was mid-20s.
Davy bowls, and that's close to off stump, but Smith's leave is the correct one. Well, his move from Glamorgan to Middlesex was undoubtedly to further his England ambitions, and I think everyone at Glamorgan wished him the best despite his decision to leave, but it would have been nice to him to make a senior appearance somewhere and break that long run of England teams without a Welshman in. Davy bowls. Smith pushes away on the leg side, doesn't get off the mark, so he's played it straight to Byram at mid-wicket.
Who was the last Welshman then to...
Simon Jones.
Simon Jones, yeah.
05.
05, crikey, that is a long time, isn't it?
It is a long time. Yes, Glamorgan had Alex Wharf around the same time, but he was an adopted Welshman. Umpire these days, involved in that Ireland series.
Very good umpire.
As Smith allows one to go past outside off stump. And no run. Through to Steve Davis. 103 for 8. Well, after the fireworks of Wag and the potential slogging of De Lange, we could, if these two survive, be in for a little bit of a quieter spell.
Well, it's a bit stalemate at the moment because Josh Davies trying to tempt him into going after something outside the off stump, and he's resisting it.
Smith defends, plays out into the gully, fielded by Van der Merwe. 103 for 8 in reply to Somerset's 296 on BBC Sport Online and on Somerset County Cricket Club website. A little bit of conversation between the three batsmen in the middle.
Yeah.
Kieran Carlson out for just 7 today, which will not hugely hit the pockets of those who are backing him in the Lord's Taverners Runs and Wickets charity fundraising effort. Michael Hogan 1 wicket so far in this match.
Bowling change from this Somerset Pavilion then. Jack Brooks coming back into the attack. I still think he's walking with a little bit of a limp. He's bowled 6 overs for 18.
Well, I suppose with Gilchrist in the sidelines, waiting for first team chance, he doesn't want to show that he's injured maybe.
Here he comes. Short approach is there and bowls, big shoulder turn and a good, I was going to say a good stop, a good half stop that, from Lammonby. The ball's coming in to the wicket keeper's end. If that had hit, that would have been close, but it didn't, and Kieran Carlson is quick, the runner, he was running to the danger end, so fair enough. 3 runs they take.
Yes, it's a little bit of a, I mean, obviously the batsman is disadvantaged by being restricted in their movement when they're batting with a runner if they're injured, but it's a bit of an advantage to have someone who is quicker than the batsman. Could be an argument for saying the fielding side nominate the runner.
There's Brooks then to Smith outside the off stump. He's not bowling with much zip at the moment, Jack Brooks. He's looked somewhere the least threatening of the 4 Somerset seamers that we've seen in action. Craig Overton absolutely on top form. Jamie Overton bowling very quickly, and Josh Davey bowling very accurately. This is outside the off stump again from Jack Brooks. Just doesn't seem to have much rhythm at the moment. Maybe he just needs a wicket or two to get him going. He signed a 3-year contract with Somerset last season, which towards the end of the previous season, in fact. He's in now bowls full-length delivery, which is sliced away through the gully, and will be just a single this time as Lammonby does the fielding from backward point.
Yes, you could see Smith remembering there that he didn't have to run. He took one step. Oh no, stay here.
Must be very. I've never batted with a runner, but
No.
I mean, instinct is so strong when you're out there, especially when you're facing quick bowling like this. Takes him on the pad, given that. That's the end of Rory Smith. I'm not sure about that LBW decision either, I have to say, but that's the 9th Glamorgan wicket to go down. Rory Smith, LBW.
That's ball.
Oh, it's ball, is it? I beg your pardon. Oh yeah, I was deceived by Kieran Carlson's. Yes, it was Kieran Bull. Well, I think Kieran Bull can count himself a little bit unlucky. Don't you?
Yes. Going down leg.
Yeah.
I think that's compensation for, was it Douthwaite's dismissal of Craig Overton yesterday?
Was, that's right, yeah.
Which appeared somewhat generous to the bowler.
Well, they were very similar, the two of them.
And, well, unfortunately, we don't have the benefit of watching the replays, which many of our listeners do. But
well, I'll ask Ben Warren, who's in charge of the technology here in the break between innings.
The Somerset media man's not going to tell you it's a dodgy
yes and
decision.
no, Ben. Well, he can show me the replay.
Oh, yes.
And it would have been no more than umpire's call if we'd had DRS. It might just have been clipping the outside of the leg stump.
Maybe.
You heard what I said on commentary, and I can't say I was surprised though. Given Ian Blackwell, he doesn't like keeping his hand in his pocket too long.
We have over a very straight long off, and that really did not look out. But Kieran Bull is out for 23.
So 107 for 9 as Hogan swings at that without moving his feet at all, and Jack Brooks has a wicket. It's the wicket of the obdurate Kieran Bull, LBW for 23, and at the end of that over 107 for 9, and Jack Brooks has figures of 1 for 22 in 7 overs.
63 balls and 3 fours for Kieran Bull. Graham Wagg hit 4 boundaries. Delanga hit 2 to make up his 8. Charlie Hemphrey 1. Glamorgan, top order, did not get out of single figures. 107 for 9. The injured Smith on strike, and he slogs it through mid-wicket for 4 runs. I think it's going to go. He hasn't quite timed it, but it's dribbled over the boundary rope. And that was a stand and deliver shot from Smith, who clearly isn't going to have an awful lot of footwork about him given his hamstring injury. It's dropped a little bit short by Davey and slapped away.
A tweet from Grumpy Git. You can answer this one.
What are you insinuating?
If Glamorgan get another 20 or 30 runs, how long would Somerset bat? What lead would they want? What would you think?
Well, with the weather forecast set fair, there's no particular reason why they would declare, is there? Just go on and on.
It's raining. Just a few drops of rain on the sliding glass doors.
Yes, is
in
it?
Front of our commentary position.
Fairly heavy dark cloud moving in from our left as Davey bowls to Smith, who pushes that one defensively towards mid-on. This no run is green fields, still no Bartlett, and if he is feeling still the effects of his blow on the head from Marchant de Lange yesterday while batting, you do wonder whether there's a possibility of a concussion substitute.
Yeah, quite. One of my Twitter correspondents has raised that very point.
Davy to Smith, who edges over the slips for 4 runs, he says, squinting around the corner of the box to make sure there is no third man. Just got a big chunky edge on that one. The ball went flying even further, even higher than an Overton can manage to leap. 115 for 9. Smith on to 9, but the end is not far away, you suspect, from this Glamorgan innings, albeit Somerset managed a century stand for their last.
I was just going to say the same thing. Yeah.
I'm not sure if a one-legged Smith and a swinging Hogan are likely to conjure a century partnership, though I have seen Hogan involved in at least one, if not 2. 115 for 9. As Smith smashes that one through the covers for 4 runs. Well, the front foot might not have been there, but the bat certainly was. That was a genuine shot. Josh
Davey just sort of floating that one up outside off stump, and it was a little bit short and a little bit wide, and there wasn't much on it, and smashed away through extra cover.
3 boundaries to various parts of the park from Rory Smith. 119 for 9. Davy in, bowls, and he's hit that one up in the air towards square leg, and he's got hold of it. It's gone all the way, and it's a maximum. Rory Smith laying into a short ball, sends it into the terracing at square leg, and Eddie Byram has gone up some stairs and is now having to go down some stairs because it's obviously found the gap in the terracing where the gangway is. I think he's got the ball. Yes, he has. He's got a ball anyway. Oh, one of the delights of this current setup is that first-class cricketers have to experience the indignity of club cricketers everywhere and go to get your own.
At least they don't have to ferret around in hedges.
No hedges. Or rivers in my club's case. Has it gone in the river? 125 for 9. Smith on to 19 not out in a very expensive over.
Yeah, making a mess of Josh Davies' figures.
As Smith has another swing and gets 4 more runs straight down the pitch towards the sight screen. So a hugely expensive over from Rory Smith. Is that 22 in the over? Just trying to think. I think it was 4 4s and a 6, wasn't it? Weren't they all in the same over?
Yep.
So
Smith 4 4s and a 6, wasn't it?
Smith races on to 23 not out, having previously played defensively. 22 off Davies over.
Oh, well.
He was going at 1 and over before that.
Taking a leaf out of Jack Brooks's book.
So, can Hogan match him?
Here comes Brooks to Hogan. He's there in bowls, and Hogan drives and lands just short of a diving Tom Lammonby at backward point. And there's no run. Dot ball.
If Hogan gets hold of one, we could be in the firing line here.
No response in terms of field placements from Tom Abel so far to this assault, and that's driven away through the offside by Hogan. Abel and Lammonby are in pursuit, and Lammonby gets to the ball and flicks it infield. Good piece of fielding, a team effort out there with Tom Lammonby and Tom Abel, the 2 Toms. Athletic dive and flick back from Lammonby on the full to Tom Abel, who got the return in straight away and Only run 2 runs accrued from that, so the score 131 for 9 as Brooks is into Hogan, and he goes for a big swing and misses an outswinger, which goes through to Stephen Davis.
I'm not sure whether the photographer is an aficionado of the Glamorgan batting lineup, but clicking away there busily, and you're likely to get something photographic with Hogan.
Brooks is into Hogan, takes him on the pad, and ball was going down leg side. I should have thought even that was worth an appeal with Ian Blackwell umpiring, wouldn't you? Jack Brooks in his headband, of course. He comes moving a bit more freely now since he took that wicket, and there's a swing and a miss again from Michael Hogan.
It's Ray Julian, the umpire, who is certainly renowned in Cardiff for his trigger finger.
Yeah.
Former Leicestershire wicketkeeper.
We've got sweepers going out to presumably give Hogan the 1. This is the idea. We've got a deep point and deep square leg to prevent the boundary as Brooks is into Hogan, who swings away into the onside and declines the offer of a single. There was a comfortable run there, and so that means that Rory Smith will have the strike at the start of the next over. It remains to be seen who's going to bowl the next over. I think, again, if it was me, I'd bring an Overton back into the attack. Not sure whether he is. Was that Jamie Overton coming on to bowl? Josh Davey looked much less effective in his second spell than he did first thing this morning, or indeed yesterday evening when he bowled very well too. He was just rather floating the ball up, and Rory Smith taking full toll.
5 wickets to Craig Overton, 2 to Josh Davey in his first spell this morning. 1 apiece to Jack Brooks and Jamie Overton.
It is Jamie,
who will try to add to that 1 in his wickets column. Rory Smith is on strike, and Smith pulls. He's hit that one straight up in the air, and he's going to be eventually caught by the keeper as Steve Davis takes the catch. It was up so long in the air that Jamie Overton could himself have taken the catch as the ball descended somewhere around short square leg, and Rory Smith has gone for 23, 4 fours and a 6. Most of those runs accrued in Josh Davies' last over. So Jamie Overton finishes with a second wicket. The scorebook will tell you that it's caught behind, but it was caught behind off a skyer, not a conventional nick. So Smith remains as joint second top scorer with 23, level with Kieran Bull. And Graham Wagg is the top scorer with a mere 28. Glamorgan 131 all out, 165 runs behind.
Yep, and that shows the value of having pace in your bowling attack. As Rory Smith went for the big swing, and the ball was just on him too quickly, top edge. And Stephen Davis making no mistake. So 131 all out, as Nick Webb was saying. Lead for Somerset on first innings of 165. We'll just close the microphones for a few minutes and be back with you for the start of the Somerset second innings in around about 8 minutes time. I was just about to say the good news is that the umpires have come out onto the ground, and they have indeed, but they're having a chat with Somerset groundsman Scott Hawkins. The light's not fantastic at the moment. The Glamorgan fielding side just hovering on the boundary rope in front of the Andrew Caddick pavilion, so it's just the restart has been momentarily suspended. I'm Anthony Gibson. With me is BBC Radio Wales Nick Webb. The match situation: Somerset made 296. Glamorgan followed with 100, or replied rather with 131. So Somerset have a lead of 165 on first innings. I was just reflecting, Nick, that this time yesterday, when Somerset were 149 for 8, you wouldn't have put much money on them ending up with a first innings lead of 165.
Absolutely not, but Stephen Davis showed his class with the bat. Jack Brooks showed his strength with the bat. And Craig Overton proved far too much for the Glamorgan top order, who seemed to be giving the Somerset slipcord catching practice at times in that
they
that
were,
first
but
hour.
you know, it's hard for batsmen. I mean, the Somerset didn't bat very well. Top order didn't bat very well. 149 for 8 says it all. And Glamorgan bowled very well yesterday morning, just as Craig Overton bowled very, very well this morning. I think, you know, there is just that little bit of gulf in class between, well, particularly the Overton twins and the Glamorgan seamers, and I think that showed this morning. But having said that, Craig Overton bowled just about as well as I've ever seen him, and I have seen him bowl very, very well in the past, and he was bowling quickly, accurately, and he was at the batsman all the time and hardly let anything go down the leg side. It was a magnificent exposition of fast bowling, or certainly medium fast bowling, and he would have been low mid-80s, something like that. Two umpires are out there surveying the clouds overhead. There's only one of the 4 red coated covers still out there. The Glamorgan players are still congregated on the...
Oh, hello.
And the cover's going back on again. Hooray! Not hooray. I don't think the umpires aren't going back into the pavilion, and I'll just have I can't see that there's...
The Glamorgan fielders look relatively willing and able to get on with things, but those covers are being wheeled back on. Now, whether this is light or the fear of an impending shower that the umpires can see and we can't, it's been a frustrating sort of hour for Somerset, hasn't it, really, as we were meant to be back on at 3:40 after an early tea, and that didn't happen.
Well, we haven't actually seen any cricket now for nearly an hour. They went off just after 3:15, and then they decided that they were going to take an early tea and would come back, as Nick was saying, at 20 to 4. By 20 to 4, it was spitting with rain. It wasn't any more than that. It's not any more than that now. I'm just looking at the concrete steps outside our commentary position, the terrace in front of the Somerset Pavilion. It's just spotted with rain. The umpires are still out there. The ground staff are still out there with the 4 red-coated covers.
Virtually nothing. I wonder if it's light more than the rain at the moment, because it is literally just the odd spot, although it's starting to come down a little more heavily now, says he, by taking the scientific method of stretching my arm outside the box.
Well, you'd have thought they owe it to the crowd to get back out there, wouldn't you?
The crowd who are listening at home, or listening in the car, or listening on the beach. Not sure that there'd be that many on the beach today, to be honest, given the uncertainty of the weather, but certainly those listening and indeed watching at home with the video stream via the Somerset website, as well as our usual BBC audio service. And it is good to see that the counties have invested in more technology this year to bring a better representation of the action to people who are not allowed to see it.
Well, Somerset, thanks to Ben Warren, who's our tech expert, have been in the vanguard of the sort of technological revolution that has occurred in county cricket coverage over the last 5 or 6 years with live streaming. And I haven't, I've seen replays on the new system, but certainly from the response on Twitter has been very, very positive from our listeners and viewers.
Keeps us on our toes, doesn't it, if people are
does.
viewing as well as listening?
Well,
we can't get away with any nonsense.
The correspondent taking me to task for the Kieran Bull LBW.
Really?
Oh yes.
All right.
Yeah.
He's freeze-framed it somewhere, has he?
Well, he says that he said that it was swinging back in. Oh, sorry, not swinging. It was swinging. It was an outswinger, so it may have started outside leg stump, but it was swinging back in. I'm still not 100% convinced, I have to say, but I respect that judgment. And people watching the live stream with the action replay facility are in a better position than to make that sort of call. And we are relying on the naked eye, although we are pretty much bang in line. It has to be said. So, but anyway, the finger went up, and Mr. Bull was on his way after a gutsy little innings. Well, we'll carry on wittering on. I think we might as well. I think the light is going to improve. The umpires are still out there. The Glamorgan fielders are still waiting on the outfield. No sign of the Somerset opening batsman. The consolation from the Somerset point of view is that time is not a particularly critical factor when we've got 2 days, 6 sessions plus an extended session this evening. How many overs will we have lost now, Nick?
Well, it was due to be 46 overs, wasn't it, at one point? I would have thought, that's officially gone down to 38 on the board already. And I would have thought they're ticking away as we speak.
Was it 3 3/4 minutes, something like that?
We're preparing for a finish after 6:30, girding our loins. Presumably play will resume at some point, but how's it looking round the corner there?
Well, it's looking brighter. I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with the light now. And they don't seem to be looking at their light meters, do they?
They've been caught in a bit of indecision, the umpires here, haven't they?
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure why we're not, whether it's the fear of an imminent downpour, or the light, or a combination of. The umpires have been caught in a corridor of uncertainty, I think.
Yeah.
And if this were a 2020 match, and there were, whatever it is, 6,000-7,000 packing the county ground, they would be howling for the umpire's blood. But
They
since there's only staff and media, we're not howling for anyone's blood.
No,
Particularly
good
not
if
on
they
Sunday
can. I'm sure our
afternoon.
listeners are, want us to get on with things. It's an opportunity for the younger Somerset batsmen, in particular, the likes of Eddie Byram and Tom Lammonby, to show what they can do with the pressure off. With effectively 165 without loss, Somerset in their second innings. It's just trying to find an email that.
While you do so, I'll give you the scores from this group. Warwickshire against Northants. Northants shot out for 142 yesterday. Warwickshire 282 for 6. Rob Yates, the young opener, made 88. Tim Bresnan is 75 not out. Alex Thompson, former Cardiff MCCU player, he's 30 not out, and Warwickshire are 141 ahead with 4 wickets remaining. And at Bristol, have to check the venues these days because people are playing all over the place. But Gloucestershire 267 all out. Worcestershire look well placed for a first innings lead. They're 171 for 1, just 96 behind. Darryl Mitchell is out for 80. Jake Libby is 72 not out. So the
Cornishman.
those are the other matches.
Jake Libby comes from Callington.
The Central Group, which used to be some tongue-twisting Midlands, Western Wales, or Wales and West, or something or other, when it was the group for the 55 over competition, I think it was, for a fair few years.
That's a few years ago.
Yes, it was one of the geographical groups that they've gone back to, when they used to shovel free cigarettes to the detriment of the media's health.
What do you think about the format for the county championship? I mean, the proper county championship. Are you one of those who favours a return to a single division, or are you happy with the two-division system? And I ask you in particular because, you know, poor old Glamorgan have been in the second division now since 2008, and all right, you had a chance of getting out of the second division last season, but didn't. And you know, I just feel there's a danger that clubs that are perennially in the second division are in danger of becoming, I'm not saying this is true of Glamorgan at all, but are in danger of becoming almost second-class clubs.
Well, I think Glamorgan as an operation, I mean, it was massively controversial, the redevelopment of Sophia Gardens, because there was a lot of money involved, and the finances nearly sent the club into bankruptcy on one or two occasions, and it has needed bailing out by the council and the bank and so on. Having said which, the fact that there is a stadium capable of holding 15,000 people and staging international cricket, albeit just the white ball stuff, has been a boon for Glamorgan, although I realise a lot of members would probably still rather see it as a cosy 6,000 seater rather than a rather cavernous 15,000 seater. But yeah, a long-winded way of saying it. I think that factor has meant that Glamorgan have not been seen among the also rans generally, and obviously they've got a 100 franchise, whatever you think of the 100.
Well, I don't think we'll go there. I don't
think you'll find any huge supporters of it in this particular commentary box. But Glamorgan, if it does have to happen, then at least Glamorgan are in the game with the Welsh Fire, which you know, Somerset fans in their millions will be flocking over the Severn Bridge to watch.
You know, this is the first time these two counties, which are, well, apart from the Bristol Channel neighbouring counties, have played each other in 30 years, and
well, Somerset have been better consistently.
Well, I know, but I would. It's fine, you know, playing the likes of Yorkshire and Lancashire twice a season, every season. But it would be nice to test ourselves against other counties that we hardly ever get to play against. And I am worried, you know, about the less successful second division clubs. Let's say, you know, the likes of Northampton, Leicestershire. They just become feeder clubs, if you like, for the first division size. And I'm not sure that that's very healthy for the future of the game.
Possibly not. I mean, I do wonder about the future. We have had a thumbs up from Mr. Blackwell, by the way, towards the scorers, which I presume means that play is about to start.
Players coming onto the ground. I mean, that was, you know, going back to Bob Willis. This is the Bob Willis Trophy, and certainly Bob wanted to see a single county cricket division with maybe some amalgamations amongst the counties in order to reduce the number of sides to a manageable level in terms of having a single division. And then, you know, and the other big element in the Bob Willis plan was to have a final, which we will have for this competition. And I think that, you know, that there's a lot to be said for that.
I'm not sure that you'll ever get anyone to agree to a voluntary reduction in the number of counties. I think that, if it does happen, will be through counties effectively going bankrupt
Going bust. Yeah.
along the line. But on come the lights to illuminate proceedings, to ironic cheers, possibly from the balcony, possibly from grumpy Somerset members of staff.
Well, one or two people on Twitter making that point, that why can't they use the floodlights? Well,
They can.
your
and they
advice
are.
has been heeded.
Michael Hogan will bowl. Are we swapping back again in terms of ends?
No, you carry on with the river end.
Okay. Michael Hogan is to bowl the first ball of the Somerset second innings. He will bowl it to Eddie Byram, and he will find Byram defending to point, and there is no run. A little bit of a breeze, which is probably taking the clouds across a bit more quickly now.
Important innings this for Eddie Byram. He'll want to do well. He got a start in the first innings, as so often in his Somerset red ball career, and but couldn't go on.
Hogan in, bowls, and Byram defends on the offside. Yes, Byram had just struck a couple of boundaries off Graham Wagg when he dragged one onto his leg stump. That's in a rather eventful Wagg first over yesterday morning. So two left-handers, Byram and Lammonby. Lammonby on first-class debut, made 41 before he fell leg before to Michael Hogan. In comes Hogan, bowls and beats Byram outside off stump. Did Hogan bowl at that end during the first innings?
Not that I can recall, but he's obviously decided that that was the end that Craig Overton was bowling from, and was getting maybe more out of the pitch from that end than the other seamers were getting from this end. But I think that was probably more to do with Overton's bowling than the pitch.
Hogan bowls and Byram defends back down the wicket. No run. Floodlights shining out brightly across the county ground, Taunton, for this first red ball game between the two sides since 2007. Seen plenty of each other, of course, in One Day Cup and T20. There's Hogan bowls, and that's noodled down into the offside. Billy Root fields in the gully, and Michael Hogan marches back towards his mark. I think one point you make about sides facing each other quite a lot. If we had different One-Day Cup groups to T20, then we could possibly have a little bit more variety. As Hogan is in and bowls, and off a thick edge Byram plays it down into the gully. Carlson makes a diving stop, and Hogan has started with a maiden. So if you had the One Day Cup operating on either this different regional basis or a random generated basis, so at least you'd have some fixtures between sides who don't normally play each other. I mean, I've seen virtually nothing of Yorkshire, for example, in the last decade, apart from one T20 quarter-final, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, I was, when we were off for rain, I was looking through the Northamptonshire card, and so there's hardly a player there who I've ever seen in any form of cricket, because we don't play them in the T20, and we don't play them unless it gets to finals day. And I mean, I have seen Northampton about 10 years ago when they actually won the T20 competition, when David Willey performed miracles for them in the final.
Graham Wagg.
Here he comes, bowling to Tom Lammonby, who's forward in defence. Graham Wagg, I shouldn't imagine, opens the bowling very often for Glamorgan, but he's got the privilege this afternoon because Rory Smith did a hamstring when he was batting yesterday. Came out and batted pretty well, actually. for Glamorgan. Took Josh Davey for 22 in an over, 4 fours and 6. And just tried it once too often against Jamie Overton. And skied a catch as Wag is in and Lammonby lifts his bat out of the way.
So Callum Taylor wearing the white sun hat is the substitute fielder, number 4. And he is currently at mid-wicket.
And the field is 3 slips and a gully, and the slips are, it's that Bull at first slip,
it's probably Bull, Hemphrey, Selman route.
He's Wag into Lammonby, who comes half forward, bat tucked in behind his front pad.
Usually Lloyd at first slip, but not in this particular campaign due to broken foot.
And we've got Kieran Carlson at backward point, which I should imagine is where he usually fields.
Indeed.
And we've got mid-off, who looks a bit like
Douthwaite.
Douthwaite, and Marchant Delang at mid-on. This is turned away into the onside for the first runs of the Somerset second innings. They'll think about a second run, but it's not there, as the sub-fielder moves to his left and does the fielding. One without loss, so Tom Lammonby underway.
Yes, Taylor herring off in pursuit of that. He'd probably be a disappointed young man, because on the selection of that squad, perhaps it was just me, but I generally thought that he would make his first class debut.
I thought Matt Maynard had actually sort of said something to that effect, but he's Wag then to Byram, and he turns that slightly involuntary down to long leg, where it's picked up by Michael Hogan, who sends in a not very good return, which is cleaned up nicely for him.
Well, perhaps I was leading Matt with my question slightly and the assumption that he would play, but Matt said it would be very tough if he didn't play. Well, he's made a tough decision, I guess. As a coach, you have to make them sometime. I have an answer on the reduction of overs from Dr. Hignell,
which we'll come to after this delivery from Graham Wag outside the off stump, and Tom Lammonby shoulders arms, lets it go through, end of the over. It is 2 without loss, Somerset 1 to each batsman.
The deduction of overs this season will be 1 for every 4 minutes,
4 minutes.
because of sanitisation breaks and the lesser number of overs, 90 in the day's play, so it's 1 every 4 minutes.
Because I think it was previously
3
and
points
3
off.
quarters. Yeah.
Although Dr. Hignell's original text came through as sensitisation breaks, which sounds like a new BBC awareness course that we're all about to be sent on. Here's Hogan into Byram, who defends back down the wicket. And there is no run. I take it that's an auto-correct on the phone, which can cause problems. Sanitisation breaks, of which we didn't really notice any in the Glamorgan innings, because there were so many wickets falling and then intervals and so on. Hogan into bowl, and Byram defends again. So it didn't actually register the players going off to do their hands at any point, although obviously they were doing so when a wicket fell.
Yes, it hasn't really been intrusive at all, has it? Even when Somerset were batting and there weren't quite so many wickets, although Somerset lost 8 wickets in fairly quick time yesterday morning and afternoon. But even so, I mean, the sanitisation break's only taking a couple of minutes.
Hogan into bowl. Short pitch delivery that Byram ducks underneath through to Chris Cook. Don't often see the Hogan bouncer. It's a sparingly used weapon, as he retreats into the middle distance and looks to add to his tally of 1 wicket so far this season in the Lord's Taverners Runs and Wickets fundraising thing that you can find out about upon their website. 2 without loss, Somerset leading by 167 as Hogan bowls outside off stump, and Byram shoulders arms. And you mentioned Hogan changing ends from the first innings, and already we've seen that Hogan is able to get a bit more bounce from bowling from the river end.
Yep, well, if he gets a fiver in this Somerset second innings, that will take him to the landmark of 600 wickets in his career, first class cricket career, which would be quite an achievement.
Here is Hogan. The ball outside off stump allowed to go through. Byram shouldering arms. Wonder if, well, we'll obviously never know, but had he got into first class cricket in his early 20s, whether he'd have gone on to take 1,000 first class wickets, or whether he'd have just packed up at the age of 34, 35 like many people do, having had a first class career.
I think if he played his cricket in this country in his early years, I think he might very well have got several hundred more wickets.
Hogan bowls outside off stump across left-hander who has nothing to do with it. Plenty of chirp in the Glamorgan side despite their big first innings deficit, 165, and it struggled to see how Glamorgan will come back into this game unless they dismiss Somerset really cheaply and then bat really well, as Somerset have won the first half of the game by a big margin.
Yes, Somerset would have to bat pretty badly, even by their own standards, to get Glamorgan back into the game.
As said with feeling.
Well, you haven't seen as much of them as I have.
Well, I've seen virtually nothing of them in red ball cricket. Plenty of one-day encounters.
There's Graham Wagg to bowl to Tom Lammonby. Can half forward and plays that forward defensive shot very neatly with his bat just tucked in behind his right pad, because he's a left-hander. Both of these two opening batsmen for Somerset are left-handers, which perhaps isn't quite so awkward for the bowlers as a left-hand right-hand combination, but even so, a lot of bowlers are happier bowling against right-handers rather than left-handers. It's Wagg though, left arm to left hand, and nice looking delivery, but started too wide and went through to Chris Cook, with Lammonby not having to do anything about it. He just stands there looking very nonchalant, does Tom Lammonby, leaning on his bat. That was a sort of Edwardian cricket pose there. He's a neat cricketer, is Tom Lammonby. He's got a very conventional stance. His bat raised so that it's horizontal. Taps it down in the crease. Waits, Wagg bowls, and he's forward, lifting his bat out of the line of that delivery. Graham Wagg just gives him a piece of his mind, or maybe a couple of words of friendly advice. But nothing is done.
You're saying you don't see much of Derbyshire.
I haven't seen. When did I last see Derbyshire? About 8 years ago, I think. That was in a 50 over competition. We found ourselves in the same group as them. Here's Wagg in and bowls. That's outside the off stump. A little bit of shape on that, but starting too wide. No run.
I've seen them quite a bit in the Championship in the last 5 years when I've been working full time on cricket. And Derbyshire's lower order today: Matty McKiernan, Finn Hudson Prentice, who I think I saw once playing for Somerset, Michael Cohen, Sam Connors and Ben Aitchison. With apologies to those gentlemen, I haven't seen any of them play before.
Here's Wagg in and bowls, and good delivery that time, which pitches on leg stump and just straightens a touch so that Lammonby plays the defensive shot in front of middle stump. Somerset 2 without loss, 1 to each batsman. Not in any hurry, these two. It's an important opportunity for them to show what they can do. Somerset with this big lead of 165 on first innings. Wag is in and bowls, and that's again too wide. And Lammonby doesn't have to do anything about that at all, except wander up the pitch to have a word with his opening batting partner, Eddie Byram. Both of these two are products of King's College Taunton, just up the road. Certainly for Eddie Byram, it was a sort of cricket finishing school from him. He was brought up in Harare in Zimbabwe. Came across for spend his last couple of years, I think, at King's. Tom Lammonby was there rather longer.
Here's Hogan at 2 for no wicket still, and on the defensive is Byram. Single to either batsman. We've had 4 overs bowled, so it is a cautious start. Well, this has been the problem for Glamorgan, and they cast envious eyes over the water to see Somerset benefiting from the several good sporting schools in this area. There's Hogan bowls, and that's driven on the bounce to mid-off by Byram. No run to Langer Fields.
Yeah, it does make a difference. We've got Kings, and of course we've got Millfield, who's produced any number of cricketers for Somerset over the years.
Craig Mestre, of course, is just retired, completing his education here.
Yep.
After growing up in South Africa. Interesting piece with him in the Cricketer at the moment, on his retirement. Hogan bowls, that's slapped away for the first boundary of the innings by Byram. Just a little bit too much width from Hogan, and it's dispatched through cover point for 4 runs. And Kieran Carlson jogs after it, retrieves it from somewhere by the cover sheeting. 6 without loss, Somerset. 171 runs in the lead. So Glamorgan have been trying to develop links with Monmouth School to make sure that promising young players can get a decent education and continue their cricket progression at the same time. Hogan into Byram on the defensive this time, pushing it back down the wicket. Still 6 without loss. But for example, Alex Horton, the 16-year-old keeper batsman we were talking about, he's completing his education in Oxford.
Oh, you said he was at King Edward's.
Yeah.
Yes, it's there aren't very many first-class cricketers who come out of the state school system, I'm afraid. Amar Virdi, who we were mentioning earlier on, the Surrey off-spinner, he certainly has.
As that's pushed away on the leg side by Byram to tailor it square leg, no run. Well, this is something that Glamorgan are hoping to counteract with a more direct influence over the pathway in Wales, which has been run by Cricket Wales and still is in terms of the age group sides, but with greater Glamorgan input at the moment. Hogan is in. Bowls. Byram getting everything behind it. Defends to De Lange at mid-off. No run. Just the one scoring shot in that over the emphatic back foot drive by Byram to the cover point boundary for 4. 6 without loss. Somerset leading Glamorgan by 171 runs on BBC Sport Online and on the Somerset website.
Yeah, Eddie Byram is a Jekyll and Hyde sort of cricketer. He's a completely different character in T20 cricket, where he just goes for broke with every shot. And in red ball cricket, he sometimes has difficulty getting it off the square. He's Wag in to bowl to Lammonby, full length delivery, which is driven down the ground pleasantly by Lammonby. It was a push drive, but he timed it nicely. De Lange is going to slide down below us and pull it back for Douthwaite to complete the fielding, and they come back for 3 runs. A pleasant shot from Lammonby. It wasn't a full-blooded drive. content just to use the pace on the ball and time it straight back past the bowler. So 9 now, without loss, Somerset in their second innings. Douthwaite just having a chat with Graham Wagg, who's got quite a long run in for a medium pace bowler. This is on off stump and pushed into the offside by Byram. Won't get a run. The clouds are higher than they were. I was looking at the rainfall radar 20 minutes or so ago, and I think all of the rain-bearing cloud has gone through, so with any luck we'll get through this remaining period of play. How many have we got? 29 overs after this one, so that's best part of 2 hours, which will take us through to
20 to 7.
20 to 7. Here's Wagg in and bowls, and that cuts back into Byram, who gets in a little bit of a tangle. So with the rather protracted business of the post-match interviews via Zoom, it's anything like last evening. We won't be out of here much before 7:15.
It's certainly not suitable for video reproduction at the moment. I'm sure they're doing their best to improve things.
Here's Wagg to Byram. Defensive shot. So if my wife's Claire is listening, it's looking less likely that I shall be able to get to the Rose and Crown at Hewish Episcopi.
You ought to retake them with those.
Well, I've just had an email from David Hatherley. He says, we must ask, do you get a free pint every time Eli's is mentioned on the commentary? No, I don't. And I'll tell you why I don't. I actually buy the landlord, or the joint landlord, Steve Pittard, drinks regularly, because he provides me with some invaluable statistics. This is outside the off stump from Wagg. He hasn't actually come up with anything for this game, but I think that's probably because he's been rather preoccupied with all of the hygiene measures that they've had to put in place at Eli's, along with every other pub that's open, in order to comply with the COVID regulations. And Eli's, like a lot of other pubs, has limited opening hours at the moment, 4 to 8. So if I'm not there by 7:15, never mind. Here's Graham Wagg then. Slanting approach, he's there and bowls, and Eddie Byram plays no shot at that. Didn't miss the off stump by very much, but miss it did. End of that over. The physios are coming out with the sanitising fluid, so we're having a sanitising break. It's 8 without loss, Somerset in their second innings. 5 to Byram and 3 to Tom Nunlby.
Edward Bevan points out, or suggests, that the turning point of the game was when Stephen Davis was dropped at slip just before tea yesterday. Well, had he been dismissed on 18, it's likely the Somerset total would have been a sorry one.
He was missed twice, wasn't he?
Yeah, 18 and 42.
And they weren't actually, well, certainly the one on 18 was pretty straightforward.
Yep.
But there you are. Difficult for fielders after that long break. Although Somerset's slip catching was pretty much flawless this morning, it has to be said.
It was excellent.
I think I said 8 without loss. It's actually 9 without loss. 4 to Nunlby, not 3.
So Hogan, as so often, in conversation with Wagg and De Lange, the senior seam bowling attack, and Wagg is marching up to stand at sort of silly mid-on. Hogan in to bowl to Lammonby, who plays it back down the pitch. And there's no run. So Wagg is what, about 5 metres from the other set of stumps, so about 15 from the bat.
Yeah. They've obviously spotted something that Lammonby just failing to keep the ball down when he's playing a defensive shot to presumably a ball on sort of angling into him on middle and leg, which is...
So Wag is crouching in a catching position. As Hogan in to bowl, and Lammonby works that one safely enough on the leg side into a big gap. They'll go through for a single. That's all they'll get as Douthwaite comes pelting in from fine leg, beating Taylor to the ball. Single taken, and Wag is not maintaining that position for Eddie Byram.
Well, they obviously have spotted something with Lammonby. He wasn't just there to intimidate Lammonby, although he
getting in the eye line,
yeah,
offering a few words. Hogan in, bowls. Byram playing defensively on the offside, no run. Two left-handers to begin this Somerset innings, and with Stephen Davis at the crease for a long time, we did see a lot of right and left-handed combinations, which never helps the bowlers' lines. Catches win matches, says Edward Cooper on Twitter. Indeed. Hogan bowls. Oh, glorious shot from Byram. Just held the pose for a few seconds there as he'd smashed that one through a vacant cover region for 4 runs. And,
that's the Dr. Jekyll in him.
Fine shot in any money at any stage of any game, that. Biffed it away, dismissed it stylishly.
Well, it's good to see that he's looking to play his shots when the ball is there for them. He's sort of imposed almost too much self-discipline on himself in the matches he's played for Somerset in red ball cricket in the past.
Byram 9, Lammonby 5, 14 for naught, lead by 179 to Somerset as Hogan bowls, and Byram pushes it into the same area, but this time much more gently, and it's just a single, 15 for naught.
You can't afford, even if you're an opening batsman against good bowlers, just to allow bowlers to bowl at you all the time, because they will get more and more grooved, the bowlers, and you have to take the opportunities to score runs as they come along and just disconcert the bowlers a little bit. Fast bowlers don't like being hit.
Hogan's.
I wonder if that was
Did he lose his run, or was
well, I think it was the floodlights just going off, and as Ben next door turned them off, there was a little bit of a flash, and I think that just must have Hogan just must have seen that.
Hogan bowls and beats the outside edge of Lammonby's bat, and that one must have been perilously close to shaving the outside edge.
We haven't seen the ball past the bat so far in this Somerset second innings quite as often as we did in the Glamorgan innings, when both the Overton twins had the Glamorgan batsman playing and missing for a pastime.
Indeed. Glamorgan were all over the place in the first hour.
How come Marchant de Lange hasn't taken the new ball? How come they've given it to Graham Wagg?
Quite often comes on as first change.
Here's Wagg in bowls outside the off stump, and Byram must have been tempted there. It was full of length, but a good couple of feet outside the off stump.
Wagg is obviously much slower than de Lange.
Yeah, that's... de Lange, you would have thought, with the new ball in hand, would be a pretty formidable proposition for two very inexperienced opening batsmen for Somerset. But very experienced bowler in Graham Wagg, and that's punched away through the offside. Lovely shot by Eddie Byram. Got up on his toes and punched that through extra cover with a straight bat. And when he's playing his shots, he's playing them with conviction at the moment. Eddie Byram. He hits them and they stay hit. That raced away through the covers for 4 runs.
Yes, a nice back foot punch to add variety to the cover drive of the previous over.
19 without loss. Byram moves on to 14. Wag tries again. He's there and bowls on leg stump. And Byram defends, and Wag, I'm not sure he had a word with him, just looked rather hard at him. But Byram just turned away, looked towards the comforting, if not to say comfortable, figure of Ian Blackwell at square leg. He so much reminds me of David Shepherd in his profile. Immensely popular player here for Somerset, Ian Blackwell. This is another lovely shot, which produces 4 more runs. That was just backward of square. Carlson died. Was it in the air when it went past Kieran Carlson?
There were some shouts of catch it. Now that doesn't necessarily mean the ball is in the air at any level of cricket, but I think it was partly part of the way to Carlson.
I think yes, exactly. It was in the air for maybe, I don't know, 10 yards of its flight, something like that.
There was a moment where Douthwaite had a horrible flash that it might not go for 4. He's sort of jogging after it and then suddenly just sprinted, but it did go for 4.
23 without loss. Byram moves on to 18. He waits now as Wag is in and bowls outside the off stump, lifts his bat out of the line of the ball. He's not one of those Eddie Byram who stands with his bat exaggeratedly raised. He's got a very conventional looking stance. Both of these young batsmen obviously been very well coached. And now he'll be standing there at the non-striker's end, looking, as I say, nonchalant, with his leaning on his bat in the accepted fashion. Wag is in and bowls a full length. That was a good delivery from Graham Wag. Just, yes, he's going to... I don't blame him having a word.
It tells Tom Lavenby that it was a good delivery.
It was a good delivery. There's no doubt about that at all. Just that little bit further up to the batsman, drew him forward and then just nipped away past the outside edge. Good piece of bowling. 23 without loss at the end of that over, stretching the Somerset lead to 188.
Yes, this is going to be a long few sessions ahead for Glamorgan, having been so emphatically put behind the 8 ball in the first hour of the day. As Hogan, right arm round, squares up Lavenby, who plays on the offside, and there's no run. .23 for naught. So it's about the 4th weekend or thereabouts of the club cricket season in England, 3rd in Wales.
Yep, I expect my friend summariser Mark Davis will be at Wemden this afternoon, where he coaches the side.
As Hogan bowls and Lavenby drives to mid-off, no run. Does he still play at all, Mark?
No. He's very busy coaching. He's one of the best coaches in the he's a freelance coach now. He used to coach at Millfield. Went freelance a few years ago, and doing very well.
No joy for Peter Trigo today. Not for 36, opening the bowling for Notts against Derbyshire.
I mean, they must be desperate. No disrespect to Pete Trigo, of course.
It's a bit late to say that. Hogan in bowls and Lavenby plays to mid-off, and there's no run.
Well, he didn't get much of a bowl in his latter years here at.
Perhaps
at
he's
Taunton.
reinventing himself in a new image, as well as being a television presenter or whatever he's up to.
Yes, he is. Yeah, and he's very good too.
Who does he work for in that sphere? Any idea?
Oh, I can't remember the name of it. But,
23 for naught. Hogan in towards us. Bowled short pitch ball, hooked around, shouts of catch, but it's on the bounce down to Douthwaite at fine leg. first or second bounce. Couldn't quite see as a peer around the corner of the commentary box.
I thought he played that pretty well. There you go. Certainly he was trying to keep it down.
Yes, didn't go for it full-bloodedly.
No, he
anyway.
didn't. No.
Otherwise it might have carried. Single to Lammonby. He has 624 without loss. Field changes slightly for Byram. Hogan bowls and it's defended by Byram. Back to the bowler. No run.
Got to be careful what I say about Pete Trigger, because his brother Sam might be listening, although I suspect Sam's probably listening to the commentary from Trent Bridge.
24 for naught, lead 189 for Somerset with all 10 second innings wickets standing. Hogan in bowls, allowed to go through by Byram. End of the 9th over, 24 for naught. No more than the usual alarms that you'd expect. Nothing hugely alarming for these two. A few plays and misses, but certainly they've looked far more at home than the Glamorgan top order did this morning as they fell apart against Overton, Craig Overton and Davey. Jamie Overton chipping in later on.
Well, Craig Overton this morning was a force of nature from that river end. It's putting immense pressure on the Glamorgan batsman. Very well supported by Josh Davey, who was tremendously accurate. Here comes Graham Wagg in and bowls, and that's turned away into the onside by Lammonby. There'll be a couple of runs here, as picked up at deepish mid-wicket. Score moves on to 26 without loss. Lammonby on to 8. Wagg just straying down leg side on that occasion. 3 slips in a gully, backward point, mid-off. We've got the substitute fielder, Callum Taylor, at... Oh, he's gone down, he's given... Yep, he just nicked that down the leg side. Tom Lammonby, unlucky. Strangled down the leg side, but, well, I say unlucky. If you follow a ball like that going down the leg side, rather than going for a full-blooded shot, there's always the danger that you'll just get a faint edge on it, and a good diving catch from the Glamorgan captain, Chris Cook, and that's the first Somerset wicket to go down, with the score on 26 for 1. And Lammonby, who impressed in the first innings with that 41 that he made, well, he's back in the pavilion now for just 8. Caught Cook, bowled Wagg, and the first Somerset wicket goes down, and it brings Tom Abel to the crease. And, chance for Tom to score some runs, which he needs. His great breakthrough last season, Tom Abel, was in white ball cricket. He scored an absolutely stunning century here against Middlesex, which we all thought had won the game for Somerset because they scored 226 in their 20 overs. Century for Tom Abel, and then Owen Morgan came out and made a mockery of the of chasing down the target, and Middlesex got there with a couple of overs to spare. If they'd batted their full 20 overs, they'd have got over 250, I think. Anyway, Tom Abel, the right-hander, is the new batsman. 26 for 1 is the score. We're in the 10th over of the Somerset second innings. Here's Wagg in and bowls to Abel. Plays defensively up the onside of the pitch. Callum Taylor comes sprinting across from that shortish mid-on position to do the fielding. It's a very noisy gull goes overhead. It was cackling with laughter.
Concerned about something or other.
Yeah. Oh, that's their alarm call, is it? Here's Wag to a ball. Ooh, that comes off the inside edge. He was looking to play that defensively into the offside, and it squirted away down to long leg where Michael Hogan did the fielding, but few Tom Abel will be thinking.
Colwyn Bay has big gulls, and Llandudno very large and noisy gulls. Where else? Hove, quite noisy on occasion.
Yep, plenty of gulls at
just in from the sea. As at Colwyn Bay, they're about similar distances from
Cardiff,
the sea. Actually,
you must get
yes, get a few in off the bay. Depends on the weather. If the sea's a bit rough.
Wag then to Byram in bowls, and Byram lets that go through to Chris Cook, and just following through almost as far as Jamie Overton. Graham Wag at the moment, not quite in the same pace bracket, but he's picked up the wicket slightly fortuitously. Did you what did you make of Lammonby's dismissal, Nick?
Excellent catch, as you suggested on commentary. If you just follow it round, not really attempting to play a full-blooded shot.
Wag into Byram, who drives, and on the bounce back to Wag, who looks to chuck the stumps down, and Byram very quickly back into his ground. And end of a successful over for Graham Wag. He has bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 16. At the other end, Michael Hogan 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 11. And at the end of the over, Somerset, with a lead on first innings of 165, have extended it to 192 for the loss of that 1 wicket.
It's strange, isn't it? It's an instinctive cricketer's feeling that being caught behind down leg side is fair. Unlucky.
Yeah, it's not fair. Yeah.
But logically, there's no reason why that should be.
It's something that Tom Abel is a bit prone to, I'll tell you.
Hogan in to bowl to Abel. Good bounce from Hogan from the same sort of area that Craig Overton was extracting. Prodigious, if I can say it, bounce earlier in the day.
I think it's because partly it's because I'm not sure the batsman always concentrates so much. If the ball's going down the leg side, you don't think, oh well, I'll just go after it, and if I get a nick on it, it'll run away down to fine leg for 4 runs. Instead of making out in mind, I'm going to play a proper cricket shot at this.
Hogan runs towards us over the wicket, bowls, and Abel defends to mid on, no run. There's a message there, isn't there? If you're going to try and hit on the leg side, then put some welly in it, put some beef into it.
Yeah.
Rather than just trying to nurdle it down to fine leg. 27 for 1. Unless you're a skilled nurdler, that is.
Oh.
Hogan running towards us. Bowls to Abel, who's forward, pushing up to mid on. Ball just trickling to the feet of De Lange.
I tell you a shot you very rarely see these days, and that's the leg glance, which is classically played with a straight bat to a ball on or just outside leg stump, and you just turn the bat, and as it makes contact with the ball, it'll run away really quite fine. But don't see batsmen playing it.
Hogan bowls. Abel leaves through to Cook safely enough. Hogan's looking threatening, not with the quite same level of muscle as Craig Overton did earlier, but he's certainly extracting bounce from a similar area of the pitch.
Yep. Must be of a similar height to Craig Overton, isn't it?
Yeah, it's around the 6'5" mark, but it was broad across the shoulder, obviously. Hogan to Abel, who squirts that one down towards the third man boundary between Gully and slip. Oh, it's just about hauled back inside the
Action replay,
ropes. As Carlson went flying over the ropes and Root completed the fielding, but it's one of those that we'll probably never know about unless the camera operator was particularly sharp on it. 29 for 1. 2 runs taken to Tom Abel.
You want to get some runs under his belt, Tom Abel. It's an inexperienced Somerset batting lineup. Not sure that George Bartlett will come in to bat after being hit.
As Abel shoulders arms to a ball of good pace and carry outside off stump. No run. Well, it's something that if we had normal access to the dressing room, we might be able to inquire as to whether Bartlett was intending to bat, but of course at the moment they're in a different zone to us, and we can only communicate with them via the medium of the laptop.
Yes, it's a strange one, isn't it, that he didn't field, and yet as far as we know Somerset haven't asked for a concussion replacement. Here's Graham Wagg in to bowl to the left-handed Eddie Byram, and a little bit of shape away off the pitch there, but Byram equal to it.
It was a game at Kent either last year or the year before, where Adam Rouse came out to bat, to the utter astonishment of BBC Radio Kent and myself, because we didn't know that Adam Rouse was playing. I think Sam Billings had got an unexpected call up to the England squad, like, pack your boots and get up here to wherever it was now. So he'd been subbed.
His Wag in and bowls to Byram, who waits for that and just defends into the offside.
So if Ben Green suddenly walks out, well, he's been obviously on the field as substitutes, different circumstances to an England call-up, but if Green comes out to bat, then we'll know it's a concussion sub.
Yeah.
Presume it would be Green, unless they've got any other batsmen hanging around in the vicinity.
Nathan Gilchrist was the other one in the 13.
Yes, that wouldn't be like for like, would it?
No. Ben Green would be the nearest. It happened a couple of years ago at Guildford. Come back to that after this delivery from Graham Wagg to Eddie Byram. Full length delivery, driven up through mid-off. Not really timed. Coming back for a second. I think that's all there will be as Douthwaite does the fielding. 31 for 1. And it was a lost Somerset cause, and I can't remember who it was. It was hit by Morny Morkel, which is not a fate that you would wish on.
It's not going to improve your day, is it?
Anyway, they Roloff van der Merwe was the 12th man, but Surrey objected to him. Reckoned he was too good, so Max Waller was sent up from Taunton all the way to Guildford. His Wag and defensive shot from Eddie Byram. And Max Waller got there in time to go in last in the Somerset second innings.
Right.
And was out first ball.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah. Yes, that was a heavy defeat. But we got our revenge last year, though, against Surrey.
I can outdo that in terms of long journeys for little point, though. I shall tell you after this ball.
Which is going to be delivered by Graham Wagg to Eddie Byram on leg stump. And Wagg has his hands in the air as if that was nearly got that one through. Not sure he did, but there you are.
Where Glamorgan's South African batsman David Miller, who was employed for the T20 campaign, then missed the last couple of group games because he had to play for South Africa A in a 4-day match back at home. Dashed back just in time for the quarter-final.
Here's Wagg to Byram on leg stump, turned away down to long leg just for a single. 32 for 1.
I think he arrived back in the UK on the morning of the game on a plane from Joburg or wherever. Played in the evening game. Glamorgan won it by 9 wickets. He didn't bat. So he's flown halfway around the world to not bat. At least he got to play on finals day anyway. 32 for 1. Byram 21. Abel 3. The man out Lammonby caught Cook, bowled Wag 8. You might see it as caught C Cook on some scorecards this season, because Glamorgan have a Joe Cook on their books as well, though he hasn't made a first team debut. Cook bowls and Byram defends. Carlson fields from point. Joe Cook, an all-rounder, signed from Herefordshire, I believe, in minor counties. Has got a first team squad number, but hasn't played in an official game as yet. 32 for 1. Limited opportunities, of course, this season. Hogan right arm round to Byram and beats the outside edge.
That was a good ball, wasn't it?
Prodding forward. That's what Hogan does. Looking to beat the batter, take the edge. Off stump just outside. Yes, limited opportunities all round, isn't it? 5 of these matches are the final for the winners, and 10 group matches in the T20 we expect, although that schedule hasn't been announced yet.
It's going to be strange playing a T20 cricket without a crowd, isn't it?
Hogan in, bowls clipped off his legs by Byram, just straying down leg side, but not too much damage done because Douthwaite is down there at fine leg, and it's just a single to the screeching of the Gulls. 33 for 1, the lead 198. Yeah, I mean, with county championship cricket up after a rain break, or sometimes if you have a brief session at the end of the day, you do find only a few dozen people in the ground, don't you? The real diehards.
But this place, you know, for a T20 game of cricket, absolutely packed to the rafters and rocking with sound and excitement and cider.
Hogan to Abel, who defends out to short mid wicket. No run. I wonder if they'll give us the musical bursts for the purposes of television, presumably, if presumably televise as many of these games as they can, whether we'll get the musical stings and whether we're expected to get up on our feet and dance and wave a placard or
start singing Sweet Caroline. Hey Jude.
Hogan is in to bowl and Abel defends. Well, if Neil Diamond's on royalties, he must have made a fortune out of professional sport over the last few years.
I'm always disappointed when I go to Sophia Gardens for a T20. You don't sing Guide Me O Thou Great Jehovah, Pilgrim Through This Barren Land, or something similar. Something properly Welsh, anyway.
Indeed, yes, those days are slipping away, even at the Principality Stadium of the rugby. As Abel edges along the ground to Selma Slip, who makes a sharp stop, and there's no run. It's pleasing to hear the football crowd giving a decent rendition of the national anthem these days.
Yeah.
Which wasn't always the case a few decades ago, but yes, the Guide Me, the great Redeemer, has only really been replaced by being referenced in Max Boyce's We Were Singing Hymns and Arias, Land of My Fathers Arhida Norse, which is about as far as you get with an international crowd these days.
Right, we're going to have a bowling change. We're going to have Mr. Douthwaite, I think this is.
It is.
Young Dan, who is 23, born at Kingston-on-Thames, Cardiff University. Best figures 4 for 48 in first class cricket. strappingly built young man, bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Eddie Byram, who turns him away down to Michael Hogan, who makes a good sliding stop down on the long leg boundary. Looked lively there, did the long-legged 39-year-old Australian, because the ball was travelling.
Hogan at long leg is peculiarly appropriate, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Nominative determinism, if I can say it.
That's very good. That's very good.
Yeah. Irritating. Yeah.
So that's another single on the score. 34 for 1 Somerset. Not in any hurry in this second innings. Douthwaite bowls long way outside the off stump. Abel has nothing whatever to do with it. Tom Jordan says, why hasn't Byram received his Zimbabwe call-up yet? He's surely more than qualified to be in the conversation for one by now. Yeah, well, I disagree with that for a moment. But, certainly for white ball cricket, for T20. Here's Douthwaite into Abel, outside the off stump again. He's getting a little bit of a way swing down Douthwaite, but he's not got his line right yet. He's still got 3 slips in a gully, provided for him by his captain. So Glamorgan still attacking, looking to pick up wickets. This is not the strongest Somerset batting side that's ever taken the field of play by a long way, and if they're without George Bartlett, it's even less strong. Douthwaite in a bowls, and Abel, characteristic defensive shot into the offside, no run.
Tim Breslin's made a century on his Warwickshire debut. Lewis Hamilton earlier won the British Grand Prix despite a puncture on the last lap.
Here the threat of rain is still sort of vaguely hanging in the air. Grey clouds overhead as Douthwaite bowls to Abel on middle and off, and Abel runs that down into the gully where it's fielded by a mixture of Billy Root and Kieran Carlson.
Good heavens, the Scottish Premiership football season has started today.
Good Lord. I mean, they've just sort of one's run into another, hasn't it? I mean, we only had the FA Cup final yesterday.
I've no idea what football season this is.
Yeah. Douthwaite then to Abel, who's right across his stumps, taking a middle and off guard almost, as turns that into the onside. Won't get a run. End of the over. And at the end of it, Somerset are 34 for 1.
Yes, the former Glamorgan secretary Mike Fatkin will be have been considerably cheered by Arsenal's victory in the FA Cup final. Long-standing and occasionally long-suffering Gunners supporter, Mike, who was responsible for Glamorgan one-day strip that for several years looked suspiciously like an Arsenal strip. Hello, if you're listening, Mike. 34 for 1, the lead 199. And Somerset will presumably go on and on, but you wonder if they need more than about 100 more to be reasonably safe, as De Lange starts with a sharp bouncer that Byram ducks underneath.
I'd just take you back to what you said that Matt Maynard had said yesterday, that very often these pitches at Taunton get better as the game wears on. So Somerset will want to get as many runs on the board as they possibly can.
Yeah, you can't really see them declaring for till about this time tomorrow if they're still in, as another sharp lifting delivery outside off stump.
That really did take off.
Byram, well, didn't get anywhere near it, but he's probably glad that he didn't get anywhere near it.
Well, there's still plenty of life in this pitch. I think the pitches that Matt was probably talking about are the ones that tended to sort of go to sleep they just gradually died over the course of the 4 days. Had some very dull fourth days.
Delanga balls, and a brilliant take by Chris Cook to prevent 4 byes. Leaping above his head and taking it at full stretch. And I thought when that one went boomeranging miles over Byram, surprised it might have been called a wide or an O ball or something on height.
Must be borderline.
34 for 1. Delanga bowls and played down edgily into the slips on the first bounce to Selman at third slip.
Kept that down well though, did Byram. Just got on top of the bounce, so that even though it took the edge, it went down rather than carrying.
Also in this group, Worcestershire 200 for 2, just 67 runs behind Gloucestershire on first innings. Jake Libby is out for 77. Delanga bowls to Byram, who edges again and will get 4 runs because there is no third man. Again, as Anthony said, did well to keep it along the ground, more or less along the ground, but was only semi in control of the shot, and it shot away to the boundary, and the Somerset lead goes past 200.
March and Delanga working up a good head of steam from the river end, bowling quickly.
Warwickshire have a lead of 200 plus over Northants at 346 for 8. Tim Bresnan 105. Delanga in the gloom, although the lights aren't on at the moment, and Byram defending on the offside. To cover, no run, 38 for 1. Just the one scoring shot, and that was a rather streaky one through the slips, albeit not a catching chance. 38 for 1 lead, 203 for Somerset on BBC Sport Online and on the Somerset website.
And Eddie Byram rather sort of entering his own personal danger zone, having got himself a start. He's got to 27, but this is the stage when he's so often in the past got himself out. Just looking at his first class average, most of these innings for Somerset, not all of them, as Douthwaite is in and bowls to Abel. Turns out into the onside, won't get a run. 21 first class matches, Eddie Byram, 1108 runs at 29.15 with 450s and 200s. One of those hundreds was for Somerset against Cardiff MCC University at the start of last season, and one of them was in Zimbabwe. Yet to score 100 for Somerset. Douthwaite in and bowls to Abel, who punches that into the offside, and Callum Taylor moves smartly to his right in his floppy sun hat to do the fielding. Callum Taylor on in place of Rory Smith, who did a hamstring when he was bowling yesterday. Batted earlier on today, batted pretty well. He made, what did he make? 23 from 19 deliveries. Douthwaite to Abel. Taken on the pad, appeal for LBW, and there's a chance of a run out as there was a misunderstanding between Byram wasn't looking. Abel thought there was a run there because it came off the pad and went down in the direction of fine leg. Chris Cook, the wicketkeeper, was across quickly. Abel was out of his ground thinking he could steal a single. Byram, I don't think, was looking, but no harm done in the end. It was a very optimistic appeal, it has to be said, even with, well, it's not umpire Blackwell at this end now, it's Russell Warren, who isn't quite so enthusiastic about LBWs as his umpiring partner, as that's pushed out into the offside. Much better over this from Douthwaite. He's just adjusted his radar and found that off-stump line. Big, strong, 6'2", something like that.
Yep. About eye to eye with myself, so.
Good pair of shoulders on him. Just lengthens his stride as he's into the bowling crease, and that's down the leg side, and Tom Abel looks to play that down to fine leg, makes no contact and rehearses the shot.
Andrew Salter, the Glamorgan spinner, has tweeted a picture of himself with a message: settled in for the evening session in front of a screen, watching this game, and not quite sure if that's a coffee or a tiramisu that he's holding, but enjoyed whatever it is, Andrew.
Douthwaite then in and bowls to Abel outside the off stump, and Abel just lifts his bat, watches it go past through to Chris Cook. End of another over. Score is 38 for 1 at 265, and you get Somerset's lead of 203, which would take a bit of getting, I suspect, against the Overton twins.
Mr. Salter's obviously torn himself away from polishing his motorbike.
He's got a motorbike, has he?
He is a keen proponent of an operation called Baffle Culture online, and was trying to set up a cafe operation for bike lovers. As DeLanger bowls, and that's allowed to go through outside Byram's off stump to Chris Cook. I did try and read one of his blogs. I didn't understand a word of it, but it was very professionally.
You're not a biker yourself, then?
Do I look like a biker? I haven't even ridden a pedal bike for about 30 years.
Me neither.
As DeLanger bowls, edged and caught. Byram's gone. Conventional outside edge, and Chris Cook snapped up the chance, moving sharply to his left. It was closer to the keeper than first slip. And with the lights on, Marchant DeLanger is a formidable proposition in the evening gloom. Byram 27, Somerset 38 for 2, lead by 203.
Well, I said that Eddie Byram was in the danger zone, and he pushed firmly at that delivery from Marchant DeLanger. Got a good thick outside edge and a comfortable catch for Chris Cook. It's a shame. He was shaping really nicely, I thought, Eddie Byram, as he did indeed in the first innings, and he makes his way back to the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. They're using the right-hand set of windows opening into the function room there for the returning batsman, and the left-hand set for the batsman coming out to bat, who is James Hildreth in his Somerset sweater, as per usual. So we'll have two right-handers at the crease for a change. 38 for 2 now, Somerset. But both Byram and Lammonby have done enough, I think, in this match to show that they have the makings of the opening partnership that Somerset have been in need of for some time, ever since Marcus Trescothick's form started deserting him at the start of last season. And even before that, really, because back in 2018 Byram had plenty of chances without really convincing.
James Hildreth, didn't see much of him in the first innings. Caught Carlson bowled Douthwaite, 16. DeLanger bowls, Hildreth leaves outside off stump. Two right-handers at the crease now, after we opened up with two lefties. Good evening as well to Jack Murphy, the former Glamorgan batsman. J-Rock 6'7", one of the more unusual Twitter handles, referencing his formidable height. DeLanger is into Hildreth, down leg side. Cook takes smartly and flicks the ball to Selman in the slips, and there's no run.
Yeah, I just had a tweet from Bristol Rob about the Eddie Byram and Zimbabwe, and Rob points out that he'd become an overseas player if he had played for Zimbabwe, which would certainly complicate things from Somerset perspective.
Things are complicated enough after Brexit anyway, aren't they?
Yeah.
as De Lange bowls, and Hildreth thought about a quick single, but Abel didn't look terribly convinced and soon turned on his heels as Carlson came scampering in from point.
Well, both these two very quick between the wickets, even though James Hildreth isn't as young as he was. He's still always on the lookout for that quick single. James is 35 now, he'll be 36 on September the 9th.
Glamorgan with 4 slips now. They are close together rather than having a gap to a 5th slip stroke gully. De Lange to Hildreth, who dabs it on the leg side. Again was a couple of yards down the wicket after playing the shot. Maybe looking a little keen to get off the mark, as is every cricketer of whatever age, of course. Somerset 38 for 2 at the end of Marchant de Lange's wicket taking over, and lights are shining out fairly brightly at the moment. The cloud is quite dark. I wonder if we're getting to that mythical point where the floodlights take over rather than supplant rather than help the natural light.
Supplant rather than supplement.
That's it.
Douthwaite in a bowls, and that's turned into the onside by Abel. They'll look for 2 and they will come back for the second run. 40 for 2 as Abel moves on to 5.
Strikes me as something of an arcane distinction.
Well, it must be jolly difficult to ascertain that precise moment, but still got the 3 slips in the gully. Glamorgan still attacking. 2 Somerset batsmen already back in the hutch. So that's pushed into the offside by Tom Abel. And Callum Taylor flinging himself around at extra cover. And the result of all that is that no run is taken.
Well, with Smith's injury, there must be a possibility that Taylor would play in the next match. If Smith, as seems likely, is ruled out by that hamstring strain.
Douthwaite into Abel and bowls outside the off stump. No shot from Abel. What does he bowl, Callum Taylor?
Taylor is off spinner, I believe. I mean, Callum Taylor would be more of a batting option.
Who would you bring in? Lucas Carey as a bowling option?
Lucas Carey and Roman Walker would be the 2 seamers next in line. But whether that would leave too much of a tail, I'm not sure.
Is Douthwaite into Abel, turns that away nicely through the onside. That'll run away for 4 runs to the boundary rope in front of the Andy Caddick Pavilion. Over pitch from Douthwaite, and open invitation to Abel just to turn his wrists on that, and timed it nicely. 44 for 2 now, Somerset.
Looking forward to meeting up with Dave Bradley of BBC Radio Hereford and Worcester.
Yeah, good old Bradders. Yeah. There's Douthwaite to Abel. Punches that into the offside, but straight to Callum Taylor at shortish extra cover. He's got quite a lot of ground to cover there. Got Kieran Carlson up backward point, and the only other fielder in front of the wicket on the offside is Callum Taylor. There's no mid-off.
They're young. That's what the youngsters the side are for, do the running.
Douthwaite turns, shuffle start to his run, stride lengthens, in bowls, and that's a handsome shot by Abel, although actually he didn't time it as well as he might have done, and Callum Taylor made a good stop diving to his left at that shortish extra cover position, and they don't get a run. It's the end of the over, and it's 44 for 2. 9 of those to Abel. Hildreth yet to open his account.
So we have 17 overs technically remaining of the day's play, albeit the light could be judged inappropriate at any moment, really.
Yes, the sky's a bit brighter away to the northwest.
DeLange hurtles in and bowls a vicious bounce that Hildreth manages to see in time to get underneath and get out of the way of.
Don't think we'll see James Hildreth trying to take on the hook shot. There's nobody out. Is there somebody down at long leg? Oh yes, there's a long leg, but there's no deep backward square leg.
As DeLange bowls to Hildreth, who plays it pleasantly through the offside. Taylor off in pursuit, as is Cullen, the other substitute fielder, but neither can pull up the ball before it reaches the cover point ropes. And Hildreth is away with a nicely timed shot.
That's classic Hildreth, that shot. Classic Hildreth. I've seen him play one of those, I've seen him play 1,000.
Andrew Salter confirms that it's coffee, not tiramisu. 48 for 2. And, oh, that's gone right through Hildreth, who was beaten for pace there, and how that missed the stumps and or inside edge, I'm not sure. It swerved violently as well. Chris Cook ended up taking it, going down leg side. But
Hildreth got I suppose it was reasonably well pitched up, and just a little bit of a rush of blood on the part of James Hildreth.
48 for 2. Good spell this from DeLange as he bowls again. Hildreth up on his toes, defending with the maturity of years. Hogan wanders in from mid-off and picks the ball up. So often we see those three players, bowler, mid-on, mid-off, DeLange, Wag and Hogan. Hogan's quite wide at mid-off, trying to cover as well. DeLange bowls to Hildreth, who tries to turn on the leg side. This time they will pinch a single, and a good call from the skipper, Tom, able to realise that the ball had not trickled more than a couple of metres away from the bat, and therefore it was a fair way away from any fielder.
Yes, and even though James Hildreth was taken a little bit by surprise, then it was Abel who was running to the danger end, and no problem at all.
49 for 2, lead 214. DeLange bowls a short pitch ball that Abel sways back out of the way of, threw it into the gloves of Chris Cook, and even though we're miles away up in the first floor of the Somerset Pavilion, I almost flinched there with that ball from my shot to DeLange, because I'm virtually in line with it.
It's quick, wasn't it?
It's a quick over that. 49 for 2, Somerset.
Yeah, Martin DeLange, that was his third over, 1 for 8 he has. We're going to have the rather gentler pace of Dan Douthwaite from the Somerset Pavilion, and it's going to be bowling to James Hildreth, who is Somerset's 5th highest run scorer in first-class cricket. Douthwaite bowls to him, and he's up on his toes playing that defensively. He has scored before this game, I hasten to say, 16,401 runs for Somerset since his debut in 2003, and he needed 244 to overtake the great Bill Alley to move into 4th place.
Warwickshire's first innings has come to a close at Northampton on 369 for 8. 120 overs, innings closed.
Ah, well, there you are. First time. Douthwaite to Hildreth, who lays back, plays that nicely off the back foot through the offside. Don't think it will go for Callum Taylor, is after it, athletically picks it up and gets his throw away. It wasn't a particularly good throw, but he got it in the air quickly and kept the batsman down to 2. And that's the Somerset 50 on the board, 51 for 2 in the 20th over, so it's not been making rapid progress, but it's a pitch that's offering a certain amount of help to the quicker bowlers. Some good accurate bowling from Michael Hogan earlier on, 7 overs for just 14 runs. Graham Wax 6 overs for 19. As appeal for a stifled appeal for LBW, as Hildreth was looking to turn that into the onside.
Here's a question for our audience. When was the last time that the length of a first innings was restricted in UK county cricket? I think it has happened before.
Yes, I'm sure it has.
But I can't remember when.
Wasn't it 110 overs for a long time? Here's Douthwaite in and bowls to Hildreth, who will pick up a single into the onside. Douthwaite just straying a little down the leg side as a train goes up the railway line towards Bristol. We can't actually see the railway from this commentary position because we're a couple of floors lower down. There was a steam train chugging off towards Bishop's Lydiard, I presume, on the West Somerset Railway this morning. As Douthwaite is in and bowls to Abel, who defends back up the pitch.
Our vantage point, actually, I think if we were 2 stories further up as usual and we were on a ground with no spectators, it would feel a long way away and a bit disassociated from the action. Here on the first floor, it feels as though we're closer to it.
Very much so. Douthwaite to Abel, who drives nicely. 4 runs, that'll be. Nothing that Callum Taylor could do about that. He's still sprinting after it, but even Callum Taylor can't haul that one in. That was nicely played by Tom Abel. Over pitch from Douthwaite. Nice juicy half volley on the off stump, and Abel whacked those away for 4 runs for a pastime. End of the over, 56 for 2, 13 to Abel and 8 to Hildreth.
15 overs to go then for Somerset to push on their lead towards the 250 mark, maybe, one closer play. It's a hugely dominant position at halfway in the game, or halfway in terms of time available. We're obviously into the second innings. Hildreth on 8. Prepares to receive from Marchant de Lange. Is there doubt about the state of the ball? Graham Wagg and Michael Hogan are showing it to Ian Blackwell, who lobs it back to Graham Wagg and says, get on with it.
Dave Downing on Twitter saying seeing multiple shadows on the live stream. Is that going to be an issue? Well, could be, Dave. It's a sign that the floodlights are overtaking the natural light.
In comes De Lange to Hildreth, who drives nicely through the offside for 4 runs. That's going to get to the boundary. No problem.
Played that with a lovely flourish, didn't he? He's so easy on the eye, James Hildreth. So aesthetically pleasing.
12 to Hildreth, 60 for 2. Lead 2-5 for the home side.
The good news from the meteorological point of view is that actually the light is improving as we speak, as the heavier clouds are drifting away to the east of us. And it looks a bit...
There's another one to come.
Yes.
So this light is...
It's quite an awkward sort of light because it keeps changing.
Yeah, it's a bit borderline at times. Not that I fancy being 22 yards away from Marchant de Lange with the ball in his hand in any light whatsoever. De Lange bowls outside off stump. Hildreth plays no shot.
They're both very good batsmen to watch, these two, Tom Abel and James Hildreth. unlike one or two in the England setup at the moment. Not questioning their effectiveness for a moment, but
Langer bowls, Hildreth plays no shot through to Cook.
a partnership between Rory Burns and Dom Sibley, not necessarily a thing of great aesthetic beauty.
You don't pay openers for aesthetic beauty.
It's one of the glorious things about cricket, though, isn't it? That it is such a pleasing spectacle.
Can be at times. 60 for 2. Here, Somerset, pleasing spectacle on the scoreboard for many home supporters watching and listening at home, and even more so as Hildreth takes 2 down to backwards square leg, clipping it away behind the umpire. 62 for 2. Hildreth overtakes his captain, moving on to 14 not out. There's a bit of a breeze into the commentary box as well.
Just the wind's just shifting around to the northwest a little bit.
Langer from the river end bowls. Hildreth defends, dead batting it out on the offside. I would venture to suggest that had this been a normal summer, a normal day's play, many of the crowd might have gone home.
Would have been drifting away.
That's it.
Yep, I think they would. Although I don't know. I mean, if you've got Hildreth and Abel at the crease, it's a pretty compelling prospect.
Langer to Hildreth, who drives. Langer stops it in his follow through, threatens to throw down the stumps. The only obstacles to this course of action being that, firstly, batsman hadn't moved, and secondly, Langer didn't have the ball in his hand. But apart from that, we got the gist.
Douthwaite wandering up from his fielding position at long leg to bowl another over, with Glamorgan, of course, short of a seam bowler. Rory Smith having done his hamstring, so these four, Hogan, Wagg, Douthwaite and Langer, are going to have a lot of work to do between them.
Yes, we've seen precious little spin in the match. Kieran Bull was a bit expensive despite getting a bit of turn.
Douthwaite then to Abel in bowls. Abel defends. Douthwaite fields off his own bowling. Yes, Ronald van der Merwe didn't get an over in the Glamorgan innings.
Wasn't needed.
Although look, Kieran Bull didn't bowl much in the Somerset first innings. There were signs of a little bit of turn. Douthwaite then to Abel, overpitched and driven away through the offside, and that will go for 4 runs. Entirely convincing shot from Abel. I think he was looking to hit that in front of square, as it was. Carlson flung himself to his left, couldn't quite get anything on it.
Yeah, Carlson was definitely interested.
4 runs though to Abel, moves on to 17, 66 for 2. What's the hold up now? All is well. Just Chris Cook just beginning to compromise on the attacking field. Just the 2 slips in the gully now. Douthwaite is into Abel, short, and Abel resists the temptation to have a hook at it, because there is a deep backward square leg in place for the hook shot that he fails to keep down, as well as a long leg.
Selman's been brought out to mid-off. Selman's quite a decent slip field. Maybe I thought he might have been given priority in the claims to be in the slips.
Douthwaite into bowl to Abel. Abel lets that go outside off stump. So we've got Kieran Bull at first slip, Charlie Humphrey at second, Billy Root at Gully, who hasn't had much to do. The slips haven't had much to do for Glamorgan in this innings, unlike the Somerset slip cordon, who took how many catches between them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 catches. As this is outside the off stump, long way outside the off stump. Lammonby, Van der Merwe, Jamie Overton 2, Van der Merwe another one,
yep.
and James Hildreth completing the 6th with a catch at first slip.
Yeah, 6 out of the first 7 wickets to fall, the other being an LBW.
Haven't had the stumps hit very often, have we? Eddie Byron played on in the first innings, and Tom Abel was bowled. None of the Glamorgan wickets was bowled. This is driven by Abel. Nice shot, over pitched, and that's ball. Well, I think will be pulled in just short of the boundary. It is indeed by Carlson, and they will come back for the 3rd run. Comfortably enough, 69 for 2 now.
In terms of headline acts of the day, though, no one's really taking that away from Craig Overton.
No, he'll be our man.
Unless there's a double hat-trick in the final few overs.
Give me the chance to ask him about whether he signed a new contract for Somerset.
By the way, well, is that going to be your first or last question? If it's the first, it might be the last as well.
Well, I suppose you've got to ask it though, haven't you?
What's the situation contract-wise then?
Well, I think that would put it very well, actually. That's more as what I had in mind.
69 for 2 Somerset as De Lange starts a new over with the customary bouncer underneath which Abel is able to duck. Those gulls are noisy.
They always get noisier towards the end of the day. I don't know why it should be.
Do you think they're anticipating it's a sort of folk memory of a crowd going home and leaving bits of sandwiches and odd chips behind them, so the girls can feast? No crowd, boys and girls. De Lange in, bowls. Abel plays that one solidly out into the offside. The shaggy Billy route comes round to field. Route 7. Changed number for this season, as has Callum Taylor. I think it was 42 last year and is now 4. Either that or the 2's fallen off. De Lange bowls and Abel defends. This is a good contest between bat and ball, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. De Lange certainly. Hogan bowled pretty well from that end as well. It's definitely the favoured end for the quicker bowlers, the river end. Just getting that little bit of extra lift from the pitch, which is played well throughout.
Here comes De Lange, 1 for 15 at the moment, and that remains the case as he plays on the leg side to Tom Cullen at short mid-wicket. Haven't noticed anyone else get injured, but Wag, is Wag anyone on the field?
Hogan's there.
Hogan's there. I think Wag's off at the moment. De Lange bowls another short ball that Chris Cook this time can do absolutely nothing about, and that is a no ball signal.
Well, that brings us back to what we were talking about earlier on about the rule change. It's a no ball against the bowler.
Yeah,
but the four runs are 4 byes.
Shocking.
Which is pretty tough, isn't it, on Chris Cook? He didn't have a prayer of getting anywhere near that. The tallest wicket keeper in the world wouldn't have got hold of that.
Very unfair. 69 for 2. De Lange in bowls. Oh, that's a thick edge through fourth slip. Diving stop by Taylor. That really one was travelling, because Taylor had to make good ground to stop it down at third man and only just got there. If there had been four slips,
That was quick, wasn't it?
then Abel might have been gone.
That was distinctly quick.
70 for 2. Lead. Oh, no, 75 for 2. The scoreboard has 76 for 2. Scoreboard just coping with the presumably the runs for the no ball stroke buys earlier on. Dot ball to end that eventful over, which has carried Somerset on to 76 for 2. And the lead to this is getting tricky now. 165
241.
241. Gosh, that is formidable already. Time for another BBC Radio Wales update very shortly.
And we're going to have a bowling change. Looks as though Douthwaite he's wandering up. No great urgency being displayed by the players out there at the moment. Still got another, how many overs have we got to go? 13 overs remaining in the day's play, so it's going to be 6:45, I think, unless we see some spin. Here's Douthwaite to Abel in bowls, and Abel lets that go outside the off stump. Got on the front foot, thinking about a drive through the covers, changed his mind wisely as the ball was just leaving him outside the off stump. He couldn't quite get out to the pitch of it. He's on 21, Tom Abel. James Hildreth on 14. Both attractive stroke makers. Douthwaite, 2 slips in a gully, and close catches. He's in and bowls on leg stump, turned away into the onside just for a single, as it's picked up at mid-on. 77 for 2. Brings James Hildreth on strike. The light is better than it was 10 minutes ago, but still not ideal. Douthwaite to Hildreth on leg stump, turned away and well fielded at mid-on by Kieran. That's not Kieran Bull, who's that at Michael Hogan. Tall figure of Hogan. Expect to see him down at long leg. Single taken. Douthwaite to Abel. Turned again into the onside, and Hogan again is in the game. They'll think about a second run, but won't take it. As Graham Wagg, who's back on the field, does the fielding. He's been sweeping. He was sweeping on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Score moves on to 77 for 2, or even 78 for 2. Picking up the singles in this over, these two. Douthwaite to Hildreth. Overpitched, turned away into the onside. I don't think this will go for 4. Again, he didn't quite time that. They'll come back for the second run as Hogan makes a sliding stop and sends in the return, and they do indeed come back for the second. Runs coming fairly easily for these two at the moment against this depleted Glamorgan attack. 81 for 2 to go with the 165 first innings lead. So 246 the lead, and Hildreth drives rather loosely at that without moving his feet. It wasn't a particularly good shot, it wasn't a particularly good ball, but it's a sort of slightly careless shot that he got himself out with in the first innings. End of that over, 81 for 2, 17 to Hildreth. 23 to Abel. These two have added 43 for the third wicket since Eddie Byron was caught behind. 11 overs remain in the day's play. The two batsmen conferring in mid-pitch. I think we've just had a sanitisation. Had one of the physios has come out onto the ground with it for the sanitisation or not. I'm not sure how many overs. Yes, it would have been. We've had 24 overs, and they do it every 6 overs. So we will resume very shortly. We are going to have a bowling change at the river end. Not much seems to be happening at the moment. I think it's partly because a fieldsman, who's that putting on the fielding pads, Nick?
Billy Root.
Billy Root. He's going to come into forward short leg, which suggests to me that Kieran Bull will be.
It will. Charlie Hemphrey was up at the business end for a while. I thought he might be fancying his chances of a bowl, but he'll have to wait.
What does he bowl?
Off spin. But very much as a part-timer, along with Root. They're the backup spin options, if you like. If you can get the ball away from Graham Wagg, who enjoys a chance to purvey his spin now and again.
Sun is almost shining.
It's the best light it's been for
watery sunshine.
A couple of hours, probably. Here comes Bull, and a first ball. There's a big appeal for LBW. They'll go through for a leg bye because umpire Blackwell, for once, is not generous on the LBW front.
High?
Possibly, to be
outside off
honest.
stump.
To be honest, with the keeper and the batsman in the way, I'd be purely guessing.
Any of our followers on Twitter watching that on the live stream?
Leg bye
in your opinions? It was a pretty convincing appeal.
Abel went through for the leg bye, called by Hildreth, and Bull is summoning backward square leg up into the circle that would be there if we were playing one-day cricket. Bull bowls to Hildreth, who turns it on the leg side. Good acrobatic stop by Wagg. 82 for 2. 2-4-7. Somerset's lead. Bull to Hildreth, and he drives that one pleasantly down the ground up towards long on. Just takes the single. So Abel is on strike. There is a short leg. Root. There's one saving the single on the leg side, and there are 3 out in the deep for the Somerset skipper on strike. As Bull bowls, and that's turned on the leg side to Wagg at mid-wicket, and there's no run. But the fielders are not back entirely on the boundary. Backward square leg is about 15 metres in, so is mid-wicket. Long on is at least 10 metres in, as far as we can see, as Abel manages to turn that one past Wagg out towards De Lange at mid-wicket and goes through for a single.
I'm being accused by Grumpy Git of tempting fate by saying how easy the batsmen are finding. I didn't say easy, I said picking up the runs rather more easily than they had been.
Bull bowls, Hildreth back on his stumps, turning on the leg side. Again the single to De Lange at deep mid-wicket.
That single being a case in point. It was just short of a length, and easiest thing in the world for James Hildreth just to rock back and turn it away through the onside. I also had a tweet from Andy Miles who referred to the steam train that we saw this morning, and Andy said that it was on its way. Well, first of all he said Paynton, but then he said oops, meant Kingswear, down opposite Dartmouth. And Nigel Dolby on the Able LBW says probably too high for LBW, in my humble opinion. Which is, I must say, was my thought about it. It was a pretty emphatic shake of the head from Ian Blackwell, so there was obviously something fairly obviously wrong with it. The sanitisation break is now taking place.
Stephen Hedges. Wicket keepers all small. I wouldn't say Chris Cook was small, it's sort of medium height. Keepers do tend to be on the smaller side by and large, don't they?
Yeah. We had one here, Rob Turner, who was over 6 foot tall, very good keeper.
Adrian Rollins of Northants is suggested as a tall keeper. Derbyshire and Nottinghamshire. Listed as 6'5". Thank you, Stephen Hedges. 85 for 2.
Douthwaite then to continue from this Somerset Pavilion end. He's bowling to Hildreth. Hildreth drives, and good piece of fielding by Selman at mid-off. That was well timed by Hildreth. Good thump up to mid-off. Selman equal to it. Yes, he's tall, isn't he, Selman? 6'5" I've got him down as. From
Selman?
Yeah.
No.
Well, I'm sure that's what it says in Playfair. This is driven again by Hildreth, not timed so well on that occasion.
6'4", there's... well, the players probably give them their heights themselves. I'd say 6'3", to be honest.
6'4". Sorry, my mistake. 6'4" he is in Playfair.
I think in real life 6'3".
Anyway, he's a tall lad. Douthwaite to Hildreth. Oh, there's appeal for not sure
Catch
what.
behind.
Catch behind down the leg side.
Yeah.
Just flick the top of his pad.
There was a noise as it passed the bat, but it probably wasn't bat on ball. Could have been bat on pad, bat on ground.
85 for 2 is the score. 24 to Abel, 19 to Hildreth.
250 lead.
Yep. Yeah, Somerset have got plenty of runs in the bank as Douthwaite is in and bowls to Hildreth, who whips that away through the onside just for a single, as there's Graham Wagg out there patrolling the deep mid-wicket boundary in front of the Andrew Caddick Pavilion. 86 for 2. Hildreth on to 20. He was batting very fluently in the first innings. Hildreth looked in good nick until he went for a square cut and failed to keep it down. Douthwaite to Abel. He's in bowls. Abel plays a very correct shot into the offside, where it's fielded by Callum Taylor. Lots of noise being made by the fielders out there. Is club cricket as noisy as this these days?
Depends who you got playing for you.
I suppose the noise is amplified because of all the empty seats. It's echoing around the ground. This is pulled away by Tom Abel in front of square. Glorious shot. It was short from Douthwaite, long hop really, almost a long hop, and Abel just swiveled on it and short arm pull in front of square, and 4 very handsome runs to bring up 90 for Somerset. And that is also the 50 partnership between the two of them. They came together when Byron was out when the score was 38, so they've added 52 so far for the third wicket. 90 for 2, 20 to Hildreth, 28 to Abel.
Yeah, it's the wicket keeper's job really to keep the noise going in the field, isn't it? Try and keep spirits up.
Quite difficult under these circumstances for Glamorgan.
Yes, they know they're going to be facing a mammoth fourth innings. target, no matter how well they bowl, really. Bull looking for his first wicket of the match and therefore the season. Will be bowling to Hildreth. Graham Wagg, polisher-in-chief, wanders across to deposit something behind the stumps. Bull to Hildreth then. Short leg and the slip in place, and that's neatly played by Hildreth through the offside for just a single. Callum Taylor comes in to do the fielding.
Very good player of spin, James Hildreth. No, he plays pace well as well, but he's very quick on his feet. 91 for 2. Abel 28, Hildreth 21, batsman out Lammonby for 8 and Byram for 27 as Bull bowls to Abel, who pushes forward, trickles out on the offside. Chris Cook comes out from behind the stumps. Hemphrey as the sole slipper. As Bull bowls and Abel back on his stumps, playing nicely through the offside again. Again the single out towards Callum Taylor, coming in from the cover point boundary. I was thinking Nick might actually pay Glamorgan not to bowl Somerset out, because possibly their best chance of saving the game is for Somerset to delay their declaration too long.
Bull floats that one up invitingly, and it is hit nicely through the offside, and it races away for 4, and he'll just tucking into that one. Bull bowls with considerable loop and does offer the batsman a chance.
Lovely shot though, wasn't it?
It was. Classical cover drive. 25 to Hildreth. Abel 29, 96 for 2, the lead 2-6-1. Bull to Hildreth again, giving him a little bit too much width, and Hildreth playing it off the back foot to Taylor on the boundary again. Bull a little bit expensive at the start of his spell. 10 runs off 11 balls so far. As Abel goes to the sweep, there is a big appeal. No, it dies away.
He got outside the off stump. Yeah, he got outside the off stump.
Although the ball may have been going on to hit the wickets, Abel had got outside off and was playing very, very definitely playing a shot, a big sweep shot.
It's actually a pretty safe shot to play that. If you know, if the ball is just outside the off stump, a sweep shot. It's especially as he was bowling with predominantly offside field. Kieran Bull. Danger obviously is you get a top edge, and get caught down at long leg, but that apart, relatively risk-free. End of another over. There's no great urgency being displayed out there at the moment. We've got Michael Hogan is having a long chat with his captain.
Well, the over 8 seems to have been stuck on 3. I suspect there's a lot of latitude going on this season, as Glamorgan haven't really got through their overs particularly quickly. In fact, there have been quite a few delays here and there. Hogan hands his
cap.
The 12th man, because of course the umpire isn't allowed to take anything.
Indeed.
In the way of caps and sweaters.
Yeah. Yes. One forgets.
As I had to inform a bowler when umpiring the other day. Sorry, nothing personal. Not touching it, mate.
Well, Hogan coming back into the attack for Glamorgan. He's bowling to James Hildreth. Hildreth on the back foot, playing that away into the offside. There's a diving half stop by Carlson at backward point. Spencer Bishop appears to ask us who we want to interview at close of play, and I shall say Craig Overton. Hogan is in to bowl to Abel. Oh, and Abel's beaten by a good one. First time the ball has beaten the bat for some time, and very good one from Michael Hogan, who's bowling well within himself, conscious I guess that he's facing bowling quite a lot of overs tomorrow, unless Glamorgan can get amongst these Somerset batsmen tonight and again first thing tomorrow morning. Here he comes again, straightens up, is there and bowls, and Abel is forward in defence. He's in his 8th over, Michael Hogan, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 14 before this one, just a single picked up so far. Somerset 98 for 2, building on that lead of 165. But, as I was saying, I think Glamorgan's best chance is if Somerset delay the declaration too long. This is turned into the onside for at least one. I think one is all they will get, as Wag is onto it now. 99 for 2. Pitches here have, as I was saying earlier, sort of gone to sleep on the 4th day, and Somerset don't have Jack Leach to bowl them to victory on the 4th day, which he's done so often here at Taunton. No disrespect to Rolf van der Merwe, but he's not the bowler that Leach is. So they're going to be relying on their seamers to a pretty large extent. Here's Hogan in and bowls, and this is on-driven by Hildreth, a fluent shot, but straight up to Douthwaite at mid-on. So the ideal scenario for Somerset would be to get, I don't know, 400 odd ahead. What are they now? 260, so yeah, declares middle of the afternoon tomorrow. Give themselves, this is played defensively into the offside by Hildreth, give themselves what, 4.5 sessions to bowl Glamorgan out, put the game beyond Glamorgan's compass, and then have as long as possible in which to pick up the 10 Glamorgan wickets they'll need. End of that over, 99 for 2, 28 to Hildreth and 29 to Abel. No, wrong. It's 27 to Hildreth and 30 to Abel.
They're both proceeding nicely anyway from the home point of view. 99 for 2, lead 264, and 7 overs still to go, so the lead will probably be best part of 300. Ouch. Morgan need a couple of wickets very fast indeed, as Bull sees Abel driving into the covers. Well stopped by Carlson, no run. Slipping the short leg still in place, just 2 or 3 saving the single as Abel pushes forward. Roots scoops the ball back at the stumps, it hits Abel on the pad and trickles onto the wickets, disturbing the bails. Umpire Warren has to come in and replace them. The wicket keeper is not meant to do so.
That's a bit strange given he's got gloves on.
Yeah, keeper or batsman you'd think would be alright. Somerset 99 for 2, lights improved as Abel steps back and forces through the offside. Beautiful shot, 4 runs to bring the 100 up.
Yeah, that wasn't a very good ball, was it?
Token applause from the balconies of the flats away to our left.
Yeah, there's 3 chaps there leaning on the guardrail on the communal area at the top, and I suppose half a dozen people outside there. Apartments on the balconies.
103 for 2. Ball to Abel. Drives on the leg side to mid-wicket, no run. If you're a determined cricket watcher this season, you could befriend people on the balcony, and with balconies here and in Bristol, you could probably watch quite a lot of cricket. As Abel pushes on the offside, they go through for a quick single. Carlson fields, throws in the vague general direction of the stumps at the non-striker's end, but the batsmen were safely home, even if the throw had been on target. 104 for 2. Chris Cook directing Dan Douthwaite. In, out.
Shake it all about.
The hokey cokey. More steam trainage as Hildreth cuts nicely and will get runs down towards third man. 2 of them. 106 for 2. 271 the lead. There we are. You can see the
there it is,
billowing above the Colin Atkinson.
Perhaps Andy
pavilion.
Miles can tell us which engine it is, because we can't actually see it, whether it's a Castle class or a King class, or perhaps not from the old Great Western days at all. But, be interesting to know. Right, another over in prospect from, presumably from Michael Hogan. I have to say the lack of urgency that Glamorgan is showing is not assisting my chances of making it to the Rose and Crown at Hughes Episcopalian before it closes at 8 o'clock. Come on, chaps, get a move on.
But when you do get there in midweek, you'll have a row of pints lined up on the bar from the number of times you've mentioned them.
Here's Hogan to bowl to Abel. Oh, and he beats Abel with a full-length delivery outside off stump that just did enough to evade Abel's bat. Maybe just a little bit of swing there as well. We haven't seen much swing. Jack Brooks got a little bit of swing for Somerset earlier on. Of course, Lewis Gregory is the great Somerset exponent of swing bowling, and he's with the England one-day squad at the moment as a reserve. Hogan then sprinting in bowls to Abel. A lot of noise from the fielders. Hard for us to tell. I think it landed just short of Hogan in his follow-through. He's spread-eagled on the pitch now.
You presume the ball was in the air for a while because Hogan went sprawling forward, as if trying to scoop a return catch off the deck.
Don't think it was a chance, and he's grazed his back of his right hand on the pitch in trying to get underneath that push shot from Tom Abel, and the physio is going to come out for Glamorgan. The lady physio in her mask, and the sanitising brigade are going to take up the opportunity of a little bit of running repairs for Michael Hogan's right hand to bring out the necessary sanitising fluid. Score is 106 for 2. The lead is 271. Tom Abel batting nicely on 35. Apologies to Grumpy Git for tempting Providence by saying that. And James Hildreth on 20.
I'm jealous that Grumpy Git has got to that particular Twitter name before I have. Perhaps that'll when I retire, that'll become my alter ego on Twitter. The Mr. Hyde.
Absolutely.
Grumpy Git 2.
Yes, Grumpy Git's been asking, as is Andrew, about how many runs Somerset will be looking for. Andrew says look for 350 lead by tomorrow lunchtime. Well, I think they'll look for 400 probably by the middle of the afternoon, something like that.
There doesn't, if the weather forecast stays clear, there doesn't seem an awful lot of point in Somerset declaring before tea.
Well, except we'll see how the pitch plays. He hasn't been doing much for the Glamorgan seamers in this Somerset second innings, apart from Marchant de Lange, who managed to get some lift out of it. But he was running in and hitting the pitch hard.
Certainly putting his back into it.
He was.
But since he's gone off, the intensity has gone out of the game somewhat.
It has. Right, we're all disinfected. hygienically pure. Hogan is bowling to Abel outside the off stump. I wonder if the sanitisation breaks just danger that they might break the batsman's concentration a little bit. We haven't. I don't recall wickets falling immediately after one of these breaks.
No, they're more to the bowler's advantage
Yeah.
than the batsman's, you would have thought.
You would have thought so, wouldn't you? Given Michael Hogan the chance just to. He's got a bit of strapping on his right hand where grazed it on the pitch. Going for that attempted caught and bowled. He's there now bowling to Abel, who is beaten by a good one outside the off stump. That was a moral victory for the bowler. I must say, Michael Hogan, even at the age of 39, is still a very classy fast medium bowler. Tall and lean.
Yes, prevented from holding his benefit this year because of the health crisis.
He's in now bowling to Abel outside the off stump, and Abel resists the temptation to go for the drive, decides to play no shot, and that was the one that Hogan brings back into the right-handed batsman, hence the noise from the slips, but would miss the off stump by a good foot. Yeah, I suppose Michael Hogan is the sort of cricketer for whom the benefit system is still justified.
Yes.
Who, he's never made big money out of playing cricket. Hogan in again and bowls. Oh, and that's edged down through the slips by Abel. He didn't know much about that. That was another very good delivery. It's gone for 4 runs, but 4 very streaky runs. Yeah, I really don't see the point of having benefits for cricketers who've played international cricket, as you sometimes see. I mean, Marcus Trescothick being a case in point a couple of years ago. But
Trescothick had been at Somerset for about 30 years.
Well, exactly. Yeah, I mean that was a different justification in that case. But it was designed for the artisan professional cricketer system.
Yes, I think that most professionals most of the season's beneficiaries manage to knock it on to next year, from what I'm understanding. Bull in to bowl to Hildreth, who turns to short leg root fields, and thank goodness that they didn't start, otherwise they would have been stuffed under the tax rules. I don't understand. Bull bowls, and it's cut again by Hildreth, just offering maybe a little bit too much width, and Hildreth jogs back comfortably for the second run by the time Callum Taylor comes round the boundary to field. 112 for 2, Somerset lead 277. Sounds improbable at the end of day 2, but that's what it is. Bull bowls, turned out into the leg side. They went through for a single with a bit of hesitation, just in case Wag was going to intercept it, but he couldn't, and eventually they realised the ball was travelling out towards the deep field at Delanga. Bull bowls to Abel, back on his stumps defending. It's a better delivery from Bull. Of course, you're not allowed to feign to field the ball these days. I got done for a 5-run penalty when that law came in a couple of years ago. Bull bowls a flighted delivery that Abel drives up to long on, takes the single. 114 for 2. Abel 40, Hildreth 32 not out. These two progressing very comfortably indeed at the moment. Ball to Hildreth, drives to long on for another single. And the problem is at the moment that they're just able to milk Kieran Bull, who's bowled 4 overs, 0 for 22, 115 for 2, Somerset 280 runs in the lead, just able to knock it around with all these outfielders.
Yeah, 4 overs remaining in the day's play. It's extended day's play because of the breaks for rain. We had one break this morning and then a rather longer one this afternoon. So we will have lost some overs, but they can, I can't remember how many overs they can make up again tomorrow, but
it is 8 normally, isn't
8,
it?
yeah.
It can be added. 96 to 104, we won't have that this season.
Hogan is going to be bowling to Hildreth, who's beaten outside the off stump. So that will encourage the Somerset seamers, the fact that Hogan is still getting it past the outside edge, even of batsmen who are well set like James Hildreth and Tom Abel. And Hogan bowling from the perhaps the slightly less favoured end for the seamers. It's strange that, although Jack Leach likes to bowl from the river end, as Hogan is in and bowls, and this is turned away into the onside. There'll be one, they'll think about a second, they come back for the second, there's a shy at the stumps, and Abel, who is very, very quick across the ground, beats the throw from down Douthwaite. Even if it had hit, he would have been in no danger. 2 runs are taken, 117 for 2.
Yes, Douthwaite looks slightly displeased with himself then, being a bit harsh on himself, I think.
Hildreth moving on to 35. Waits now as Hogan is in and bowls to him. And he pulls that away in front of square for 4 runs, 4 emphatic runs. Timed that beautifully. Ball bouncing back into the field of play off the unoccupied, obviously. Family stand away in front of the Ondarchi pavilion to our right.
Who was Ondarchi? Was he a sponsor?
No, Sir Christopher Ondarchi was is a very famous philanthropist.
Oh.
Wealthy Sri Lankan by origin, and he had, I don't think he has it anymore, a most beautiful house on the Exmoor coast looking out across the channel towards Wales. As this is outside the off stump from Hogan, and he's a great cricket follower. He made a lot of money and used it very generously for all sorts of good causes, one of which was Somerset cricket. 121 for 2, so the lead is 286. As Hogan bowls to Hildreth, who just eases forward and watches that go through outside the off stump and doesn't bother to play a shot. These two came together when Eddie Byram was caught behind off the bowling of Marchant de Lange for 27 when the score was 38. So they've added 62 plus 21, 83 for the 3rd wicket. And very pleasant batting it's been too. Hogan bowls to Hildreth, who drives handsomely. Beautiful shot. Everything in the right place with that shot. Beautiful straight bat. Left foot out to the pitch of the ball. Okay, it wasn't a very good delivery. It was a long half volley outside off stump, but that's the way to play them. 4 runs to Hildreth. He moves on to 43, and it's 125 for 2. With 3 overs to go.
Yes, the could even have the century partnership before close of play. It's worth 87 at the moment, so for the 13 runs required. Both batsmen progressing very nicely indeed, to the despair of Glamorgan, for whom this has been a very difficult day. De Lange back into the attack for a final burst, as First ball played out into the offside by Abel and parried by scampering Carlson in case they were trying to nick a single. Lots of birds on the move.
All gulls, aren't they?
.125 for 2 Somerset in their second innings as Abel glances this one away down towards backwards square. They'll come back for a second run. They'll have to hurry. They do hurry as the throw comes into Chris Cook. 127 for 2. Abel to 42. Hildreth on 43. Either could reach a half century tonight or both with a couple of boundaries.
Hildreth has gone about his business very briskly. 43 from 47 deliveries. 5 fours.
Yes, Glamorgan have seen enough of him in one-day cricket over the years. As Abel forces off the back foot, this time Carlson fields at point. And there's no run. Glamorgan back to 4 slips for the out-and-out pace of De Lange, which of course means that there are gaps in the field.
Still credit to Chris Cook for continuing to attack.
Quite so. De Lange bowls another huge looping bouncer. Was that a no ball on height? No.
He's just saying 1 for the over, isn't he?
Chris Cook did well to keep that one as well.
Did very well.
On dart, she went to Blundell's School in Tiverton during World War II. Dr. Andrew Hignell, formerly of that parish.
There you are, yes, of course. Andrew taught at Blundell's, did he not?
De Lange bowls, that's a good delivery, but Abel still takes a single out of it, digging it out and playing it away on the leg side.
When I first met Andrew, back a long time ago, he was teaching at Blundell's and scoring for BBC Wales.
Indeed. The stalwart of the Sunday operation with Edward and Don.
That's right.
128 for 2. In the days when he used to announce prizes, when we used to give away ties for with write-in competitions and the like during the tea interval. Can you imagine a write-in competition for anything these days? 128 for 2, De Lange to Hildreth. Another short delivery that Hildreth gets out the way of, through to Chris Cook. 128 for 2. Lead 293, I think.
Yep. Yeah, I missed the Sunday League. It was a good good competition, that, and it sort of gave the whole summer a rhythm which it doesn't have anymore.
Yes, the downside being, of course, that for a long time it was played in the middle of a championship game, which is a very odd concept these days. But 40 overs on a Sunday afternoon, family friendly.
Perfect, wouldn't it? On BBC Two as well, terrestrial television. Here's Michael Hogan in bowls to Abel, who pitches a single into the onside comfortably enough. Douthwaite had quite a lot of ground to make to pick that up. Another run goes on the board. 129 for 2. We've got just the 1 over after this one, so 11 more balls, assuming that they're all legitimate deliveries in the day's play, which saw Glamorgan start this morning at 8 without loss, replying to Somerset's 296. They were bowled out for 131 one stage. When they were 38 for 6, it looked as if they might not save the or might even be asked to follow on, but they saved that thanks largely to Graham Wagg. As Hogan is in a bowls to Hildreth, who plays that into the onside for another single. 130 for 2. And then Somerset came out in their second innings. Tom Lammonby went early, caught down the leg side after the bowling of Graham Wagg by Chris Cook. Then Eddie Byram, who again shaped very nicely, but got into the 20s and nicked a good one from De Lange to Chris Cook.
These two vying to be the highest score of the day.
Yep.
No one's got a 50 today. Yet.
Here's Hogan to Abel. And a little bit of swing there for Michael Hogan. Well played by Tom Abel. Both batsmen on 44. We'll just got this slightly the quicker. 44 of 49 deliveries. Tom Abel has occupied 77 so far for his 44. Floodlights are half on here at the county ground as Hogan is in bowls to Abel, who drives that pleasantly into the offside but can't get it past Graham Wagg. Extra cover, there's no run. How many overs have we actually had today?
Glamorgan innings lasted 46.1, out of which
7
7 were last night, so they have received 39.1.
and 34 it will be at the end of this one, so 73. So we've lost 2, 3, 70. We've lost 14 overs, I think, haven't we, in total, something like that, out of the appointed ration of 90.
Roughly an hour's play.
Yeah, that's just played into the onside.
With the required over rate being reduced this season because of the sanitizer breaks.
Hogan to Abel. Outside the off stump. Abel must have been tempted to have a drive at that. He resisted the temptation and brings the penultimate over of the day's play to a close with Somerset on 130 for 2, both batsmen on 44.
So it's not quite plain sailing, but these two certainly have looked reasonably comfortable and assured. Haven't noted down any chances. Obviously there have been plays and misses from both batsmen on occasion. I think De Lange has probably proved the most threatening, having removed Eddie Byram, the second wicket to fall, and then he comes and bowls and Hildreth plays on the offside. Root fields comfortably at cover and there is no run, but the last wicket fell in the 17th over, so these two have looked pretty assured and scored at a good lick, as you say. Their partnership just 8 runs short of the century now as De Lange bowls, and that was a fast delivery, bending his back into that one through to Cook behind the stumps.
Yes, he's still quick enough, De Lange, to not that delivery but the previous delivery, hurried Hildreth into that defensive shot. Hildreth well set.
So De Lange dashing in towards us and glanced on the leg side by Hildreth, down towards fine leg. Douthwaite comes round, just the single taken on this occasion. So Somerset, these two batsmen not in any hurry to get through to their half century, I guess.
No, I mean they'll be just focusing on being there for the morning.
Could be a couple of half centuries potentially in the first few overs of tomorrow morning. Glamorgan will have other ideas, of course. De Lange in particular. Into Abel, plays on the offside. No run. Carlson does the fielding.
Well, it's been a very good day for Somerset, has it not? Some top class quick bowling from the Overton twins, Craig especially, but Jamie not far behind. Josh Davey joining in, bowled very well, and then some assured batting from these two Somerset middle order batsmen, just to reinforce Somerset's advantage.
DeLanger is in, bowls, Abel ducks underneath the short delivery.
It's gone just about as well as Somerset could have hoped for, really.
Indeed.
Especially when you go back to yesterday afternoon and they were 149 for 8.
Yeah, since then it's been
one-way traffic.
Yeah, and the girls agree with you. DeLanger, last ball of the day to Abel on 44, not out, is beaten outside off stump, pushing at that as the players leave the field. We've got James Hildreth 45 not out, Tom Abel 44 not out, Somerset 131 for 2. The lead is 296 runs, which looks very much like a match-winning lead, unless Glamorgan do something remarkable over the next couple of days. Anthony and I will be back from 11 o'clock with commentary on BBC Sport Online and via the Somerset website with the video stream. Match report and reaction, of course, on the BBC Sport website as well.
Thank you, Nick, and thank you to all of our listeners for tuning in, or whatever one does on the internet. I'm not sure it's tuning in, but it's been good to have had you with us for another eventful day's cricket, and a very good day for Somerset County Cricket Club. As Nick was saying, we'll be back with you here at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. The weather forecast is set fair, and could be another excellent day of county cricket. Somerset will be looking to establish a lead to put the game beyond Glamorgan's even theoretical grasp, and then pick up the 10 wickets that they need. That's all for tomorrow. For the moment, from myself, Anthony Gibson, and from Nick Webb at the county ground in Taunton, it's goodbye.